a part of the journey we're about to embark on. Let's get started and let's all make these next 2 days count. Welcome to Rising Bharat. Before we begin and go any further, we're going to have to take a moment. We're going to thank all of our sponsors. We're going to appreciate and express our gratitude to our esteemed partners who've made the Rising Bharat Summit a reality. Our co-presenting partner is Dream Sports. Our associate partners are Max Estates, Vikram Solar, Samtel and Reliance Industries Limited. Our workspace partner is IndiCube. Our exchange partner is National Stock Exchange. Our logistics partner is DTDC. Our energy partner is Crown LNG. Our insurance partner is Insurance Dekho. And the state partners we have today are Uttar Pradesh and Madhya Pradesh. Partners, your collaboration, your cooperation is crucial to the success of this event over the next 2 days. So, first up, what do we have? We have an exciting and a thought-provoking, hopefully, session lined up for you. We're all aware that AI, artificial intelligence, has been rapidly transforming the way that we live, the way that we work, and even the way that we think. Right from self-driving cars to smart assistants, the rise of AI is undeniably already shaping our future. But the real question is, are we ready for the change that's going to be coming? So, let's get ready in the next few minutes to engage, to think critically, and maybe even challenge some of our pre-existing assumptions around this. The future's here, and it's powered already by artificial intelligence. Let's see if we're ready for what's next. Joining us for this discussion that we're going to have in a few seconds from now is Rajan Anandan. He's the MD of Peak XP Partners. We're also going to have with us on stage Satya Chakravarti. He's the founder, the CEO and CTO of the ePlane Co. He's also a professor of aerospace engineering at IIT Madras. They're going to be joining us in a second, and with them on stage is going to be Chandra Srikanth. Chandra, the floor is all yours.
Please welcome Rajan Anandan from Peak 15 Partners. Rajan, one of India's best-known VCs, investors. And pleasure to welcome Professor Satya Chakravarti all the way from IIT Madras, who's not just a professor but the founder of 6 deep tech startups, including the likes of ePlane and Agnikul Cosmos. A huge round of applause for both of them. And it's wonderful to have the head of IIT Madras, Mr. Professor Kamakoti, here as well. So a nice little reunion here in the national capital. Right, thank you so much, Rajan and Professor Satya. You know, just a few days ago, Minister Piyush Goyal made this comment about India's deep tech ecosystem, how we're spending entrepreneurial energy on building hyperlocal apps, fancy ice creams and cookies. But Professor Chakravarti here is an example that we also have very good deep tech entrepreneurship in India. So huge round of applause for that. So don't get disheartened that there's no deep tech innovation happening. It's very much happening. But before I get to that, I want to get both your thoughts, Rajan and Professor Satya. What is your own sense about the deep tech ecosystem in India? Where are we? Where should we be? What will get us there? Rajan, maybe you can start, or Professor Satya, you can start and Rajan can join.
Okay, so I think we need to actually look at this particular debate that the Honorable Minister Piyush Goyal kind of kicked off. 2 things. One, I think, judging by just the number of messages that I get on my LinkedIn asking me to mentor students in different colleges to do their deep tech entrepreneurship, which I used to actually very effectively do earlier. And in fact, at the NCCRD, the National Center for Combustion R&D that we have at IIT Madras, we have harbored, for example, Nutrace, which was actually a LinkedIn Connect, and we got them to do the hydrogen evolution experiments before they could get funded, and I then positioned them to I think Peak 15, right, as well as other investors and so on. We have Neurostellar that's actually going through that now, Tutor Hyperloop that's going through that now, and so on. In fact, Agnikul Cosmos themselves were actually just doing a cold call on me to say, hey, is it possible for you to support me and support us? And then they said, sure, why not? So I used to do that very effectively, but I'm not able to do that because the number of such messages is now exploding. So on the one side, we clearly see that there are students from all across the country, not just the IITs or any other so-called reputed institutions, but it doesn't matter what the institution is that they are from. They are all out there wanting to actually do this, raring to go. This is on the one side of the story. The other side that you have to actually look at is, what are we actually comparing with? We are comparing with China in that particular debate. And China definitely has, in the last 10 to 20 years, gone leaps and bounds ahead of the rest of the world. It's not just about getting on par with the West. They've actually gone well past the West.
Right.
Right? So are we there? The point is we are not yet there. But are we getting there? The answer is yes, because what are we talking about is what we call as exponential technologies. So in exponential technologies, we are actually at the lower end of this bend, right? I am particularly optimistic that by the end of this decade, we will actually see for sure that there will be a huge amount of work that happens in deep tech that's a lot more visible, and we will not really have this debate anymore, and we will know that it's actually a matter of time, and it's actually about when rather than if. And I seriously think that that's going to happen in the next 5 to 6 years.
That's good to hear that we will get there, and end of this decade is not too far away. It's 5 years, give or take. But Rajan, give us your perspective as an investor. I remember asking Vinod Khosla, who backed OpenAI, about this a couple of years ago. Why are we not seeing so much action around deep tech in India? And he said investors in India have been very cautious because they prioritize revenues over asset creation. They are obsessed with returns and spreadsheets, rather than creating deep tech assets. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, let me get to that in a second. I think given the debate the healthy debate that is raging, Chandra, I think it's important to start with India today has an extraordinarily vibrant startup ecosystem, right? And I can confidently say we have the most broad-based innovation ecosystem in the world, right? Everything from new consumer brands, travel, gaming, healthcare, financial services, AI, deep tech, right? If you look at the US today, we spoke about this about a year ago when we chatted. It's really about AI. If you go to Silicon Valley today, if you're building a company that is not an AI company, it is highly unlikely you won't get funded. Whereas in India, it couldn't be any different, right? Whereas China has, for their national priorities said, we're going to only focus on deep tech, right? Which is semiconductors, EVs, and so on and so forth. So India is actually the country today where we are seeing this broad spectrum and innovation, right? And if you look at areas like, let's look at fintech and digital payments. We are the world leader in digital payments today. There's no question, right? I can confidently say that you can put our fintech founders against the best in the world, and they're better, right? Why? Because we have a large ecosystem. I remember 2015, looking at the top 100 countries on digital payments, India was not on the list. Today, we have 55% of real-time digital payments, right? So I wanted to start with that because sometimes we don't talk about what it is we have going on at scale, right? So similarly, consumer commerce. By the way, to deliver something in 10 minutes in India, in the most traffic-dense cities on planet Earth, is really hard. Anybody who says that that is not an innovation, please go try it. Try to build the infrastructure. It's really hard, right? So I think we should acknowledge that we have this extraordinary innovation that's happening in every sector, right? Agri-tech, brands, financial services, travel is exploding. Now, moving to deep tech, I completely agree with Professor. Look, it's still very early days. Look, basically, Flipkart was founded in 2009.
Yeah.
It was about 2015 when e-commerce really began to happen, right? And it's now that we are seeing really new to the world innovations, right? Quick commerce is an Indian innovation. Quick commerce doesn't exist anywhere else.
And it hasn't worked in other parts of the world.
Has not worked anywhere else in the world, right? So that's pretty remarkable, right? To have a world-first innovation in e-commerce, which is quick commerce. So what we are seeing now is we are probably 5, 6, maybe 7 years into this journey, and Professor and IIT Madras team can talk more about that. But it's definitely happening, right? And I think just to give you a sense of our portfolio, we were actually very fortunate to invest in Nutrace, and it's a great story. They actually literally cold called him. Then they went there, they used their labs, they worked there for a while, then they came back to Bangalore. In fact, last year, was it last year or the year before, we invested in our first 2 semiconductor startups. Both came out of IIT Madras, Incore and Nutrace, right? So whether it's space, whether it's energy, whether it's renewables, whether it's semiconductors, in each of these areas. Actually, this morning I was with Pawan Goenka, who's now leading InSpace.
InSpace.
Pawan said that now we have over 200 space tech startups. IIT Madras Board of Governors. All roads lead to IIT Madras. Right? 7 years ago, Chandra, there were like 2 or 3 space tech startups. So we've gone from having 2 or 3 space tech startups to having over 200 space tech startups. So it is beginning to happen. I think it's very exciting. If you look at AI, for instance, I'm sure we'll talk about AI, right? Just in our firm, Peak 15, we have over 40 AI investments. I think last time when we spoke, I had half of that.
Across
right?
the tech stack,
across the tech stack, right? And we can talk about that. So look, it is happening, right? Whether it's AI, whether it's semiconductors, whether it's space, whether it's energy, whether it's transport, advanced manufacturing, and so on. Now to the question that you asked. Look, we as a firm, I'll give you just one firm, okay? And there are many very, very good firms in India, investing firms. We invest across. We invest from idea through IPO. At idea stage, when we invest, most times there's not even a line of code written, let alone like revenue, product. Look, I haven't looked at an Excel spreadsheet since I left McKinsey, and that was a really long time ago. Because then I went to Google and Microsoft and all these places. So look, basically, I think that is absolutely not correct. I think what India needs, and I'll wrap with this and we'll spend more about this, is we need a lot more resources going into R&D. Right? If you look at India's R&D as a percentage of GDP, we're at 0.65%.
0.5,
US is at 3.5%, and China is at 2.5%. Israel, and by the way, both those economies are orders of magnitude larger, right? 17, 18 trillion, 2.5%, do the math. 27 trillion US GDP, 3.5%, do the math. I mean, you're talking about 20, 30, 50 times more resources being spent on R&D. And Israel, a country with 8 million people, spends more on R&D than India. Okay, so just to give you a context of how much more we need to do. So in terms of what needs to happen, many things need to happen. But one thing that needs to happen, we need to invest a lot more private sector R&D. We need to invest a lot more in academia. We need to invest a lot more in our research labs and so on. So that's one. And then second, of course, that will then lead to more ideas, more big ideas that come out. There'll be more capital that come out. I think the 1 lakh crore R&D, private sector R&D corpus that the government has set aside, 20,000 crores of that has been sanctioned to DST. I think these are really interesting moves. So what I would say with deep tech is, look, the train has left the station. For Indian startup ecosystem, this is the final frontier. And we are well on our way. So I'm totally with Professor that, look, over the next 5 years, we'll start seeing the first set of big companies come up. And much like, look, it took us a decade, okay, to go from, in fintech, Chandra, we should keep this in mind. Fintech is no small thing. It took us a decade to go from not being in the top 100 companies in the world to being the undisputed number 1. Undisputed. And by the way, we did that. This is really important. We did that with real innovation. UPI is based on open source. There is no other country in the world that has a payment rails, that has zero MDR. And by the way, what you will see in India is our innovators, our entities, right, whether it's large companies, small companies, governments, academia, really come up with very, very different ways to do things because we have to cater to population scale, right? I mean, you'll see this in industry after industry after industry.
Right. Just a quick follow-up question, Rajan, and all points, I completely agree that we should kind of zoom out, take the glass half full view, because where we've come in fintech is incredible. We completely leapfrogged from cash to UPI. But, one will still ask, why don't we have a world-beating product or a tech platform from India? Earlier there was this notion that capital is a constraint, but then you have DeepSeek in China saying that they managed to build a foundational model at a fraction of what OpenAI spent, and they managed to give every single foundational model in the valley a run for their money. So when we have the tech talent, the ingredients, why are we not able to execute that? I mean, hopefully we will see that happen because the government is now serious about, picking and funding foundational models from India. Why can't we do that? And why can't we do what a BYD managed to do to Tesla? Again, there I agree, the government heavily supported them with subsidies and so on. But what is stopping us from creating these world-beating products? We often end up with mental models of the West, at least when it comes to consumer apps.
No, but I think that is where, Chandra, that is such an outdated statement. Show me another payments company that looks like PhonePe. Show me another payments company in the world that looks like Paytm. There are none, because UPI doesn't exist anywhere in the world. But you're right. Why is PhonePe not gone global? Because UPI doesn't exist. As UPI travels around the world, I think we'll begin to see that, right? Show me another company that looks like Blinkit. There is none. So I think this thing about we're copycats, it's such an outdated idea. That was true a decade ago. Maybe it was true 4 or 5 years ago. But today I can point you to dozens of Indian consumer companies that are truly India-first innovations. A company called Sri Mandar. It's extraordinary. Nothing like this, I don't think, will ever exist anywhere else in the world, because it's building to India's unique needs, right? Now, in terms of why have we not had, let's say, a DeepSeek, right? Firstly, we should keep in mind we're still very early in the game, okay? IT services, Infosys was founded 1983.
Yeah.
Right? So we are what? 93, 2003. We're 42 years in. 42 years in after Infosys was founded, 2 of the top 5 IT services companies in the world are Indian, TCS and Infosys, and 5 out of the top 10. Okay? If you look at AI, the ChatGPT moment was 2.5 years ago.
Yeah.
Right? And we're already saying, how come we don't have the world's best? What I can tell you, by the way, all roads lead to IIT Madras. Sarvam, by the end of this year, or one of the other companies will have the best performant, lowest cost Indic language models by far. That's a guarantee. Because, we are on, so it just takes time, right? We can't wake up and say, hey, how come we haven't had it? China has, the amount of dollars that the Chinese government has invested in mobility, in solar. They are, as large as our economy, right? Over a period of 20 years, they have invested more dollars than the size of the Indian economy in some of these critical sectors. And they can do that because they have an economy that's 17 trillion and we're, soon going to be 4 trillion. So what I would say is, look, we should keep in mind that we have extraordinary talent. We have shown in sector after sector. By the way, I don't know how many of you tried to use a mobile phone in New York City. It's very hard to get data connections, right? Everybody has great mobile connections in India, right? So you can go on sector after sector. We are basically, I always have this saying, right? We won't be the first, we won't be the second, we may not be the third, but we will be the best. And that is New India. We will absolutely be the best.
Right. Plays into the Rising Bharat theme that we have. But Professor Satya, what I want to know is, what is it about IIT Madras? Why are other educational institutions not able to replicate this at scale? And Aether has come out of IIT Madras. I think the Zetwork founders are from IIT Madras. And as Rajan mentioned, the Sarvam founders also have a big IIT Madras connection. I think one of them still teaches at IIT Madras. And of course, your example as well. We've had Agnikul Cosmos from there. Why are we not able to replicate this at scale? What will it take to sort of do this across because we now have, 23 IITs in India? And not just IITs, even the non-IITs. How are we going to do this at scale?
Right. So I think before I actually directly answer this question, I want to resonate with what Rajan was saying. And I personally feel that there is nothing wrong with the 10-minute delivery app and all of that stuff, right? It solves a problem, and entrepreneurship is all about solving a problem. Try to find customers and get paying customers. If you are actually an entrepreneur, you will actually be running behind customers. That's exactly what we are supposed to do. Right? It doesn't matter what we do. I mean, let's suppose that I actually made the best rocket in the world, and I'm not able to find a customer, and it's actually sleeping in my backyard. What is the point? Right? So an entrepreneur is all about actually going and finding a customer and getting them to pay. And they are solving that problem. They're actually showcasing how that can be done. So hats off to all of those people who are actually doing that. Don't belittle them at all.
That's a great endorsement.
Right? Yes. Yeah. The second point is that let them actually go ahead and make their money, exit, and then become billionaires so that they can actually go fund deep tech startups. Otherwise, how am I going to get
Okay, now we know why you're all for quick commerce, because you want them to get a good exit and fund.
So you look at a typical, IIT, and okay, since you actually said that IIT Madras is different, okay, let's look at all the other IITs where these people are actually going out and making these 10-minute, apps and all of that stuff, and then making their money and becoming zillionaires, right? In their next avatar, they would be like, oh, is that all there is? What am I going to do with this money? Let me go chase this professor who, right? Okay. Right. So it's actually good for us. So I think wealth creation in the country is actually, first of all, very important. Okay, we are in this phase where we need to first of all create wealth for everyone, and then we will think about whether we are actually doing deep tech and is it deep enough and all those kinds of quibbles. That is, and we're kind of somehow assuming that if you just do deep tech, India is actually going to be very proud about it and all those things. But finally, is it actually going to really do something to the GDP, right? And is it going to actually do something to the well-being of the average Joe on the street? So we have to actually be very clear about all these things. It's one thing to be very elitist and then say that we have to be doing deep tech, right? But the other thing is, what is it actually going to translate in terms of, so we have to look at what's the value we are creating. So I'm not saying we are not creating value. In fact, I will vociferously talk about what we do as something that will create value for the country, the GDP for the country and so on, because like for example, 2 months ago, we had this deal that we struck at E-Plane with an ambulance company that was saying that they will want to place an order for about 788 ambulances, which would actually fetch us a revenue of more than about $1 billion. And somebody was pointing out, wait a minute, Zoho actually took like so much time to actually get to $1 billion revenue, and you guys are just signing deals even before you make the plane. The answer is we are making a plane, right? So, so making a plane means that it will actually create value. So there is no doubting that deep tech will actually create value, but that is not to say that we have to actually belittle anything else that's going on that's already creating value by leaps and bounds, right? And then contributing to the economy. So that's the main point. Coming back to the question of why IIT Madras, I don't know. The answer, right? The answer is we just happen to be that kind of DNA. So we have a DNA at IIT Madras. So go back.
I have to tell you this interesting anecdote. So I was speaking to a founder from IIT Madras who's, built a factory and he's manufacturing components for the aerospace industry. And I told him, so you never thought about doing a consumer app? He said, I'm from IIT Madras. I'm not going to build a delivery app.
So
he said it very matter of fact.
So that's the kind of environment that we have, right? So let me actually flip the coin. For a long time at IIT Madras, we used to actually be wondering, why are we not actually getting the JEE #1 to actually come to IIT Madras? Why are they going to Bombay? So every opening ranker of every branch that at IIT Madras was actually less when compared to somebody who was going. And we used to say we have to actually do some more publicity. We have to figure out how to get them and all that stuff. Well, if you go to some other place, you're actually in an environment, you probably do something else. But no matter what's your rank, you actually come over here, you end up actually being in this particular DNA setting where you end up doing deep tech. Right? And I think there were students who used to say, oh, IIT Madras is so nerdy. They will actually make you do assignments. It's actually difficult to get grades and all that stuff. Yeah, look at what's happened. Right, yeah, so we need to, unless you actually study, right, so, there's always some balance between perception and what actually finally you get. Yeah, so that's what we are.
Right, on that note, when can we expect the e-planes to sort of, be commercialized? What kind of timelines are you working with?
Oh, thanks for asking.
The flying taxis.
So we are expecting to have our first prototype out by June or July this year, in the next 2-3 months. That's what we are working hard on. And the next prototype at the end of this year, and the third prototype early next year. So with 3 prototypes, we want to actually go do testing and get ourselves certified to commercialize by the end of next year. So that's about 2 years from now.
Great. Hopefully Rajan will write a bigger check for you then.
Yeah, please.
I'm going to use it in Delhi because today I was almost late, Professor, because there was a VIP movement all coming to this conference.
You can give him one of your e-planes for our next event.
So what we can do is to be fashionably late and say, look, that's why we need...
He's converting everything to a pitch opportunity today. But Rajan, I remember last year around when we spoke to you in Gurugram at our AI event, you spoke to us about how in the Bay Area, Silicon Valley, the focus is all on AGI or artificial general intelligence. But in India, when it comes to AI, we should look at making the lives of 1.4 billion people better, whether it's in education, whether it's in healthcare, energy, sanitation. How can we use AI to solve real world problems? And people have often said that, India will become the use case capital. So from last year to now, where are we in terms of the AI ecosystem in India? Is it booming? In which areas is it booming? Where are you seeing more action? If you can give us a sense of that.
Yeah, I'd say, look, so if you look at the AI stack, right, you have the compute, the GPU,
the infra layer,
the compute stack, then you have the frontier models or foundation models, then you have sort of tooling, and then you have the applications, right? So last time when we spoke, we were seeing we were beginning to see very interesting startups in the application layer. So I'd say first thing that has happened is we have takeoff. Right, as a nation, we have takeoff at the application layer. I mean, the kind of companies that are being built. In fact, there's a company in Noida, I briefly mentioned to you last week. It's called Attentive. They're building these models, vertical models for construction, right? And then they kind of automate certain aspects of U.S. construction. The company is really taking off. So we're seeing a lot of, across finance, retail, healthcare, and so on and so forth, as well as enterprise AI. So on the application stack, we have takeoff. We still don't have the number of companies, let's say, that the U.S. has when it comes to application AI, but we feel very good about the kind of companies that we're seeing. We continue to see very exciting developments at the infra and the tooling layer, right? So these are companies that are actually making either agents interoperate better and so on and so forth. On frontier models, we are very, very excited about what the government is doing, right? Where they've set aside several thousand crores to
they've
fund.
already procured, I think, 14,000.
No, that's on the compute side, right? They also set aside 2,000 crores for foundation model companies, right?
Models, that's right.
So today, as you know, there are a handful of foundation model companies. We do think that a year from now, we'll have 4 or 5 labs, right? Like China probably has 10 world-class labs. We'll have 4 or 5 labs, maybe not at the same scale, but they'll be well-financed. They'll have great talent. They'll be off to the races. So if you had asked me a year ago, if you asked me what's different, we have takeoff at the application layer, and we're getting serious about the frontier models, right? Which is thanks to the government, actually. And then last thing I'd say is on compute, I would have never imagined we would have a play. But the reason I can't be here tonight is at the compute layer. That's all I'll say.
I'm curious to know more about this investment.
I know you're always curious, but I can't tell you anymore.
Right. As we begin to wrap up, Rajan, so are you seeing a lot of supply to invest in? Because some VCs we speak to say, hey, all the actions happening in the US and they're investing billions of dollars. But in India, we're not seeing that supply of AI startups. Do you agree, disagree?
Yeah, in the venture capital business, Chandra, it's nearly not about volume. It's about quality.
Value.
No, it's about quality, right? Like Google was one company, right? There are $5 trillion companies in the world, only 5. Humanity is thousands of years. We're thousands of years into humanity. So what we're really looking for, very high quality founders who are solving problems where AI can help them build 10x better products or 10x better outcomes. And that we're seeing. Are we seeing thousands of these companies? Absolutely not, right? But are we seeing dozens or 50 or 100? Absolutely. So look, we are actually feeling much, much better about the application layer, as I said, in India today.
Right. Professor Satya, one thing that we notice in, among deep tech startups is there's a lot of enthusiasm at the college level where students love to tinker with, all kinds of use cases, problems. Many of them take this till concept and, they manage to get seed funding in Series A. But, then they kind of tend to hit a wall. Either it doesn't scale or they're not able to find a market or the subsequent rounds of funding become difficult. What do you think can plug that gap? I mean, government R&D spending obviously has to go up. We are at a tiny fraction of what the US and China spends. But even corporate R&D budgets, a lot of people are asking, what are IT companies doing with all the cash balances they have?
Yes, I believe, for example, we have this thing called the Center for Innovation. And Center for Innovation actually is the one that spawned Ather. So we had this race car team called Raftar, of which the Ather founders were there, and then they got this inspiration from working in that as students tinkering with race cars, and that's how Ather was born. Galaxy, for example, was born from Avishkar Hyperloop, which I am the faculty advisor of, and I'm now a co-founder of Galaxy as well, and so on. So we can clearly see lots of such examples of how founders get inspired to do things from the tinkering labs that they have in their institutions. So it's very important for us to be able to allow students to tinker with things. That's number one. And then there must be a funding that goes with it, which typically alumni does a good job on. But more importantly, I think when they step out of these places with ideas that they want to scale and commercialize, can we actually sort of intoxicate them with a seed funding, right? So funding is not, I seriously believe that funding is something that should not be easily available. We need to actually get the founders know the value of what they're getting. But seed funding is actually a very good intoxicant, right? So it kind of hooks you. So once you actually get seed funded, then you're kind of like holding the tiger by the tail and you want to run with it. And many times, these founders, when they are so young, they have the appetite to build stuff, but they don't have the appetite to chase investors and get funding and all of that stuff. So let's say, for example, if you had this government's fund of funds that actually is set up at these institutions and then looks for these ideas to fund right as they are coming out of the labs and these places like these tinkering labs and so on, I think that will actually go a long way to spawn a much larger ecosystem than what we have today.
Great. On that note, we're out of time, but thank you, Rajan. Thank you, Professor Satya, for an absolutely scintillating session. And I think, it leaves us with a lot of optimism on India's deep tech and AI future. Thank you very much for that. A huge round of applause for Rajan and Professor Satya.
Oh, wonderful. We'll just give them a second. Yeah, of course. Thank you. All right. That was so insightful, but I know everyone, we could see everyone looking, just clued on to every word. We're going to move on, though, now to something slightly different. I think we can all agree that that conversation was incredibly timely, and the next thing we're going to be discussing is actually very, very closely related. We're going to continue to keep our focus on artificial intelligence, but let's dive a little deeper with this next discussion. Let's dissect a topic that holds immense potential to shape the future of education. What we're going to be taking a look at in a second is making education possible for all using artificial intelligence. So, in an era where technology is transforming every facet of our lives, education remains one of the most powerful tools for social change and individual empowerment across the entire world. But despite the transformative power of tech, education is still not universally accessible, particularly in underprivileged and remote communities. So, in just a few seconds from now, we're honored to have on this stage a team from IIT Madras. They're going to be presenting a white paper, and this paper aims to bridge the gaps in access, in affordability and quality, ensuring that education is not just a right, It is a right, rather, and not just a privilege that some can access across the entire country. So, we're going to introduce each of the members who are going to be coming onto the stage in just a second. The professors, I'd just like to encourage them to come to the stage, and they're led right now by the director of IIT Madras, P. Kamakoti. Do come on stage, sir.
I have. Thank you. So, Vanakkam from Tamil Nadu. So we start off with, of course, had my colleague here. I am very happy to tell you all that in the deep tech, the last financial year, closing on March 31st, IIT Madras has incubated 103 companies in one financial year. So with that note, let me just go to the other end of the spectrum, where we are talking. Can I get the slides up? I also need the flipper. Excuse me. Slides. Is that? Oh. So this is an effort taken by IIT Madras. The prime motivation comes from Swami Vivekananda, who mentioned that if the poor boy cannot come to education, education must go to him. And this is the prime motivation for this project named Vidya Shakti. Why Vidya Shakti? Friends, today, our GER, the gross enrollment ratio of the number of students who finish +2 and go into higher education stands at around 28.2%. The National Education Policy has put a milestone, an objective of 50% by 2035. And why it is important? We are the youngest population in the age group of 18 to 29. And if we do not do the education right at this point, we may land up being the most uneducated country in that age group, and that will have its own social repercussion. And with this view, the National Education Policy had put a target of 50% GER by 2035. So what we do at Vidya Shakti, we inspire and motivate school students to go to college, thereby trying to minimize the dropouts. So we started in October 2021 as something like a doubt clearing session, where we have a TV as 1/4 of this size, the internet connected TV, a smart TV with a camera. And there'll be some person who will go and switch on and assemble the kids between 5 to 8 in the mother tongue. We were basically clearing doubts. Somewhere in March 2022, we did receive a call from a village saying that we don't have biology teachers. We are failing in biology. Can you help us? They had the TV there. So we just organized a teacher from Chennai who started teaching biology to these kids. Within 45 days, their exam, public exam, was on April 15th. All the 3 girls scored above 90. And they joined a biotech course in the respective university. And this gave us a lot of motivation that there's something, this democratizing of this opportunity is extremely important for us to take it forward. And that is the way we can try and bring and help in whatever small way to achieve that 50% by 2035. So in academic year 2022-23, we started augmenting this with online teachers, more and more online teachers, to teach math, science, and English as supportive tuition classes. Today, friends, in the last 4 years, this is how we have grown. We call it as rural interaction centers. We put in villages. We have 25. We started with 25 RICs in the academic year 21-22. It grew up to 170 RICs. In 21-22, we are in Tamil Nadu alone. Then we went to Tamil Nadu and UP. 540 RICs in 23-24, Tamil Nadu, UP, and Arunachal Pradesh. Now, this year, we have 2,105 RICs in Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh, Arunachal Pradesh, Karnataka, and Andhra Pradesh. And we do have 17 centers in northern part of Sri Lanka. So this is the geographic spread of the RICs. Now, what we do here, this is quick statistics. We do live online tuition classes to the rural kids. Sorry. In the 3rd to 12th grade, we have 4 lakh students who have benefited so far from this. And we use the digital medium to create live science experiments and simulation labs. And we have seen a lot more kids getting more inspired to study more using these virtual reality sessions. And we have a continuous engagement through micro-assessment. And then we also do rural women empowerment program to train women in data entry, spoken English, and software testing. We have 220 digital DDs already trained, and we have 2 of them here. Can you please stand up? They are from Uttar Pradesh. And one of them is actually a Lakpati DD. So can you just, Nagarajan, I have Nagarajan and Shiva, who are doing the grassroots level work. Can you just describe this? Please come on stage and please describe.
There are educated women in the rural area, but they didn't have a formal job. We trained them in digital skills, data entry, and designing. Babisha has done digital design. Now she owns a flex designing board company in the village. Bharati Devi has learned data entry.
Please
and
come.
They have been helping the health education department in a lot of surveys, and both have become Lakpati Didis also. Being a coordinator in the school for our remote education, they have evolved to digital Didis, and they have come up to the level of Lakpati Didis and a small, micro, small, medium enterprise entrepreneurs.
Thank you very much. So today we have close to 5,500 teachers from rural India who have been trained on science simulations. We have created around 553 jobs within the last 2 academic years. And one of the interesting feedback that we get, impressive feedback, is there is a drastic improvement in the attention span of young children and also the retention capacity. Very quickly, we will tell what is this. So what do you mean by onboarding a particular rural interaction center into our system and what we do there. And this is not a parallel system to school. We are basically supportive wing to the schools. So we identify schools which have smart TV, panel, and an internet. If not, we have CSR grants, and if there are people who can give us CSR grants, we again welcome. We identify digital DDs like them and train the school teachers in simulation gamification. The digital DDs are responsible to run the center and collect the students, arrange the programs, and coordinate. And then we conduct live online classes. We take attendance daily and conduct micro assessments every week. And based on that, we keep improving the way we interact, the way we deliver the lectures, etc. Now, we have a mobile app that is given to all the digital DDs and all the RIC coordinators. We do daily short attendance on head count from every RIC. Then notification of absence. We also ask for the reasons. Student-wise, we have daily attendance. And then we take a photograph of the RIC every day, and that is also uploaded. And then there is also a feedback that we collect. And this we continuously do. We have collected the data. We are now putting more and more AI into it to basically help us quickly come out with any red flags or anything that needs attention. And this continuous measurement and monitoring, we have a ERP here. We have a dashboard. Daily attendance is tracked. Daily session photos are tracked. And weekly MCQ marks are also tracked. So this is the overall quality control. We do a correlation with MCQ course outcomes. We do an analysis of the feedback of each session. We also look at the independent review of every session by the volunteers. We also do an internal review of every session by the peer tutors, and also a monthly, weekly, daily lesson plans are planned in alignment with the syllabus calendar. Can you add a little more on this quality control, please?
See, on the quality control, when there is a video recording of the class, using that itself, we are doing whether the teacher has stated correct things with respect to that topic, whether it is in the syllabus, and are the examples correct, and then is the teacher writing on the board correctly or in a slanting way. All these analysis of the video as well as the audio and the text have been done through AI only. So we have been using that, and this is getting part of our own internal center of excellence of education for our small efforts so far.
Thank you. Now, these are some of the endorsements. So we have signed with the Uttar Pradesh. We have more than 500 plus centers. And we did have a full review by the Honorable Education Minister, Shri Dharmendra Pradhanji, on how this Vidya Shakti project has been conceived and being executed.
IIT Madras ने बनारस के हजारों स्टूडेंट्स को साइंस और मैथ्स में ऑनलाइन सपोर्ट देने के लिए विद्या शक्ति इनिशिएटिव शुरू किया है।
मोदी जी ने देश को बहुत कुछ विजन दिया है। डिजिटल इंडिया उनमें से एक है, और डिजिटल इंडिया के क्रम में आज आपने देखा होगा कि यहाँ पर आज हमने एक और जहां विद्या शक्ति कार्यक्रम IIT चेन्नई के साथ मिलकर के काशी के पहली, दूसरी, तीसरी क्लास के बच्चों के लिए एक नया अभिनव प्रयास यहाँ प्रारंभ किया गया है। वहीं यहाँ के सभी विद्यालयों में स्मार्ट क्लास का शुभारंभ भी आज प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के पावन चरण पर हो रहा है।
So we'll just listen to a testimonial from a student.
है मेरे विद्यालय का नाम कंपोजिट स्कूल चित्रपुर है और मैं कक्षा 8 की छात्रा हूँ। हम विद्या शक्ति के माध्यम से 1 घंटे का जो क्लास करते हैं, जो भी विषय पढ़ते हैं उसे समझने में हमें आसानी होता है और हमारे सहपाठी भी इसे बहुत रुचि से समझते हैं और हमारा कोर्स भी बहुत कंप्लीट होता है, हमें समझने में आसानी होता है। हमारे अध्यापक भी बहुत सहयोग करते हैं हमारा। उम्मीद है कि आगे भी ऐसे ही क्लास चलते रहेंगे। धन्यवाद।
मेरा नाम आशीष कुमार है, सर एक्चुअली हमने जो आज देखा ना सर, वर्चुअल लैब के बारे में हमने सुना बहुत था सर कि वर्चुअल लैब आज इसलिए एक्सेसिबल है सर, लेकिन आज पता गया कि हाँ ये वास्तव में अच्छी चीज है सर। और जो एजुकेशन है सर, ये कहीं ना कहीं एक बर्डन बनता जा रहा है। मतलब बच्चे प्रैक्टिकलिटी से दूर हैं, लेकिन यहाँ ना हम पढ़ाई के साथ साथ प्रैक्टिकल भी ले रहे हैं सर। और मैंने खुद ये जो गेम खेला है बड़ा अच्छा लगा सर। सर ये बहुत अच्छी पहल है सर, एंड विल डेफिनेटली सपोर्ट इट।
Add more.
Our Professor Satya has said, use a lot of tinkering labs for the startups. Before going to the actual labs, we train all the teachers as well as the students in virtual labs, because using OLabs or FED, they can go a long way in understanding the concepts, because in our new education policy, you have factual, conceptual, and application. This conceptual and application will easily come through virtual labs. So far, we have trained more than 5,000 teachers. Our mission is to train more than 1 lakh teachers this year.
Thank you. So what we believe is Vidya Shakti live online classes will fill the gap of teachers shortage. Teacher shortage and enable activity-based learning, and the virtual reality sessions, specifically the 3D VR sessions, have drastically improved the understanding, the retention capacity, and the attention span of the kids. And this is something which is very heartening, and we certainly believe that this is a way by which education needs to go and reach the masses, scale based on the digital technologies that are available. So this is our roadmap for academic year 2025-26. We are targeting 40,000 villages and 1 crore students. So we are leveraging existing school in village level infrastructure. We are training state-run school teachers in simulation software, collaborate with the higher education institutions across the country. This is not a car which a single driver can drive. It is a temple car which the whole city should pull. So we are roping in more higher education institutions other than IIT Madras to basically take up and work with us. So we are looking at a hub-spoke model for this. And importantly, we are also training students with push for English and analytical reasoning. So we have a campus in Africa. We are now trying to introduce this model to other G20 nations, Bharat to truly become a Vishwaguru as envisaged in the National Education Policy. Friends, these are something that we need to understand about rural India. I just want to put a question here. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19. What is next? Attention. What is next after 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19? 21. 31 can also be a correct answer. Can you give a logic, reasoning for that? Right? This question had been putting forward in many of the urban schools. I go for many of the school annual days. I do go for the rural schools. The first kid to answer this question was from a rural school. And the answer he came out was, you start making your integer digits using just odd numbers. So 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19. You have left out all the other numbers that are made out of even digits. After 19, the next number, integer, that you can make only out of odd digits is 31. So 31 can also be a correct answer, right? So this was done by a kid in a rural school. So friends, we are, by not democratizing this opportunity to rural India, we are missing that part, and I think that is what we are trying to address, and that's what you see here. Out of 10, majority of the students are getting more than 5. In maths, in science, and in English. We have just did a profile in UP for the 6th, 7th, and 8th standard. And this is something which we need to note. And a bit of training, we are very confident to push the bars much higher and much towards your right. And this is something which Vidya Shakti has an objective. And if we get it beyond 8, I am sure all of them can clear JEE mains for sure. So these are the feedback dashboards we are getting. They asked me to stop, so I'll go very fast now. These are some of the feedbacks, and you see that the feedbacks, the students are now encouraged to tell about the standard of the class, how the class is going on, whether they are able to follow, whether they have understood the session, etc. Now, what works well for us? We try, we fail, we resolve and pass. So spoken English has been amazing. It has been, we have done it for 200 residential schools in Karnataka, and we are going to expand it to all. Simulation and gamification based teaching of science, maths and English is extremely important, and that we are getting a lot of support from teachers. We are engaging educated, unemployed, poor rural women as digital DDs, and this has really boosted their energy, and teachers staying in villages for a short duration to understand the culture. And we are also collaborating with Samagra Shiksha team and the Department of Education of the states to give a scale to reach and implement this technique. So this is all that we do. So we have a Zoom connectivity. There are smart TVs installed at all the rural interaction centers. We do the classes here. It is monitored through the apps. There can be, we also put it on the YouTube digital library, and people can watch. We have a portal for online examinations and MCQs. So this is completely automated, a lot of data collected, a lot of AI put in, a lot of things to analyze how the whole effort is progressing. These are the key responsibilities. The state governments and the sponsors look at infrastructure, identify classroom, identify coordinators, meet local villagers, motivate them. From the Vidya Shakti team, we recruit teachers, we train the coordinators, we schedule classes, conduct classes, we teach, inspire, motivate, and our focus will be on analytical reasoning and spoken English. The key stakeholders, IIT Madras is the academic partner. We are the think tank. IIT Pravatak, which is a Section 8 company, does the program management. We have the Ministry of Education supporting us and the education departments of the different states. We have Open Mentor, from which Nagarajan and Shiva are there. They are the implementation partner. And IIT Madras, Open Mentor, and IIT Pravatak are the founding members of this project with Vidya Shakti. So we are also tying up with other institutions like NIT Warangal, IIIT Dharwad, NIT Trichy. They go to the alumni, they identify alumni, they go to the villages around them and basically try to see that more RICs are set up. And we have a very scalable systems. We have scaled from 5 to 2,000 and we'll be very confident to scale it up to 40,000 this academic year. So these are some of the operational challenges which hopefully will get resolved. We have power cuts, internet disruptions. These are some things that we are facing, and we are trying to address that in many remote areas. And currently, we do not have a structured campaign to get more enrollment at the state level. And now we are also trying our best to train more digital DTs and Shiksha Mitras in data entry and PC operations. Take time, as they do not have laptops, we are trying to provide laptops. So anything in this direction that any one of you can help us it will go in a big way for this program. Thank you very much.
Last but not the least, we have come in dhoti, kurta and angavastra. This is IIT Madras Convocation dress code.
Thank you.
Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Yes. So, can we answer some more questions? No questions? So, we'll talk to you later. But it's 35,000 rupees and 5,000 rupees operational expenditure per month. Thank you.
I'm sorry we couldn't do a Q&A there, even though there was clearly a lot of curiosity. Okay, we're going to move on, but thank you so much for that entire presentation that you just gave us. Okay, yeah, let's give them another round of applause. I do think that was very, very... All right. That entire presentation was about the wonderful prospects of AI's possible impact on education. And now we're going to be shifting gears entirely. So we've been looking at AI and the impacts of AI over the last few minutes, but now we're looking at something very different, a phenomenon that the modern world is witnessing today, a topic that is reshaping migration patterns globally. What we're going to be talking about in just a few seconds from now is actually reverse migration. So what does that mean? While migration has traditionally been seen as a one-way journey, so a journey typically from rural to urban or from developing to developed countries, what we're witnessing over the last few years is a seeming emerging trend. And it's a trend in which you have people returning to their places of origin, often motivated by factors that range from economic opportunities for a better quality of life to sometimes even changing global circumstances. So, joining us to break down this phenomenon with us further, I'm just going to introduce each of the guests first, and then we'll have them on the stage. We'll have Luke Coutinho, he's right there. He's an entrepreneur, he's a wellness coach, he's a lifestyle ambassador for the Fit India movement. We have Shweta Salve, she's with us too. She's an actor and an entrepreneur. And we'll have Nilesh Mishra, he's an audio storyteller, an author. He's the founder of the Gaon Connection. All three of them will be joining us. And our guest today will be in conversation with Sonal Mehrotra Kapoor. If we could have all of you on the stage.
Well, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you for listening in to these very engaging conversations that we are having. Please sit down, Luke. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you, Toya, for that introduction as well. Now, You know, for years we have spoken about how Delhi is the land of dreams. Mumbai is the place where we will go and change our life. But of late, a very quiet, different kind of migration is taking place. It's a reverse migration of sorts. These are people who are saying, I don't want to be in a traffic jam for 2 hours of my day. I want to be surrounded by trees. These are people who are saying, I don't want 10-minute delivery food orders. I rather cook my food myself. And these are people who are saying, hello, hustle culture. We are going to say bye-bye to you. So I'm very excited to have 3 people over here who are going to sort of share with us what exactly does it take to live that life, not just for themselves, financially, and for their family. So I'm quite kicked about this. Let me first go straight away to Nilesh Mishra. इनसे बात करने के पहले I have to sort of get that voice. Thankfully, my throat is sort of helping in that one, but goes down slow a little bit. Nilesh started Gaon Connection and wanted to sort of go back and leave the city life, leave a very, very thriving career to get a more quiet environment around him. I really want to understand what made you make that move. Was it a burnout point? Or was there a moment when you said, ab bahut ho gaya?
As a journalist, I had extensively covered rural India with both its challenges and its achievement, and always used to wonder, why isn't this documented? And my parents had already spent close to 40 years then running a school in a village. So my Gaon connection had been there since a very early childhood. And when I started Gaon Connection, I used to live in Bombay, and my team, the word startup was not in vogue in India at that time. This was 2009-10. I didn't know how to raise funds, so I sold my house. I'm still as foolish about these things. But I realized that it was a farce, that I would be living in Bombay and trying to create a voice for rural India. And one day I asked my wife, my wife asked me, where is home? And I still tell her, like, tum bhai ek sentence mat bola karo, duniya ulat palat ho jati hai. And that really led to us taking this decision that, okay, if that is where work is, then that is where home is. And then in 2018, of course, well into the Gaon Connection journey, we created a home there in our village, and my daughter, who was then 3 years old, and my wife asked me, signboard kya lagana hai? And I said, let's call it what we feel when we are here. Let's call it slow. So my home is called Slow. And then the slow interview started, and then this whole conversation around a slow life started, in my life. And then I realized that when I left Bombay, I thought that I've been content. I've never sought fame. I never thought I would get fame, but it happened, and then I was fairly content going back. And I thought कि एक हाईवे है और वहां से एक पगडंडी जा रही है और मैं.
But ये कैसे हो जाता है नीलेश? कैसे आप कंटेंट हो जाते हैं अपनी लाइफ से? I really want to understand the magic behind it. I really want to understand how do you sort of take that turn? Which is why I see Luke also smiling there, because Luke and I have had so many conversations earlier where I've asked him, is it even possible, the philosophy, Luke, that you talk about all the time, of living intentionally, living slow, as what Nilesh calls it, is it even possible in today's day and age, in, say, in a place like Delhi?
It's possible, and it's also mandatory. Because today most of my patients are sick because of chronic stress, sleep deprivation. So if we're not going to slow down, our bodies are going to slow us down. Disease is going to slow us down. Now, while it may be absolutely fantastic to move back to the village life, better air, connected to nature, which is what most people need, which is why we find ourselves running away from cities, weekend breaks, holidays. It's a natural sign that as human beings, we want to be connected deeper with nature. The moment we start separating ourselves from nature, that's what you term as disease. That's what you term as mental health issues and emotional health issues. People struggle to fall asleep in a city. But you go back to a village, you sleep automatically, you wake up in fewer hours, more fresher. So it is possible. It depends on our choices. And like you beautifully started off with dreams. What are our dreams? Are our dreams fueled by what we see on Instagram, venture capitalists, the world out there? Or is it really fueled on what we really want as individuals? And all of us go through that. I moved out of Goa, a village, to the city to chase a dream, which were other people's dreams. But eventually you find out that we all have to go back to nature, and the sooner that we do, the better it is. Some people manage within a city life beautifully. They learn to relax, they learn to de-stress, they learn to calm down. But we can't separate ourselves from nature.
We can't and we shouldn't. I think that's rightly put. But Shweta, how did you do this? So Shweta, for everybody who doesn't know already, I don't think it needs an introduction, has a thriving career. I'm trying to imagine your life in Bombay, surrounded, being in the spotlight, projects after projects, and one day you say, "Bas ho gaya. I want to go to Goa." And this, mind you, was before the pandemic. So again, tipping point.
So like we were having a conversation some time back that we now, when we live in Goa, we have this little term called the pre-pandemic immigrants and the post-pandemic immigrants. And we joke about it. So yes, I am one of the pre's. Well, I've spent most of my life in Mumbai, yes. I came from the film entertainment industry where everything revolved around that chaos and the thriving energy of the big city, you know, going to auditions and screen tests and the anxiety of whether did I book the job or did I not book the job. So all that kind of was something that I lived with. And something in me about 10 years ago shifted. And to be honest, I think it was very natural and organic. I was becoming a mum. And I wanted to choose a different kind of life, you know, a life which had more space, a life with more pauses, and possibilities to redefine success on my own terms, you know. So Goa happened, and it was wonderful. You know, from literally, this was supposed to be a sabbatical, which very quickly turned into reinvention. You know, being in front of the camera all the time, I started building things literally from ground up. And I'm very lucky to have a wonderful husband who supported. And with my business partner, we started a restaurant. I started a salon, curated a couple of pop-up markets, turned my creative energy towards being a creator on social media, where that became a voice. So basically experimented with new ideas just so that this could bloom into a more quieter, intentional setting. So, you know, it wasn't easy, but I felt it just came very organically. And I guess that shift was, जब आप माँ बनते हो, आप सोचना शुरू करते हो कि अच्छा ये आपकी जिंदगी थी, क्या आपको आपके बच्चे को भी यही जिंदगी देनी है? So you want to do those little changes, and hopefully things turn different. You know, in that quiet, I feel I found a louder voice. I feel.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely true. When you're bringing up a child, it sort of has a different threshold. I think more and more doctors and people in Delhi today will know this, are recommending that you leave the capital. If you want your kid to have better lungs, I can give prescription today. I can tell you to put air purifiers in your room or wear a 3M mask if required, but that's not life. If you want it to get better, leave. More and more doctors are saying this, but how many of us actually manage to do that? And, you know, something beautiful about what Shweta said and what Luke was also pointing out, that moving back, or this reverse migration in a way, makes you reset your mind about what success is, about what happiness means to you. If today I were to ask you about a change, Nilesh, कि पहले आप क्या सोचते थे और अब आपके ज़हन में क्या जाता है, the idea of success, how has that changed, staying in a remote village where you get to drop Vedahi to school every day without traffic jams?
I don't have Blinkit. I didn't have Amazon. By force, the footprint expanded to me, but I'm very happy I don't have any of those. No, I think that this is absolutely a personality type. But this is not a fringe personality type, let me tell you. So what I was saying earlier, when I moved back and when I started talking about it on social media, I used to use the hashtag life@slow, because slow घर का नाम था. मुझे लग रहा था कि एक हाईवे पे हूँ और मैं उतर गया, एक पगडंडी पे चला गया, and I'm making a lonely journey. But as it were, I turned around and there were thousands and thousands of people coming on that path. Because now there were people saying, sir, हमारी भी ज़मीन है गांव में, हम भी आपकी तरह रहना चाहते हैं. सर, हम भी move back कर गए. सर, जैसा चूल्हा आपका है, वैसा चूल्हा हमें भी चाहिए. Suddenly in 2018, when the pandemic had not happened, when this was considered foolhardy, a lot of people started telling me that this was very aspirational actually. A lot of my creative colleagues started saying, संजय मिश्रा आए स्लो इंटरव्यू में, बोले यार अगली बार मैंने अपना स्लो बना लिया है. कुमार विश्वास के मैंने अपना स्लो बना लिया है. So suddenly it started becoming doable that if this guy is managing here, and also absolutely.
I'm sure there are challenges, Nilesh. I'm sure there are challenges. I'm sure you're making choices and you're saying ये नहीं कर पाएंगे. These are things that cannot happen. You said Blinkit nahi hai, Amazon nahi hai. Keep that aside as well.
No, career-wise, I mean, so like you know, Shweta said she started a new journey there. But as a person who had plucked himself out of say Mumbai, where I was writing songs for 50 Bollywood films or the world of storytelling, it could have be seen as harakiri. But I think I use two words about our work. One is humble audacity, and one is a graceful confidence. I feel that when I chose that life, and then we put 4 cameras out there and started having conversations with film actors and sports persons, and suddenly millions of people we realized that, hey, there are millions of people for whom this is aspirational, because we were talking about that life. We were not talking about what is your next film, hey, tell me some good gossip. Those were not the conversations. The conversations were around parenting, around agriculture, around being rooted. So here, it just started, it created these little windows for people to peep in and say, I want this.
You talk about this being doable. Can I get a quick sort of show of hands on how many people sitting here in this audience actually think they can let go of their life in cities, in metros, to go back and stay in their village? Wow, I'm seeing more and more numbers go up. Wow. So you people, if you had a choice, you would let go and you would go back. Yeah? So what's holding them back is a lot of stuff. Is perhaps not knowing where my child will go to school, is perhaps not knowing what my source of income will be, is perhaps having to wait, not get 5G network maybe, and perhaps having to not, get like instant deliveries and all of that. But look, why is it so important? What I'm hearing from this is that there is a craving, but it is so hard to let go.
See, I think there are two kinds of cravings. Cravings by our conscious mind, like material things that we want in the world. And then there's an unconscious craving which our soul has. And if you look, everyone's gravitating more towards nature. Most people they crave nature because we're part of it. We're not separate from nature, like I said. So most people have that idea that they want to go back. A lot of people say, like I think in Mumbai, they have this saying that I'm resilient. I love Mumbai, which is great. But you have the same amount of people complaining about the quality of air and infrastructure and everything else. So somewhere we like to fool ourselves as human beings.
To Delhi. Whoever is complaining about Mumbai,
we're a little bit better right now. So, we'll keep Mumbai right now. No, but I want to go back to the point that you actually spoke about. Of late, our lung patients have increased 3-fold. And we actually prescribe people to change where they live. Because there is no solution. The steroids don't work anymore. And we are actually prescribing that people, if they have the ability to move out, they move out. And a lot of our lung cancer patients in Delhi and Mumbai actually move to hill stations. They move to Goa. and their recovery is so much better because they have the right environment. So it's extremely important for us to understand that most of us are craving nature in different ways. That's why we're constantly looking at holidays, and that's why you can go to New York, you can go to Paris, you can go for a city holiday, and people come back and say, oh, I need a holiday to recover from this holiday. But you go to a place where there's nature, and you just want to keep going back there over and over again. So,
is this a cyclical sort of a trend? We did see this happen during the pandemic, right? Everybody not able to pay rents, etc., went back, but so many of them did come back to the city. So what happened?
I think some companies wanted people to come back. A lot of people quit their jobs and stayed on. Because as our tech infrastructure improves in villages, like when I had to move back for the pandemic, I couldn't see patients face to face. But thanks to Zoom, everything moved online. So you could have almost everything continue. And it's a choice. Some people love the city life. And I think at different ages, you have those different feelings. But I see a lot of the youth now growing up and they crave nature and they don't want to come to cities. And that's why I hope the infrastructure improves so people have the ability to create the same success within cities from their villages as well.
Where I'm coming at also from why this is cyclical in nature and why a lot of people perhaps had to come back is that many find this conversation, I don't know if there's a nice way of saying it, a little privileged. Many would say that only those who are privileged enough to work from, say, a remote area can do so. So how does one tackle that? Shweta, I'll come to you.
Well, before that, I want to say that the fact that you see why people are coming back to cities, I feel sometimes, and especially out of friends that I know who've come, tried, and living in a smaller town, but then going back home, I guess it's that fear of being irrelevant or that fear of falling behind. यार ये slow paced life मुझे जमेगा कि नहीं जमेगा, वो जो डर है, that fear I guess is what pulls them back to the big cities. But when then they go back, they realize the quality was so much different then. Anyway, coming to that question that you asked, I honestly, can you just say that again? I was just kind of going to...
I was trying to say that not everybody can afford.
Correct.
You know,
it's not true, Sonal. You can. It's, success does not mean sitting in a boardroom and 16 hours of work. That's not how I feel. I feel you can make it. Having said that, maybe 16 hours I don't work that much, but pretty close to that. But I still find the time to come home. To have a meal with my mom, my husband, my daughter. When Arya says, Mama, Aaj, I have this project and I want to do it, I find that time to sit with her, cut those papers and pictures and stick and do that home assignment. That joy, despite of working those 14, 15 hours, even in Goa, even in a smaller town, I still manage to find that time, which I used to find difficult to do back in this big city. I mean, when I was in the big city, I wasn't a mom, I didn't have a daughter, but I still would be exhausted. Like Luke said, people need a holiday after a holiday. Is because when you're working in a big city with everything around, I used to be so exhausted, I had no time for anything. Here in Goa, I run multiple things. I have a salon, I have a restaurant, I do pop-up markets, I am creating content on social media. I am also doing a project. I'm also still acting. I haven't completely given up on that dream because at the end of the day, that is who I am. So I'm not going to let go of that. But juggling all these balls in the air, I've still managed to kind of not drop any. That joy is what never will pull me back to a big city, and I hope I never do.
That's very well said, Shweta. But I want to come to Nilesh on this point. Another challenge that comes to mind, and I'm just thinking of somebody who's listening to this conversation saying, you know what, it's been lurking behind, ये idea बहुत दिनों से आ रहा है, बहुत सोचने करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं पर कर नहीं पा रहे हैं. Because how do you manage financially, number one? And I want to go around to ask you guys this question again. For those with families, today so much of the decisions we make are for our kids. What about education? What about access for them? What about exposure? These are words everybody throws at, right? So how are you managing with your kid?
So after I moved back to my village 3 years ago, I also moved to Goa. And I now divide time between those two villages. And I moved to Goa not for regular reasons. I moved for my daughter, for her growing up, which did not have a, birthday party at the Hyatt. And
why did you choose Goa?
I evaluated everything, all the aspects, not just schooling, but the living conditions, the fact that it was a more cosmopolitan existence, the fact that, because she's grown up in a village with goats and cows. She has no sense of class. She has her friends are from the next village who gift her a radish when, they come. And suddenly in Lucknow, there were birthday parties at the Hyatt, and there were return gifts, and there were, what brand is your shoe, and that's why, of course, later the same people.
This is not even Delhi. This is Lucknow. This is Lucknow, which was too much for you. That's not even Delhi.
And I wanted, I can't protect her from this for forever, but I felt that, can I insulate her? And is there a beautiful place here, which it is, where I can still be in a village, I can still have a slow life, and of course I divide time in both places. So I made this choice for my daughter, for her. I'm not escaping pollution. this is an aspirational embracing of a slower life, and I'm living what I talk about on social. I'm taking a very, tangible step in my life, moving 1,800 kilometers away for that. So, my wife and daughter are thrilled. I just travel a lot, so I'm...
Shweta, how are you managing? You don't have FOMO for IB board now?
No, not at all. I'm a person who lives in JOMO. I love the joy of missing out on things, to be honest. It's not FOMO for me. And, strangely, we were just talking, and I just realized that you've got all three of us who have Goa connection. This has got nothing to do really with Goa.
Not intentional at all. Not intentional at all, but yeah, go ahead.
So like you asked him, why Goa? To be honest with me, I'll be honest, actually it all started with my mom and dad. This was 2014, and 2012 I got married. I bought my first home with my husband in Goa. And my mom would say, yaar, tum shaadi ke baad ya to tum Bandra mein rehti ho, ya you're traveling and you're doing events and you're away, I hardly get to see you. So I said, Mama, Dada, you know what, there's nothing really left in the city. Why don't you and Dad, and they're retired, I said, move to Goa, and I had already bought a home, so I'd already seen what it is like. I made them move first. And I said, you'll see me more, because she said, ya to tum kaam kar rahe ho, ya to tum Goa bhag jati ho. So I said, now you'll see me more. Then when I got pregnant in 2015, I was like, as a girl, I wanted to have the baby with my mom around. So I said, Mama ke saath, I'll be there, I'll pop the baby and then get back to the city. And I always say ki Arya chose her destiny. My daughter's name is Arya. And I said, she chose it because she's a Goa baby. She was born there. And we never came back. One thing led to another organically. We found the space. We started the restaurant, everything just kind of flowed. So it's not Goa, like you asked. It could have been any other place. It just happened to be there because I made my parents move. And I just feel that sometimes, like I said, success does not have to be the way we think it is, Success does not mean you have to wear a suit and sit in a boardroom. She can sometimes wear chappals, run a cafe by the beach, and redefine success on her own terms. And beautiful. I think, like I said before, in this quiet, in this slow-mo-ness, I found a slightly clearer and louder voice. And I hope I can pass this on to Arya, and I guess a lot of people over here can probably take some things out of that.
Well, hope so too, not so much. Bosses are here, everybody's watching, so let's be very mindful of that. But Luke, closing comments for those who are wondering, कि पहले भी तो लोग जाते थे. मतलब, I'm just trying to think of the time when I was growing up, a typical millennial. The dream was to be in Delhi. The dream was to get out of your town, make a name for yourself. How has it happened that in one generation, the whole thing has flipped? In just one generation, people are saying, you know what, this hustle culture is simply not worth it.
Yeah, because the hustle culture is unnatural. Anything that's unnatural, we start to resist. Anything that we resist brings stress in our life. So going back, I'll give you an example of Goa. I studied in Goa, passed out of Goa, no foreign education. I believe I've done pretty well for myself. At the end of the day, every parent has a choice. Some parents want IB schools, international schools, and that's their choice. But finally in life, it comes down to, it doesn't matter what you have or how much you have. What matters is what you do with what you have. So I think, finally, going back to what you spoke about, a privilege. While many people think it's a privilege to choose where you want to live, but health is also a privilege. Family time is a privilege. Nature is a privilege. Life is a privilege. So people define privileges as maybe that, okay, I'll have a fancy car, fancy job, and people get to choose, because at the end of the day, the bitter, ugly truth is everyone has one life. How we choose to live it, wherever we choose to stay, is finally up to us.
Bravo, bravo. Very, very well said. Closing comments. I have to ask from Shweta and Nilesh. Shweta, we'll start with you first. one thing you love about living remotely and one thing you hate about it.
One thing I love living remotely is I do it on my own terms. You know, I'm not following anybody's directions. It's me. I'm paving my own path. What do I not love about living remote? To be honest, like I said, nothing, because I'm a person who lives in Jomo. I have zero FOMO, so I love living remote.
Nilesh?
What I love is that a slow life, or slow is not a physical place for me, it's a state of mind. I'm asocial, I'm content, generally, I don't like humans. What I dislike is the odd flight connections. I woke up at 4 today. I was grumbling. I was, if there was a way to not come here, I would not have. So, yeah.
Thank you, Nilesh, for taking out the time, going through all that. Thank you so much. Nilesh Mishra, Shweta Salve, Lucatino, thank you for paving the way, for showing us a path. This has truly, truly been a pleasure. Thank you all.
When are we seeing you in Goa now, Sonal?
Soon.
Soon. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move now on from the beautiful beaches of Goa to a very, very different discussion. But we'd like to thank everyone who just joined us on stage. We're shifting focus entirely now from this to something different. After discussing that emerging trend and the profound impact it's having on our economy, on our communities, we're shifting to a different session called Her Story, Smashing the Glass Ceiling. So we're going to have with us on stage incredible women who've defied expectations, shattered barriers, and redefined success in a few different fields. We'll be hearing their stories. So they'll tell us about how they've refused to accept different kinds of limitations that were imposed on them at various stages of their life, how they've forged new paths for themselves and for future generations. Just in a few moments, we're going to have the voices of trailblazers who've smashed that ever-present glass ceiling that we talk about. And they're going to share their stories about how they continue to inspire the women around them in their lives to reach higher, push harder, and break through every boundary. Let's give a huge round of applause. I'm just going to introduce our next guests first before we do that, and then we'll have them on the stage. We have Dr. Sangeeta Reddy. She's the Joint MD of Apollo Hospitals Group. She's also the chair of G20 Empower India. We'll have them on in a second. Right after that, we'll also have Devjani Ghosh, the Distinguished Fellow of the Niti Aayog. And we're also going to have Sindhu Gangadharan. She's the chairperson of NASSCOM and the MD of SAP Labs India. And taking this conversation forward over the next few moments is Shireen Bhan. If we could now have you all onto the stage, please. Let's give them a warm round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to join you here at the Rising Bharat Summit as we talk about something that is very, very close to my heart. But at the outset, I want to tell you something that is, again, very close to my heart. I've made a promise to myself over a decade ago that when I have a conversation with women, it's not just going to be a conversation about women, for women. It is going to be a conversation that women will drive about what needs to change for the country, what women can do. So that is what we're attempting to do here with my fabulous panel this afternoon. So thank you very, very much, Sangeeta, Sindhu and Devjani, for joining us here this afternoon. Let's get the elephant out of the room first. And Sangeeta, let me start by talking to you about, the fact that we're still having a conversation about why it makes sense to have more women in the workforce, why it makes sense to bet on women, why it makes sense to prioritize the women's agenda as well. Let's get that out of the way before we talk about what India needs to do and get the women's perspective on that.
So Good afternoon, and thank you, Shireen. Why it makes sense? I think the main question is, everybody knows it makes sense. Why are we taking so long to get it done? Yeah. So I think that's really the reality of the issue. But if you take the numbers, this is an economic channel. It is, a world. 483 million women in the working age group. Their contribution to GDP is about 18%. Are they sitting at home? Are they having a good time? Are they relaxing while the husband goes to work? No, they're not. 343 million women are actually working, but in the unorganized sector, significant one of them. So I think the first and important thing is that we do not recognize and acknowledge the care economy, the work that women do at home, and therefore we've created these numbers which say 18% of GDP comes from women. What if you just quantified that and said if they had a nanny, what would they pay? And if they had a cook, what would they pay? So that's point number one. The second thing is that it is clearly identified that if these women had equal opportunity, equal pay, and an equal ability, the contribution to GDP would be over 770 billion. So there's a big enough reason for us to be sitting in this room, to be on this channel, to say we have to do more, even though your panelists were wondering why we're in this room and not in that room, Shireen. So let me be honest with you.
Only a scheduling issue, nothing more to it.
Thank you. So, but just coming back to the main point, this is serious. I've sat across the table, kitchen table from housewives who make household snacks, but didn't get a bank loan to take their business over 5 lakhs. Yeah. I've spoken to women, who have done garment businesses and grocery businesses. And, so the entrepreneurial spirit, the need to make money, the need to be relevant is all translating now into this. It is this beautiful moment in time when we can take it to the next level. And similar is, the story may be different, but the theme is the same. Yeah. Across women in the workplace, women, in jobs, women in government, women aspiring to be in leadership. So I think the big point is that there's a gap. We need to correct it on multiple levels. The potential is there, the spirit is there, and women who've been given an opportunity have made it happen.
Yes, they have, and I have 3 wonderful women who made it happen quite literally here on this panel. But Sindhu, just to take forward the many numbers that Sangeeta threw our way to bolster the case for why we need more women to participate in the economy in general. Now, I want to understand from you, from the SAP lens, the measures that you've been able to take to ensure that you do actually get closer to parity as far as the workforce is concerned, and from a NASSCOM lens as well. As you look at the tech sector today, we're talking about the disruptions on account of AI, etc. Do you believe that technology is going to be the equalizer, or do you believe technology and the fact that women usually have less access to it will widen the gap?
Yeah, first of all, Shireen, great to be here, and it's an absolute privilege to be amongst all of you phenomenal leaders. And to your question on technology and that being an equalizer, I think we are seeing the data points speak for itself, right? If I just look at women in tech today, Shireen, the numbers are already rising, right? Back in 22, we had close to 10.8% of women in the workforce when it comes to technology. And now if I look at the numbers, that's already moving up to close to 15%, right? So there's a significant rise in that. And you might think it's not too much, but it's getting there, right?
But it's a different story at the leadership level.
Yeah, and I'm coming to that. I think on the entry level, we are doing great. Also, India, from a demographic dividend as well, we have 35% of women in tech as of today. And that number is only growing. And also from a STEM numbers, right? Today, India is the largest when it comes to tech graduates, women coming out in STEM. But you're absolutely right. As these numbers go up, as these people move up the ladder, you see that what I call as a drip effect, right? People start dropping off, and women, particularly in their mid-level career points, you see a drop off, and that even more moving forward to the C-suite, you see a significant drop.
And the reason being also multifaceted, right? It's not just one size fits all, but it's really about family pressures that come up at that point in time. It's also about an absence of role models to a great extent. It's also many times organizations not having flexible policies, work culture. And lastly, I would also attribute it to women to a certain extent, because there's a lot of self-doubt as well in women, particularly when they reach specific levels, right? And this is also backed up by data.
I call it the perfection penalty.
Yeah, no, and that perfection penalty, it's proven with data, because men tend to apply to roles when they meet like 60% of the criteria, whereas women only apply to roles when they meet 200% of the criteria, right? And LinkedIn behavioral data also states that women tend to kind of not apply to roles and kind of skip out of 20% of the roles just because they don't meet some of the criteria. So a lot of things. And coming to SAP, Shireen, I mean, we also looked at data quite intensely, right? And we also saw that some years back that women, particularly in the midpoint of their careers, were dropping off. And one of the reasons, like I said, was also the young parents, right? They need to take care of their kids, and most of that pressure many times fall on the women. And so what we did is we started our saplings, which is our creche right on our campus, so that young parents could drop off their kids, feel at peace. Nursing mothers always had a chance to visit their babies and take care of them, but still have that everything what they need to thrive in the workplace, right? And this is one of the many things that we did. And today, if you just look at our numbers as well, we are shining through in terms of getting to that 50% target of women in the workforce. That's something that we are very much focused on. Also, if you look at our accelerator programs with startups, it's not just about our own women in our workforce. We're also making sure we have dedicated programs where we bring in women entrepreneurs, give them access to our technology, give them access to leaders whom they can emulate, role model. And we have a very intentional focus on also calling out and talking about women leaders in the organization. Because on one hand, you can have the greatest of policies, but if people don't have role models to look up to, that also has a challenge, right? So quite some things happening to get there, and technology, no doubt, is an equalizer.
Is an equalizer. But, you know, that's such an important point that you made there, Sindhu, about showcasing role models. And, you know, I have the deepest gratitude for Devjani Ghosh, because 15 years ago, we were on a panel together, and Devjani looked at me and she said, you know, when you look for role models in India, in the context of women, there's either Mother Teresa or Katrina Kaif. We have nothing in the middle. And that set me on a path to actually find women, showcase women across different sectors, across different industries. And that resulted in our first show called What Women Really Want. And that resulted in our big campaign, Future Female Forward. So Devjani, eternally grateful for you know, really showing us the mirror.
Shireen, you need a round of applause for doing that.
No. It's really thanks to.
But it also means we've been talking the same thing for 15 years.
Exactly, we have been. But Devjani, as you look at where we are today, I mean, as you pointed out, you know, so much has changed, but yet so little has changed as well. From a point of view of where India finds itself in the world, from a point of view of this backlash globally against now what is being sort of, you know, thrown under the bus as diversity and inclusion, do you worry that there is going to be a further setback to the cause of more women participating in the workforce?
No. And that's completely my personal point of view. But I honestly think diversity and the whole focus on diversity didn't do much for the cause of women. I think if anything, it was beginning to hurt the cause of women. We were almost being treated as someone who deserves that seat because of our gender and not because of our capabilities. And I've always fought against that. I've always stood against that. I think having a more inclusive charter to say that talent will thrive.
Yeah.
And if you have the talent, you have the capabilities, then we are not going to look at anything else. It's the best thing that can happen for women. Because what I'm convinced about is, given the opportunity to the right quality education, women will thrive. women have the mindset, they have the hunger, and the hunger is just growing. The next generations don't even need support. They are hungry, they want to make a point. Yeah. The hunger is growing. So I think we have to figure out how to move the blinkers, how to move those filters, that legacy, you know, the baggage of legacy that we carry, that mindset of judging someone based on, are you, especially at a leadership level. The reason why we don't have a lot of leaders in leadership positions is because the CEOs are all men, or mostly men, with a few exceptions that we have. And when they hire, they want to hire people who are just like them.
Exactly.
So immediately gender filter comes up. So these are real problems that need to be looked at. But I have never been a big fan of the whole diversity agenda. I've been a much bigger fan of inclusion.
No, you're absolutely right. And I'm glad that you point that out. And I think that once you start to create a culture of inclusion, and that it includes much more than just gender, it truly talks about diversity in the workforce, you can achieve many of the outcomes that we are discussing. But I want to talk about where India finds...
Just one thing I want to add to that, it should be merit-based inclusion.
Yes, of course, of course. I want to now talk about where India finds itself, and I want to get the women's perspective and the leaders' perspective on this. It's a tumultuous world. It's a volatile world where every minute there's a tweet or there's a comment that is shaking global markets. It's changing business confidence and investor sentiment. Within this milieu, you know, the opportunities that you believe India enjoys, the advantages that India should leverage on. Sangeeta, I want to start by talking to you about that. What do you believe India can do? What do you believe India should do? How should we position ourselves in this global environment?
So I think as an opening, I would say we need to continue on some of the good things we've been doing. On the women agenda, just the phrasing of the terminology of women-led development versus just women development itself was a game changer, because it showcased the ideology that women can lead society. But going on to a broader canvas, I think, like you rightly said, all of us are seeing from stock market to tariffs to a changing impact of AI, the world changing. It's very critical for us to really start thinking about what is the world we want to shape in the next 3 to 5 years. India's been playing a catch-up game. We need highways like this, we need technology like China, we need manufacturing like here, we need jobs like this. It's a beautiful time to just say, what is the new world going to look like? What are we uniquely positioned to be, to become, to shape? And that positioning is where we need to collectively go. So there's clearly self-reliance, there's clearly quality of life, there's clearly agriculture, environment and all these. But what is the future of manufacturing? What is the IP and the research? One of my biggest, worry points is that we're not investing enough in research, and that are we grounding our intellectual capital in what the world is going to look like in 3 to 5 years? So for me, that's a big one of don't play catch up anymore. Highlight the big ones. And then I must talk about healthcare, because very often we don't celebrate enough what we have.
The big wins on the healthcare front.
Big wins. The fact that, we were a health-seeking nation with people going abroad. People are coming from other countries, receiving care at 1/10 of global prices. 140 countries come to India. Are we celebrating it? Are we growing it? Are we talking about it? No, we're highlighting the fact that this costs more and, this thing. The way for every Indian to get affordable healthcare is the powerful insurance which is rolling out, is to enhance manufacturing. We have pharma on one side, which is the pharmacy of the world. Next, we need to do medical device manufacturing, bring down the cost of medical devices, grow the number of doctors. We're on a path. So let's celebrate this and use this global capability that we have enhance it and make it a revenue earner so that then we can play Robin Hood to the many who need care, which we do. We're doing already.
No, you're absolutely right. And very often this is an area that is underappreciated. It's a job creator, it's a revenue earner, and it is clearly an area, a position of strength for India, which we must leverage. The numbers are doing the talking as you speak. But Sangeeta, I want to, Debjani, come to you with what Sangeeta just said there. We need to stop playing catch up. And it comes back to this, again, this angst over R&D investment. The private sector says, we don't have the capital to do R&D investment. The government says, we're giving you the tax breaks, we've given you everything. Now you better pick up the pieces and start doing R&D investments. You've got the Commerce Minister saying that, look, stop doing food delivery and so on and so forth. Start focusing on innovation and deep tech and so on. I mean, what are we really talking about, Debjani, and how do we bridge this R&D investment conundrum?
So let's move away from the current noise. There's a lot of noise
in
all different waters, right? Because this is a way bigger problem. So let's move away from the current noise. Now, in my current role in Niti Aayog, my fun job, is to figure out the future. Not predict, but actually create the future, work towards a goal and then make sure it happens, right? And when we think about India's future, and I have a 10-year horizon that I look at, when I look at India at 2035, there are a few things that are going to be super disruptive, not just for India, but for the whole world. One, the entire tech game is changing. It's no more about what's going to happen in AI, what's going to happen in quantum, blah, blah, blah. We are entering the era of great convergence. This is where technologies are now coming together with science. So the biggest impact we are going to see is AI plus biology, AI plus physics, AI plus maths. What this convergence is doing, not going to do, but is doing, is it's completely changing the rules of the game. So we are in a position where we pretty much can figure out how do we want to play this game in the future. Because the race is just beginning. Right. The race is just beginning, and it's an infinite race. There is no end point. There is no goalpost. It'll continue to evolve. So one, there's complete disruption going on, which will impact every sector, every government, every citizen in how we live. In fact, there's nothing that it will not touch. So how do we leverage that? Two, the focus globally, if you look at geopolitics, the focus is now changing from regulation to control. So, and I think the AI Action Summit gave out a very, very clear signal, right? It's no more about regulation. It's all about who will control supply chains, tech supply chains. So you're going to see a lot of different play in export controls. US is already doing it, the US AI Diffusion Act, etc., which is most probably going to become a rule in less than a month, which is going to control who gets GPUs or not. It's already happening, right? And how much of the supply chain do you control is what's going to decide your ability, your leadership position in geopolitics. And how will that supply chain control come about? And that's the third story, which is the China story. Because China is now completely rewriting the rules of the game in terms of who controls the supply chain and how. They have decided they are not going to play catch up. They have decided they are going to completely disrupt. Look at semiconductor, where US has pretty much gone after China with respect to every single export control you can think of. You will not get access to ASML, you will not get access to NVIDIA, latest chips, blah, 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 blah. What is China doing? Last month, Peking University came out with a completely new material developed on a 2D material, completely new material for semiconductor manufacturing, not using silicon. It's based on bismuth. And it basically 40%, if it's true, the claims are true, it's 40% faster than the fastest mainstream chip today and 10% more energy efficient. They've come out with a completely new ultraviolet mechanism which says that we don't need ASML anymore. Right. So they are disrupting, and to do this has to be the India story. We have to leverage the disruptions in tech. We have to go after the supply chain control. And the only way we can improve our position in the supply chain control is to focus on disruption and not catch up. And none of this is going to be possible with our current R&D mindset. And I'm saying mindset. I'm not even saying investment. Because even with the current R&D mindset, if you pump in billions of dollars, we will still not show outcome.
No, so this is what I want to get into, this R&D mindset that you speak of. And Sindhu, let me bring you into the conversation as well. Because, you know, one of the big positives of the India story over the last decade has been the global capability centers, the GCCs. Everybody's talking about them, whether it's Microsoft or any company at this point in time. You know, the largest base outside of their home bases are sitting here in India, and it's actually IP that is being done here in India, so it is being developed in India. So there's not an intellectual capital perspective. Then what is the issue? If we seem to have the R&D mindset to do GCCs, why don't we have the R&D mindset to do India-driven IP?
Yeah, I think I love what Debjani said, right, in terms of focus. But I think the thought process, Shireen, is how do we bring this mindset right into education systems? Because yes, we are all able to do it. I mean, just take SAP as an example. 25% of the patents that come out of SAP globally come out of India, right? Now, so which means the people are able to do it, generate IP. And to your point, Debjani, on how China comes in and comes up with this very unique ways in developing technology, I think there's also a time for us to reflect upon our education system. How are we training the young minds to go out there, become the problem solvers of the future? Design thinking, problem solving, not looking at how do we apply technology to a problem, right? And it's not just about who's the best Python programmer or who can be a full stack developer. All that is important. Technology is important. But how do you step back, look at problems? How do you design for scale? And this is the mindset that we are trying to change, and we have to change if we get to solve all, if we want to drive that kind of IP creation at scale, not just for the world, but for solving the problems in India. And this is also why that strong collaboration between the industry, between the government, between the education needs to be fostered much, much more. We need to go to the schools, look at how are we applying technology for real world problems and make them understand what it is when we talk about business problems. And I'm absolutely confident if we bring that right into the education system, there's going to be all of those points, what you said, we can thrive with that. There's no doubt about that. But that needs to be a very strong, focused effort across all parties.
Absolutely. With all hands on deck and all stakeholders on board, it cannot be done in silos. But, you know, the comment that I get very often is, why is it that only the men are asked to future cast for India? Well, no, ladies and gentlemen, the men are not going to be asked to future cast. The leaders here on this panel are going to be asked to future cast for India. Sangeeta, you gave us one big engine of growth, which is, of course, healthcare services. Heal in India is a mission that's been launched by the government. And I know something very interesting that you're doing at Apollo, to Debjani's point of trying to converge medicine and our medicine capabilities with AI. You've got the Apollo engine that you've set up, AI engine that you've set up, and you're driving forward. A, run us through that, but B, also talk to us about what you believe the next 5 to 10 years could potentially look like for India.
So first, I think so much of what Apollo does is driven by this passion or this vision to bring affordable, accessible healthcare within the reach of everyone. And there is a constraint of human resources, so there is a constraint of knowledge, and knowledge is growing faster than we can even keep track of. So we tried to converge artificial intelligence, the knowledge that our doctors have had, the huge database of patients we've treated, and build two very important engines. The first one is Ask Apollo, so that a public who is inundated with things from Instagram, you know, eat cinnamon, do this, do that, this works, Ackermansia, all kinds of stuff. Who is your credible voice to enable? And the reason to empower people is because 70% of deaths in the modern world are happening because of non-communicable disease, which are caused by lifestyle, which are within the power of the human being to control. So if you have the right knowledge, if you're doing the right things, you can reduce the burden of disease. Therefore, please get credible knowledge, do lifestyle modification, do appropriate behavior practices, whether it's blood pressure or, cholesterol or 100 things that I won't go into. But the fact is, we want to empower people, and AI can help. The second one is a clinical intelligence engine, which goes to help doctors choose the right antibiotics so that we're not misusing antibiotics, get into the right cancer protocol so that we're not missing the opportunity of immunotherapy. So these are the two things that we've built. But coming back to this future and where are we, seeing where this can go. So number one, 3 things, and I've said this before, but it still remains powerful and relevant. Biology. Because we've understood biology, you know who has the propensity to a disease. We cannot screen 1.4 million people, but an AI-enabled health risk score will take out vulnerable populations, screen those, and avert a crisis before it happens. So using knowledge of biology, using bytes and computation, our imaging mechanisms are getting better and better. You can go into a 5-minute, 7-minute, 20-minute MRI and figure out whether you have cancer, whether you have cardiac problem. So imaging, because of the power of computation and bytes. And the third is bandwidth. The healthcare I speak about is not just for urban areas. It's not for people who have moved to Goa because they want to, but it's for every small rural community.
Yes.
And that comes to them because of bandwidth and connectivity. And the combination of these 3 is reshaping healthcare. So this is the convergence that Debjani was talking about, but this is going to happen in every single area.
Yeah.
But I do need to flip back 1 minute because as much as we can do over there, there is a need for a care economy. And the care economy is an empowered, most likely women who are respected, trained, connected through their mobile phone to the knowledge, and therefore get paid for their role in the care economy.
Absolutely.
That could be transformational to the core agenda we began with of women's contribution to the economy. So if we think through this ability to use technology, take real world problems, not just build for bubbles of the city, but really for the ocean of humanity that India is. We will emerge. And just my last one, because I don't want to miss this opportunity, that during G20, we created a product which was labeled as India's gift to women of the world, which is tech equity.
Yes.
Build equity through technology access. This is free. This is in 120 languages. It's built for 5 different personas. Please spread tech equity to every woman you know, because they deserve that skill and knowledge.
They absolutely do, and kudos to you and the team that was driving G20 Empower. But Debjani, future casting with Debjani Ghosh.
I'm ready for this one.
Are you never, you're ready for everything, Debjani. I've never seen you not ready.
No, this is what I do in my sleep now, future casting India. So 3 things. 3 things that we absolutely have to get right. First, we have to figure out our R&D play so that we can lead in this AI plus era of convergence. And within that, I think there are 3 specific areas which is absolutely a must do if we want to get higher supply chain control. First, AI plus bio. This is going to change life sciences as we know it. This is about going down to the protein structure, which is the foundational building block of life, and then figuring out how you can play with that, right? We have to get that right, from finding cures to diseases to finding new materials. Related, the second area under convergence we have to get right is advanced materials. The material science is changing so drastically with AI. We can find, if we want to catch up, you can't catch up, but if we want to disrupt the semicon play, this is one of the biggest opportunities. What China did, we can also do, because there's just so much more room in that game. And the third area is quantum, where we are going to have so much impact from a security perspective, national security perspective. We cannot be at the receiving end of that. We have to be the innovators. So these are the 3 focus areas under convergence. The second area, renewable energy. Energy is going to be the only thing that will limit the efficiency of export controls. because today's technology is so energy hungry. So you can put all the export controls you want, but if you don't have the energy, you will not be able to contain it. So if we can build and I think we are in a strong position there. If we can build energy, renewable energy connected to the grid, and be a leader there and make it the most cost affordable solution in the world. And that's one thing we should take away from China. We really should go after that.
In fact, we have our next panelist is going to talk exactly about that. He's going to talk exactly about that.
That's a big one. And the third one is a little different. But I do believe that the current tech model is majorly messed up. What we've done is, within the tech framework, we've put AI or technology at the center of the framework. So it's all about increasing its power, going after AGI. Somebody's screaming. I hope he agrees with me. But, it's going after AGI, and everything that happens, it's a side effect. If it kills human, okay, let's figure out the regulation so it can't, We have to now change the model, and we have to take technology from the center and put the humans back in the center. So that whatever you do with technology, you do it only if it's good for humans. And I strongly believe this is the one place where there's no country better placed than India to drive this new narrative and new model. So those are my three things.
And those are very powerful three things. And how many times have we been in rooms where the men are still trying to talk over us, and nothing is very different here. But Sindhu, I'll give you the final say. Future casting with Sindhu Gangadharan.
Well, I think to add to everything what Debjani said, I would say, first of all of us in this room have a role to play, right, in taking everything what Debjani said forward. So, and that goes back to our first point, what we said, make sure that we build an inclusive environment. Because for us to thrive, we have to make sure everybody in the system can move forward, right? I mean, if you want to solve the problems of tomorrow with technology, just make sure that each one of you in your individual roles has, when you're sitting here, it's already a big thing, right? And give the opportunity for people who can move forward. The second thing I'll go back to is definitely strengthening education, because I think if you're looking at the future of India and the future of the world, it all boils down to how we raise and bring up our young talent. And I think that is front and center for me, and I think it has to be for all of us, to make sure that we bring in the bright minds, educate them in the right way, in a very inclusive way, so that we don't have to sit in panels like this to talk about inclusion and why it is important and why diverse minds are needed to build some of the phenomenal products that serve very diverse consumers out there. And last but not least, I'd say the power of technology, right? I mean, let's not forget it. There are so many challenges that we are, even going back to the question that you started off with, how do we ensure that women are at the table? Today, we can use technology to really illuminate, build the transparency. You have AI to crunch through completely complex data sets to come up with those data points. So use technology to your advantage. Don't sit there and say, I don't know what's going on, but use technology. There's tons of technology out there, but use it in the right way to address, be aware, and drive change.
Well, ladies, yes, go ahead, Sangeeta.
So I'm just going to add, one thing to this, that all these are critical. There's technology, there's research, there's environment, there's this thing. The one thing that India continues to hold is this superpower of being good. There's somewhere this thing, we were never an aggressor, we are an acceptable denominator across. In a way, I think we're the Switzerland of the modern world. So we need to hold on to that, because we enhance our value system. I'm really trying to talk over this guy, because the voice of the power of value is sometimes getting lost.
Yes.
And it's not just in a highly materialistic world. People are committing suicide over the stock market, but they're not committing suicide over the loss of value system. And even if they do, people are not putting it in their headlines. So I think the importance to protect a value system in the world is as important as everything else we're talking about.
I couldn't have asked for a more appropriate closing here. Ladies and gentlemen, as is very, very evident, the future is ours to take. And as Sindhu, Sangeeta Reddy and Devjani pointed out, if you want a seat at the table, then perhaps we just have to build a longer table. Ladies, many, many thanks for joining us here on the program. Thank you very, very much for joining us here at the Rising Bharat Summit. It's always a pleasure to have you join us. Thank you very much indeed.
वाकई में नारी शक्ति का ये सबसे पावरफुल सेशन था। एक बार फिर से जोरदार तालियां इस बेहतरीन सेशन के लिए। वैसे कहते हैं कि नारी शक्ति सिर्फ एक विचार नहीं है, एक क्रांति है, और इस मंच पर आज यही क्रांति हमने देखी है। मूविंग फॉरवर्ड, आगे बढ़ते हैं और अब हम फोकस करते हैं एक ऐसे मुद्दे पर जो हमसे और आपसे जुड़ा हुआ है। जैसे जैसे दुनिया क्लीन और ग्रीन एनर्जी की तरफ पिवट कर रही है, वैसे ही कुछ कंपनियां हैं जो इस ट्रांजिशन के फोर फ्रंट पर खड़ी हैं। उनमें से एक है विक्रम सोलर। जी हां, उनका सफर और इनोवेटिव अप्रोच रीन्यूएबल एनर्जी की फील्ड में सिर्फ सोलर पैनल्स बनाने तक सीमित नहीं है। यह है ग्लोबल एनर्जी फ्यूचर को शेप करने का मिशन। और इस सेशन के जरिए हम जानेंगे कि कैसे, जी हां, कैसे विक्रम सोलर कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हैं ग्लोबल क्लीन एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन में, क्लाइमेट चेंज के खिलाफ मिशन का हिस्सा बनकर और एक सस्टेनेबल लो कार्बन फ्यूचर क्रिएट करने में मदद करने, नॉट जस्ट फॉर अस बट फॉर जनरेशंस टू कम। तो चलिए एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत कीजिए, वेलकम करते हैं मिस्टर ज्ञानेश चौधरी, चेयरमैन एंड एमडी विक्रम सोलर। May I also invite Sonal Mehrotra Kapoor on stage to take the conversation forward. Welcome, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I know this is the last one before lunch and everybody wants to sort of rush in, grab a bite, but I promise to make it engaging. I promise to make it about something that you will take away and talk about over your lunch with your new people and connection that you hope to make here at Rising Bharat. So lovely to have you here. I think when we talk about solar energy in India, the past couple of years, the past decade itself has seen a transformative journey. Our understanding of solar, our capacity for solar, our adoption of solar has grown to potential, really great heights. And if I'm quoting the UN climate chief there, he's called India a solar powerhouse. What does this mean for the future of the industry today?
Thank you, Sonal, for having me today. I think for me personally, I've lived solar for the last over 2 decades. It's been a passion project. All the other stuff, the success, the industry taking a significant shape happened much later. I think what solar means for India is far too many things. Apart from it being at the center stage and the heart and mind of our Honorable Prime Minister, right from the days when he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, to bringing all of that to central policies and initiatives. What we've seen is 5 things. I'll give you 5 numbers, so to speak. India was the first country, one of the first countries to sign the Paris Climate Accord. Number 2, India now has 2x of nuclear energy than it had 1 decade ago. Number 3, India is the 3rd largest deployer of solar energy. Number 4, India is the 4th largest deployer of wind energy. Number 5, India is the 5th largest deployer of hydro energy. So just taking all the top spots globally and being where we are in India and knowing the appetite, it seems like we're just getting started.
It's lovely that you've quoted the top 5 points. India is scoring so well there. So it's a good time for me to sort of bring in what's perhaps not going so well, which is battery storage, which is about understanding how critical it's become not just to generate solar power, but to store it. What do you think is standing in our way today?
Actually, nothing. I think energy storage, battery energy storage is where solar was probably a couple of decades ago. The technology has matured, costs have come down significantly. Why battery storage is important? I think the sun doesn't stay where it is throughout the day. So typically we look at solar as supplement load. When we incorporate energy storage in a significant way onto the grid, we see that we can do so much more with renewable energy than we would previously be able to do. And that's why energy storage is so much more important today, knowing that India has phenomenal ambitions to deploy renewable energy onto the grid. As far as energy storage is concerned, the technology has taken leaps and bounds of transformation. Now we have, generally...
I apologize for that disruption.
That's okay.
I think there's a leak that's happening on stage. If I can request the production queue to sort of fix that, please. I think there's a leak of audio happening right on top of where we are sitting. So if you can just take care of that, that would be really lovely. If
the power-packed women on the stage earlier could not handle this, I certainly can't do it.
Let's shut their power off then, huh?
Yes,
Just power it off.
We need more power, not less. In general, you deal with a lot of youth. Your content attracts a lot of youth. Your narrative, your subjects are very, very attractive to youth. And the youth today wants 3 things: bigger, better, faster, right? Energy storage, like what solar did, energy storage provides all of that today. There is better storage, there is more condensed, more energy out of smaller form factors. There is fast charging, and there is better for the environment and better for overall, longevity. So all of this has transpired recently. As we see the cost curves coming down, we see the adoption of energy going through the roof. If you look at China has close to 80 gigawatt of battery storage already deployed. US has over 25 gigawatt, and India is sitting with insignificant capacities today. So the importance of energy storage and the deployment plan holds great importance, and we see this going up to 30, 40 gigawatt in the next years.
Right. So, this is a great, you brought in youth, so sort of let me pivot to that. This has been a great sector for youth energies to come in, to find solutions, not just in innovation, but adoption, be more vocal about it as well. I would love to understand what Vikram Solar is doing at this point to stay at the forefront of this conversation on solar.
I was here for your previous sessions with Shweta and Luke, and I was fascinated by some things Shweta said that, not FOMO, JOMO. I think the youth today is far more inclined towards, living for themselves, and not in a bad way, in a very good way. And I think climate change is such an important subject which attracts the youth, not at the, at a college level, but also at the school level, at the primary school and secondary school level, and rightly so. So this becomes a very important narrative to carry forward. Simple things like, garbage segregation, simple things like, switching off your fan when you step out of the room. I think India in general is a very frugal society. We're not one to waste food on the table. I'm sure your mom never allowed you to, waste food. Neither did mine. So all of this cumulatively brings about a lot of importance towards energy. When we say, roti, kapda or makan, the fourth is energy. Because without that, none of the apps would work. No data centers would work. No AI would work. So it becomes very relevant for us to educate the youth, bring them on board with some of these important concepts of not just generation, but conservation. And I think solar goes out a long way to kind of educate and bring all of these promised narratives into the mainstream.
But is there a need perhaps then to upskill the next generation as well? You're right, their understanding of solar is very different. They've been born, they've been brought up where even being energy wise is cool, so to say. So, but is there a way in which they can upskill it and contribute perhaps even better?
A lot of initiatives are happening. I think NICE from the Government of India has got the Surya Mitra scheme, where they're bringing various vocational training to the mainstream and empowering the youth and the workforce to come onto the solar bandwagon. We have seen a lot of other skill development council schemes which are bringing all of these changes. But not nearly enough. I think we need to do far greater, far more. If we see the manufacturing landscape of solar, we have taken leaps and bounds of progress, wherein we were less than 10 gigawatt manufacturer just a couple of years ago. Today we boast in excess of 50 gigawatt of manufacturing, which caters to the entire solar deployment in India. But this requires a lot of manpower, and enough and more training is required.
Recently Nandan Nilekani actually suggested that energy could become India's next UPI moment. Now it sounds like a great headline I would love to put out, but the challenges are plenty. What I want to understand from you is what's holding the energy sector to become the fintech story of India?
I could go on about this. I'll give you 3 Ds. Decentralized, demonetized, and dematerialized. I think, and this is more of a blue sky sort of a thought process that I have nurtured, and I think Mr. Nilekani has really hit the nail. We're working on some of the projects together also with our digital arm called Wiki AI. But what does this mean? What do the 3 Ds mean? Basically, my understanding of the future of energy is it's going to be demonetized, where you won't be paying for energy like you don't pay for air. Dematerialized, you obviously don't see energy, but you won't have to necessarily invest yourself in buying a diesel generator or buying a battery or buying a solar plant on top of your roof if you don't have to. And decentralized, it's going to be everywhere. Every single rooftop, every single location is going to be generating energy. And all of this will be transactional through the way we see UPI. I'm happy to say that we're working on a UEI, which Universal Energy Interface. So a lot of things are happening, which...
You mean like an interface where energy can be traded?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And wouldn't that be amazing? Like you have a party, Sonal, in your house and you need more energy. I have extra and I transfer that to you through the UEI interface. Wouldn't that be amazing?
Wouldn't that make for a really beautiful world? I actually will have to be really nice to my neighbor and vice versa.
Always be nice to thy neighbor.
Yeah, but I'm trying to understand how can companies like yours, how can Vikram Solar actually help in ensuring that this sort of fintech dream is realized sooner rather than later? We were talking earlier, and you started well, ahead of the curve. 2005, there was very little knowledge, let alone advocacy or even acknowledgement, adoption of solar. But from then to now, what do you think lies as a challenge ahead of you? Where are you seeing taking it forward, say, for the next 5 years? What's the battle there?
So, reminds me of some of the reasons why I got into solar. Firstly, my grandfather, who's no more, he kind of set some ground rules for us that there are some businesses that as a family you would do and some businesses you won't do. And what you would do is, things that are good for the human body, good for environment, and this I'm talking about 60, 70 years ago. These guys knew so much more than we ever know today. So the foundation in the mind was laid back then. But believe it or not, I started with setting up a steel plant. I would walk into the plant wearing a white shirt and come out with black. And that made me feel sick.
That's the other end of the spectrum.
Exactly. And I'm talking 2001 to 25 years ago. So that didn't resonate with me. And soon I started researching and figuring out. And my father was a very big driver for this to be much ahead of the times. And stumbled upon solar technology and decided to get started with it. This is back early in 2005-06. And it was tough. Nobody knew what solar was in general. The basic explanations had to be, okay, this is the sun and this is the solar panel and this is how energy translates. But from that journey, from then to now, the conversations have far, far improved. Solar energy is mainstream. Everyone knows about it. Everyone wants to invest in it. And as I said, because India is a frugal economy, the cost curves have come down by 85%, which makes it affordable also.
It does make it affordable. How convenient is perhaps the question. But you did bring up the issue in your 3 Ds earlier of decentralized, which is often a cause of debate in the sector as well. We have seen that large-scale grid-connected plants versus the decentralized rooftop solar solution. There is a massive divide between which side to really sort of proceed with. What is your view?
I think we need both. For India, which is on a fast pace of growth and development, we see 3 to 4% of additional energy plugging into the grid needed by the consumers every year. I don't see these numbers anywhere else in the world. And that goes out to say that India is a fast-paced growing nation which needs all this energy. To expect all of it to come from solar or purely renewable sources would not be possible, not at the moment. But certainly we are aiming to be at least 50% of the overall India energy requirement.
Right, so you're saying somewhere of a balance is what is required. Before I wrap this up, I have to ask you, I think the problem at a macro level with India at the moment, and since Rising Bharat this year is about youthful aspirations, let me sort of plug that in. Everybody wants to do right. Everybody wants to ensure that they have that solar power. They are conscious about the environment, want to do the right thing. It's a question of not what they want to do, but how. Is there a tip that you can share with industry leaders, people, etc., on how to actually bridge that gap? Today, I believe that if you were to, that's why UPI is such an exciting example, because if you did give people that tool in their hand, they would use it. But what's keeping us from that, and perhaps what can be done to ensure that that gap is bridged?
I think a lot of it has to do with choices we make. Every day we are making choices: what to wear, what to eat, where to go, which friends to make, what car to drive. I think this is also a choice, and if we choose to be on the right side of history, where we are a part of this movement called climate change and climate action, or we want to be on the other side where we are okay with whatever's going on. If you see, the most talked about subject the day after a natural calamity is climate change. But the day after that, it's probably Kim Kardashian or something else. So people move on. I think that needs to change. We need to be more conscientious of what we receive from the environment, and at least if we don't give back, we don't pollute it for the next generation. And I think I, being a climate enthusiast for as long as I can think of, I dream, sleep, eat this.
Great. Here's hoping that your dreaming, sleeping, and eating of all this enthusiasm has sort of percolated down through your work as well. Thank you so much for being here with us and sharing
Thanks,
your
Sonal.
story. Yeah, thank you.
वाकई में क्लाइमेट चेंज, ग्रीन एनर्जी हमारे लिए एक बहुत ही संवेदनशील मुद्दा है. इस पर चर्चा की. थैंक यू सो मच मिस्टर चौधरी एंड सोनल फॉर सच एन एनलाइटनिंग सेशन. वक्त एक छोटे से विराम का है, एक ब्रेक का है. हमारा फर्स्ट सेशन जो है समिट का वो खत्म हो गया है. यहाँ पर एक छोटे से ब्रेक के लिए हम रुकेंगे.
Hello, good afternoon. A very, very warm welcome to all of you at Rising Bharat this afternoon. Rising Bharat is a two-day summit that promises to be nothing short of transformative. It's an absolute honor to have you all here as we embark on an exciting journey of dialogue, of innovation, and of collaboration. Joining us for this discussion that we're going to have in a few seconds from now is Rajana Nandan. He's the MD of Peak XP Partners. We're also going to have with us on stage Satya Chakravarti. He's the founder, the CEO and CTO of the eClean Co. He's also a professor of aerospace engineering at IIT Madras. They're going to be joining us in a second, and with them on stage is going to be Chandra Srikanth. Chandra, the floor is all yours.
Please welcome Rajan Anandan from Peak 15 Partners. Rajan, one of India's best-known VCs, investors. And pleasure to welcome Professor Satya Chakravarti all the way from IIT Madras, who's not just a professor but the founder of 6 deep tech startups, including the likes of ePlane and Agnikul Cosmos. A huge round of applause for both of them. And it's wonderful to have the head of IIT Madras, Mr. Professor Kamakoti, here as well. So a nice little reunion here in the national capital. Right, thank you so much, Rajan and Professor Satya. You know, just a few days ago, Minister Piyush Goyal made this comment about India's deep tech ecosystem, how we're spending entrepreneurial energy on building hyperlocal apps, fancy ice creams and cookies. But Professor Chakravarti here is an example that we also have very good deep tech entrepreneurship in India. So huge round of applause for that. So don't get disheartened that there's no deep tech innovation happening. It's very much happening. But before I get to that, I want to get both your thoughts, Rajan and Professor Satya. What is your own sense about the deep tech ecosystem in India? Where are we? Where should we be? What will get us there? Rajan, maybe you can start, or Professor Satya, you can start and Rajan can join.
Okay, so I think we need to actually look at this particular debate that the Honorable Minister Piyush Goyal kind of kicked off. Two things. One, I think, judging by just the number of messages that I get on my LinkedIn asking me to mentor students in different colleges to do their deep tech entrepreneurship, which I used to actually very effectively do earlier. And in fact, at the NCCRD, the National Center for Combustion R&D that we have at IIT Madras, we have harbored, for example, Nutrace, which was actually a LinkedIn Connect, and we got them to do the hydrogen evolution experiments before they could get funded, and I then positioned them to, I think Peak 15, right, as well as other investors and so on. We have Neurostellar that's actually going through that now, Tutor Hyperloop that's going through that now, and so on. In fact, Agnikul Cosmos themselves were actually just doing a cold call on me to say, hey, is it possible for you to support me and support us? And then they said, sure, why not? So I used to do that very effectively, but I'm not able to do that because the number of such messages is now exploding. So on the one side, we clearly see that there are students from all across the country, not just the IITs or any other so-called reputed institutions, but it doesn't matter what the institution is that they are from. They're all out there wanting to actually do this, raring to go. This is on the one side of the story. The other side that you have to actually look at is, what are we actually comparing with? We are comparing with China in that particular debate. And China definitely has, in the last 10 to 20 years, gone leaps and bounds ahead of the rest of the world. It's not just about getting on par with the West. They've actually gone well past the West.
Right.
Right? So are we there? The point is we are not yet there. But are we getting there? The answer is yes, because what are we talking about is what we call as exponential technologies. So in exponential technologies, we are actually at the lower end of this bend, right? I am particularly optimistic that by the end of this decade, we will actually see for sure that there will be a huge amount of work that happens in deep tech that's a lot more visible, and we will not really have this debate anymore. And we will know that it's actually a matter of time, and it's actually about when rather than if. And I seriously think that that's going to happen in the next 5 to 6 years.
That's good to hear that we will get there, and end of this decade is not too far away. It's, 5 years, give or take. But, Rajan, give us your perspective as an investor. I remember asking Vinod Khosla, who backed OpenAI, about this a couple of years ago. Why are we not seeing so much action around deep tech in India? And he said investors in India have been very cautious because they prioritize revenues over asset creation. They are obsessed with returns and spreadsheets, rather than creating deep tech assets. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, let me get to that in a second. I think given the debate the healthy debate that is raging, Chandra, I think it's important to start with India today has an extraordinarily vibrant startup ecosystem, right? And I can confidently say we have the most broad-based innovation ecosystem in the world, right? Everything from new consumer brands, travel, gaming, healthcare, financial services, AI, deep tech, right? If you look at the US today, we spoke about this about a year ago when we chatted. It's really about AI. If you go to Silicon Valley today, if you're building a company that is not an AI company, it is highly unlikely you won't get funded. Whereas in India, it couldn't be any different, right? Whereas China has, for their national priorities said, we're going to only focus on deep tech, right? Which is semiconductors, EVs, and so on and so forth. So India is actually the country today where we are seeing this broad spectrum and innovation, right? And if you look at areas like, let's look at fintech and digital payments. We're the world leader in digital payments today. There's no question, right? I can confidently say that you can put our fintech founders against the best in the world, and they're better, right? Why? Because we have a large ecosystem. I remember 2015, looking at the top 100 countries on digital payments, India was not on the list. Today, we have 55% of real-time digital payments, right? So I wanted to start with that because sometimes we don't talk about what it is we have going on at scale, right? So similarly, consumer commerce, by the way, to deliver something in 10 minutes in India, in the most traffic-dense cities on planet Earth, is really hard. Anybody who says that that is not an innovation, please go try it. Try to build the infrastructure. It's really hard, right? So I think we should acknowledge that we have this extraordinary innovation that's happening in every sector, right? Agri-tech, brands, financial services, travel is exploding. Now, moving to deep tech, I completely agree with Professor. Look, it's still very early days. Look, basically, Flipkart was founded in 2009.
Yeah.
It was about 2015 when e-commerce really began to happen, right? And it's now that we are seeing, really new to the world innovations, right? Quick commerce is an Indian innovation. Quick commerce doesn't exist anywhere else.
And it hasn't worked in other parts of the world.
Has not worked anywhere else in the world, right? So that's pretty remarkable, right? To have a world-first innovation in e-commerce, which is quick commerce. So what we are seeing now is we are probably 5, 6, maybe 7 years into this journey, and Professor and IIT Madras team can talk more about that. But it's definitely happening, right? And I think just give you a sense of our portfolio, we were actually very fortunate to invest in Nutrace, and it's a great story. They actually literally cold called him. Then they went there, they used their labs, they worked there for a while, then they came back to Bangalore. In fact, last year, was it last year or the year before, we invested in our first two semiconductor startups. Both came out of IIT Madras, Incore and Nutrace, right? So whether it's space, whether it's energy, whether it's renewables, whether it's semiconductors, in each of these areas. Actually, this morning I was with Pawan Goenka, who's now leading InSpace.
InSpace.
Pawan said that now we have over 200 space tech startups. IIT Madras Board of Governors. All roads lead to IIT Madras. Right? 7 years ago, Chandra, there were like 2 or 3 space tech startups. So we've gone from having 2 or 3 space tech startups to having over 200 space tech startups. So it is beginning to happen. I think it's very exciting. If you look at AI, for instance, I'm sure we'll talk about AI, right? Just in our firm, Peak 15, we have over 40 AI investments. I think last time when we spoke, I had half of that.
Across the tech stack,
across the tech stack, right? And we can talk about that. So look, it is happening, right? Whether it's AI, whether it's semiconductors, whether it's space, whether it's energy, whether it's transport, advanced manufacturing, and so on. Now to the question that you asked. Look, we as a firm, I'll give you just one firm, okay? And there are many very, very good firms in India, investing firms. We invest across. We invest from idea through IPO. At idea stage, when we invest, most times there's not even a line of code written, let alone like revenue, product. Look, I haven't looked at an Excel spreadsheet since I left McKinsey, and that was a really long time ago. You know, because then I went to Google and Microsoft and all these places. So look, basically, I think that is absolutely not correct. I think what India needs, and I'll wrap with this and we'll spend more about this, is we need a lot more resources going into R&D. Right? If you look at India's R&D as a percentage of GDP, we're at 0.65%.
0.5,
US is at 3.5%, and China is at 2.5%. Israel, and by the way, both those economies are orders of magnitude larger, right? 17, 18 trillion, 2.5%, do the math. 27 trillion US GDP, 3.5%, do the math. I mean, you're talking about 20, 30, 50 times more resources being spent on R&D. And Israel, a country with 8 million people, spends more on R&D than India. Okay, so just to give you a context of how much more we need to do. So in terms of what needs to happen, many things need to happen. But one thing that needs to happen, we need to invest a lot more private sector R&D. We need to invest a lot more in academia. We need to invest a lot more in our research labs and so on. So that's one. And then second, of course, that will then lead to more ideas, you know, more big ideas that come out. There'll be more capital that come out. I think the 1 lakh crore R&D, private sector R&D corpus that the government has set aside, 20,000 crores of that has been sanctioned to DST. I think these are really interesting moves. So what I would say with deep tech is, look, the train has left the station. For Indian startup ecosystem, this is the final frontier. And we are well on our way. So I'm totally with Professor that, look, over the next 5 years, we'll start seeing the first set of big companies come up. And much like, look, it took us a decade, okay, to go from, in fintech, Chandra, we should keep this in mind. Fintech is no small thing. It took us a decade to go from not being in the top 100 companies in the world to being the undisputed number one. Undisputed. And by the way, we did that. This is really important. We did that with real innovation. UPI is based on open source. There is no other country in the world that has a payment rails, that has zero MDR. And by the way, what you will see in India is our innovators, our entities, right, whether it's large companies, small companies, governments, academia, really come up with very, very different ways to do things because we have to cater to population scale, right? I mean, you'll see this in industry after industry after industry.
Right. Just a quick follow-up question, Rajan, and all points, I completely agree that we should kind of zoom out, take the glass half full view, because where we've come in fintech is incredible. We completely leapfrogged from cash to UPI. But, one will still ask, why don't we have a world-beating product or a tech platform from India? Earlier there was this notion that capital is a constraint, but then you have DeepSeek in China saying that they managed to build a foundational model at a fraction of what OpenAI spent, and they managed to give every single foundational model in the valley a run for their money. So when we have the tech talent, the ingredients, why are we not able to execute that? I mean, hopefully we will see that happen because the government is now serious about, picking and funding foundational models from India. Why can't we do that? And why can't we do what a BYD managed to do to Tesla? Again, there I agree, the government heavily supported them with subsidies and so on. But what is stopping us from creating these world-beating products? We often end up with mental models of the West, at least when it comes to consumer apps.
No, but I think that is where, Chandra, that is such an outdated statement. Show me another payments company that looks like PhonePe. Show me another payments company in the world that looks like Paytm. There are none, because UPI doesn't exist anywhere in the world. But you're right. Why is PhonePe not gone global? Because UPI doesn't exist. As UPI travels around the world, I think we'll begin to see that, right? Show me another company that looks like Blinkit. There is none. So I think this thing about we're copycats, it's such an outdated idea. That was true a decade ago. Maybe it was true 4 or 5 years ago. But today I can point you to dozens of Indian consumer companies that are truly India-first innovations. A company called Srimandar. It's extraordinary. Nothing like this, I don't think, will ever exist anywhere else in the world because it's building to India's unique needs, right? Now, in terms of why have we not had, let's say, a deep seek, right? Firstly, we should keep in mind we are still very early in the game, okay? IT services, Infosys was founded 1983.
Yeah.
Right? So we are what? 93, 2003. We're 42 years in. 42 years in after Infosys was founded, 2 of the top 5 IT services companies in the world are Indian, TCS and Infosys, and 5 out of the top 10. Okay? If you look at AI, the ChatGPT moment was 2.5 years ago.
Yeah.
Right? And we are already saying, how come we don't have the world's best? What I can tell you, by the way, all roads lead to IIT Madras. Sarvam, by the end of this year, or one of the other companies will have the best performant, lowest cost Indic language models by far. That's a guarantee. Because, we are on, so it just takes time, right? We can't wake up and say, hey, how come we haven't had it? China has, the amount of dollars that the Chinese government has invested in mobility, in solar. They are, as large as our economy, right? Over a period of 20 years, they have invested more dollars than the size of the Indian economy in some of these critical sectors. And they can do that because they have an economy that's 17 trillion and we're, soon going to be 4 trillion. So what I would say is, look, we should keep in mind that we have extraordinary talent. We have shown in sector after sector. By the way, I don't know how many of you tried to use a mobile phone in New York City. It's very hard to get data connections, right? Everybody has great mobile connections in India, right? So you can go on sector after sector. We are basically, I always have this saying, right? We won't be the first, we won't be the second, we may not be the third, but we will be the best. And that is New India. We will absolutely be the best.
Right. Plays into the Rising Bharat theme that we have. But Professor Satya, what I want to know is, what is it about IIT Madras? Why are other educational institutions not able to replicate this at scale? And Aether has come out of IIT Madras. I think the Zetwork founders are from IIT Madras. And as Rajan mentioned, the Sarvam founders also have a big IIT Madras connection. I think one of them still teaches at IIT Madras. And of course, your example as well. We've had Agnikul Cosmos from there. Why are we not able to replicate this at scale? What will it take to sort of do this across because we now have, 23 IITs in India? And not just IITs, even the non-IITs. How are we going to do this at scale?
Right. So I think before I actually directly answer this question, I want to resonate with what Rajan was saying. And I personally feel that there is nothing wrong with the 10-minute delivery app and all of that stuff, right? It solves a problem, and entrepreneurship is all about solving a problem. Try to find customers and get paying customers. If you are actually an entrepreneur, you will actually be running behind customers. That's exactly what we are supposed to do. Right? It doesn't matter what we do. Let's suppose that I actually made the best rocket in the world, and I'm not able to find a customer, and it's actually sleeping in my backyard. What is the point? Right. So an entrepreneur is all about actually going and finding a customer and getting them to pay. And they are solving that problem. They're actually showcasing how that can be done. So hats off to all of those people who are actually doing that. Don't belittle them at all.
That's a great endorsement.
Right? Yes.
Yeah.
The second point is that let them actually go ahead and make their money, exit, and then become billionaires so that they can actually go fund deep tech startups. Otherwise, how am I going to get
Okay, now we know why you're all for quick commerce, because you want them to get a good exit and fund.
So you look at a typical, IIT, okay, since you actually said that IIT Madras is different, okay, let's look at all the other IITs where these people are actually going out and making these 10-minute, apps and all of that stuff, and then making their money and becoming zillionaires, right? In their next avatar, they would be like, oh, is that all there is? What am I going to do with this money? Let me go chase this professor who, right? Okay. Right. So it's actually good for us. So I think wealth creation in the country is actually, first of all, very important. Okay, we are in this phase where we need to first of all create wealth for, for everyone. And then we will think about whether we are actually doing deep tech and is it deep enough and all those kinds of quibbles. That is, and we're kind of somehow assuming that if you just do deep tech, India is actually going to be very proud about it and all those things. But finally, is it actually going to really do something to the GDP? Right? And is it going to actually do something to the well-being of the average Joe on the street? So we have to actually be very clear about all these things. It's one thing to be very elitist and then say that we have to be doing deep tech, right? But the other thing is, what is it actually going to translate in terms of, so we have to look at what's the value we are creating. So I'm not saying we are not creating value. In fact, I will vociferously talk about what we do as something that will create value for the country, the GDP for the country and so on, because like for example, 2 months ago, we had this deal that we struck at E-Plane with an air ambulance company that was saying that they will want to place an order for about 788 ambulances, which would actually fetch us a revenue of more than about $1 billion. And somebody was pointing out, wait a minute, Zoho actually took like so much time to actually get to $1 billion revenue, and you guys are just signing deals even before you make the plane. The answer is we are making a plane, right? So, so making a plane means that it will actually create value. So there is no doubting that deep tech will actually create value, but that is not to say that we have to actually belittle anything else that's going on that's already creating value by leaps and bounds, right? And then contributing to the economy. So that's the main point. Coming back to the question of why IIT Madras, I don't know. The answer, right? The answer is we just happen to be that kind of DNA. So we have a DNA at IIT Madras. So go back.
I have to tell you this interesting anecdote. So I was speaking to a founder from IIT Madras who's, built a factory and he's manufacturing components for the aerospace industry. And I told him, so you never thought about doing a consumer app? He said, I'm from IIT Madras. I'm not going to build a delivery app.
So
he said it very matter of fact.
So that's the kind of environment that we have, right? So let me actually flip the coin. For a long time at IIT Madras, we used to actually be wondering, why are we not actually getting the JEE #1 to actually come to IIT Madras? Why are they going to Bombay? So every opening ranker of every branch that at IIT Madras was actually less when compared to somebody who was going. And we used to say we have to actually do some more publicity. We have to figure out how to get them, and all that stuff. Well, if you go to some other place, you're actually in an environment, you probably do something else. But no matter what's your rank, you actually come over here, you end up actually being in this particular DNA setting where you end up doing deep tech. Right? And I think there were students who used to say, oh, IIT Madras is so nerdy, they will actually make you do assignments, it's actually difficult to get grades, and all that stuff. Yeah, look at what's happened. Right, yeah, so we need to, unless you actually study, right, so there's always some balance between perception and what actually finally you get. Yeah, so that's what we are.
Right, on that note, when can we expect the e-planes to sort of, be commercialized? What kind of timelines are you working with?
Oh, thanks for asking.
The flying taxis.
So we're expecting to have our first prototype out by June or July this year, in the next 2-3 months. That's what we are working hard on. And the next prototype at the end of this year and the third prototype early next year. So with 3 prototypes, we want to actually go do testing and get ourselves certified to commercialize by the end of next year. So that's about 2 years from now.
Great. Yeah. Hopefully Rajan will write a bigger check for you then.
Yeah, please.
I'm going to use it in Delhi because today I was almost late, Professor, because there was a VIP movement all coming to this conference.
You can give him one of your e-planes for our next event.
So what we can do is to be fashionably late and say, look, that's why we need...
He's converting everything to a pitch opportunity today. But Rajan, I remember last year around when we spoke to you in Gurugram at our AI event, you spoke to us about how in the Bay Area, Silicon Valley, the focus is all on AGI or artificial general intelligence. But in India, when it comes to AI, we should look at making the lives of 1.4 billion people better. Whether it's in education, whether it's in healthcare, energy, sanitation, how can we use AI to solve real-world problems? And people have often said that, India will become the use case capital. So from last year to now, where are we in terms of the AI ecosystem in India? Is it booming? In which areas is it booming? Where are you seeing more action? If you can give us a sense of that.
Yeah, I'd say, look, so if you look at the AI stack, right, you have the compute, the GPU,
the infra layer.
Compute stack, then you have the frontier models or foundation models, then you have sort of tooling, and then you have the applications, right? So last time when we spoke, we were seeing a lot, we were beginning to see very interesting startups in the application layer. So I'd say first thing that has happened is we have takeoff. Right? As a nation, we have takeoff at the application layer. I mean, the kind of companies that are being built. In fact, there's a company in Noida, I think I briefly mentioned to you last week. It's called Attentive. They're building these models, vertical models for construction, right? And then they kind of automate certain aspects of US construction, and companies really taking off. So we're seeing a lot of, across finance, retail, healthcare, and so on and so forth, as well as enterprise AI. So on the application stack, we have takeoff. We still don't have the number of companies, let's say, that the US has when it comes to application AI, but we feel very good about the kind of companies that we're seeing. We continue to see very exciting developments at the infra and the tooling layer, right? So these are companies that are actually making either agents interoperate better and so on and so forth. On frontier models, we are very, very excited about what the government is doing, right? Where they've set aside several thousand crores to
They've
fund.
already procured, I think, 14,000.
No, that's on the compute side, right? They also set aside 2,000 crores for foundation model companies, right?
Models, that's right.
So today, I mean, as you know, there are a handful of foundation model companies. We do think that a year from now, we'll have 4 or 5 labs, right? Like China probably has 10 world-class labs. We'll have 4 or 5 labs, maybe not at the same scale, but they'll be well-financed. They'll have great talent. They'll be off to the races. So that's, so if you had asked me a year ago, if you asked me what's different, we have takeoff at the application layer, and we're getting serious about the frontier models, right? Which is thanks to the government, actually. And then last thing I'd say is on compute, I would have never imagined we would have a play. But the reason I can't be here tonight is at the compute layer. That's all I'll say.
I'm curious to know more about this investment.
I know you're always curious, but I can't tell you anymore.
Right. As we begin to wrap up, Rajan, so are you seeing a lot of supply to invest in? Because some VCs we speak to say, hey, all the actions happening in the US, and they're investing billions of dollars. But in India, we're not seeing that supply of AI startups. Do you agree, disagree?
Yeah, in the venture capital business, Chandra, it's nearly not about volume. It's about quality.
Value.
No, it's about quality, right? Like Google was one company, right? There are $5 trillion companies in the world, only 5. Humanity is thousands of years. We're thousands of years into humanity. So what we're really looking for, very high quality founders who are solving problems where AI can help them build 10x better products or 10x better outcomes. And that we're seeing. Are we seeing thousands of these companies? Absolutely not, right? But are we seeing dozens or 50 or 100? Absolutely. So look, we are actually feeling much, much better about the application layer, as I said, in India today.
Right. Professor Satya, one thing that we notice in, among deep tech startups is there's a lot of enthusiasm at the college level where students love to tinker with, all kinds of use cases, problems. Many of them take this till concept and, they manage to get seed funding in Series A. But, then they kind of tend to hit a wall. Either it doesn't scale or they're not able to find a market or the subsequent rounds of funding become difficult. What do you think can plug that gap? I mean, government R&D spending obviously has to go up. We are at a tiny fraction of what the US and China spends. But even corporate R&D budgets, a lot of people are asking, what are IT companies doing with all the cash balances they have?
Yes, I believe, for example, we have this thing called the Center for Innovation. And Center for Innovation actually is the one that spawned Aether. So we had this race car team called Raftar, of which the Aether founders were there. And then they got this inspiration from working in that as students tinkering with race cars. And that's how Aether was born. Galaxy, for example, was born from Avishkar Hyperloop, which I am the faculty advisor of. And I'm now a co-founder of Galaxy as well, and so on. So we can clearly see lots of such examples of how founders get inspired to do things from the tinkering labs that they have in their institutions. So it's very important for us to be able to allow students to tinker with things. That's number one. And then there must be a funding that goes with it, which typically alumni does a good job on. But more importantly, I think when they step out of these places with ideas that they want to scale and commercialize, can we actually sort of intoxicate them with a seed funding, right? So funding is not, I seriously believe that funding is something that should not be easily available. We need to actually get the founders know the value of what they are getting. But seed funding is actually a very good intoxicant, right? So it kind of hooks you. So once you actually get seed funded, then you're kind of like holding the tiger by the tail and you want to run with it. And many times, these founders, when they are so young, they have the appetite to build stuff, but they don't have the appetite to chase investors and get funding and all of that stuff. So let's say, for example, if you had this government's fund of funds that actually is set up at these institutions and then looks for these ideas to fund right as they are coming out of the labs and these places like these tinkering labs and so on, I think that will actually go a long way to spawn a much larger ecosystem than what we have today.
Great. On that note, we're out of time, but thank you, Rajan. Thank you, Professor Satya, for an absolutely scintillating session. And I think, it leaves us with a lot of optimism on India's deep tech and AI future. Thank you very much for that. A huge round of applause for Rajan and Professor Satya.
Hello, good afternoon. A very, very warm welcome to all of you at Rising Bharat this afternoon. Rising Bharat is a 2-day summit that promises to be nothing short of transformative. It's an absolute honor to have you all here as we embark on an exciting journey of dialogue, of innovation, and of collaboration. Joining us for this discussion that we're going to have in a few seconds from now is Rajan Anandan. He's the MD of Peak XP Partners. We're also going to have with us on stage Satya Chakravarti. He's the founder, the CEO and CTO of the ePlane Co. He's also a professor of aerospace engineering at IIT Madras. They're going to be joining us in a second, and with them on stage is going to be Chandra Srikanth. Chandra, the floor is all yours.
Please welcome Rajan Anandan from Peak 15 Partners. Rajan, one of India's best-known VCs, investors. And pleasure to welcome Professor Satya Chakravarti all the way from IIT Madras, who's not just a professor, but the founder of 6 deep tech startups, including the likes of ePlane and Agnikul Cosmos. A huge round of applause for both of them. And it's wonderful to have the head of IIT Madras, Mr. Professor Kamakoti, here as well. So a nice little reunion here in the national capital. Right. Thank you so much, Rajan and Professor Satya. Just a few days ago, Minister Piyush Goyal made this comment about India's deep tech ecosystem, how we're spending entrepreneurial energy on building hyperlocal apps, fancy ice creams and cookies. But Professor Chakravarti here is an example that we also have very good deep tech entrepreneurship in India. So huge round of applause for that. So don't get disheartened that there's no deep tech innovation happening. It's very much happening. But before I get to that, I want to get both your thoughts, Rajan and Professor Satya. What is your own sense about the deep tech ecosystem in India? Where are we? Where should we be? What will get us there? Rajan, maybe you can start, or Professor Satya, you can start and Rajan can join.
Okay, so I think we need to actually look at this particular debate that the Honorable Minister Piyush Goyal kind of kicked off. 2 things. One, I think, judging by just the number of messages that I get on my LinkedIn asking me to mentor students in different colleges to do their deep tech entrepreneurship, which I used to actually very effectively do earlier. And in fact, at the NCCRD, the National Center for Combustion R&D that we have at IIT Madras, we have harbored, for example, Nutrace, which was actually a LinkedIn Connect, and we got them to do the hydrogen evolution experiments before they could get funded, and I then positioned them to, I think Peak 15, right? as well as other investors and so on. We have Neurostellar that's actually going through that now, Tutor Hyperloop that's going through that now, and so on. In fact, Agnikul Cosmos themselves were actually just doing a cold call on me to say, hey, is it possible for you to support me and support us? And then they said, sure, why not? So I used to do that very effectively, but I'm not able to do that because the number of such messages is now exploding. So on the one side, we clearly see that there are students from all across the country, not just the IITs or any other so-called reputed institutions, but it doesn't matter what the institution is that they are from. They're all out there wanting to actually do this, raring to go. This is on the one side of the story. The other side that you have to actually look at is, what are we actually comparing with? We are comparing with China in that particular debate. And China definitely has, in the last 10 to 20 years, gone leaps and bounds ahead of the rest of the world. It's not just about getting on par with the West. They've actually gone well past the West.
Right.
Right? So are we there? The point is, we are not yet there. But are we getting there? The answer is yes, because what are we talking about is what we call as exponential technologies. So in exponential technologies, we are actually at the lower end of this bend, right? I am particularly optimistic that by the end of this decade, we will actually see for sure that there will be a huge amount of work that happens in deep tech that's a lot more visible, and we will not really have this debate anymore. And we will know that it's actually a matter of time, and it's actually about when rather than if. And I seriously think that that's going to happen in the next 5 to 6 years.
That's good to hear that we will get there, and end of this decade is not too far away. It's 5 years, give or take. But Rajan, give us your perspective as an investor. I remember asking Vinod Khosla, who backed OpenAI, about this a couple of years ago. Why are we not seeing so much action around deep tech in India? And he said investors in India have been very cautious because they prioritize revenues over asset creation. They are obsessed with returns and spreadsheets, rather than creating deep tech assets. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, let me get to that in a second. I think given the debate the healthy debate that is raging, Chandra, I think it's important to start with India today has an extraordinarily vibrant startup ecosystem, right? And I can confidently say we have the most broad-based innovation ecosystem in the world, right? Everything from new consumer brands, travel, gaming, healthcare, financial services, AI, deep tech, right? If you look at the US today, I mean, we spoke about this about a year ago when we chatted. It's really about AI. If you go to Silicon Valley today, if you're building a company that is not an AI company, it is highly unlikely you won't get funded. Whereas in India, it couldn't be any different, right? Whereas China has, for their national priorities said, we're going to only focus on deep tech, right? Which is semiconductors, EVs, and so on and so forth. So India is actually the country today where we are seeing this broad spectrum and innovation, right? And if you look at areas like, let's look at fintech and digital payments. We are the world leader in digital payments today. There's no question, right? I can confidently say that you can put our fintech founders against the best in the world, and they're better, right? Why? Because we have a large ecosystem. I remember 2015, looking at the top 100 countries on digital payments, India was not on the list. Today, we have 55% of real-time digital payments, right? So I wanted to start with that because sometimes we don't talk about what it is we have going on at scale, right? So similarly, consumer commerce, by the way, to deliver something in 10 minutes in India, in the most traffic-dense cities on planet Earth, is really hard. Anybody who says that that is not an innovation, please go try it. Try to build the infrastructure. It's really hard, right? So I think we should acknowledge that we have the...
I hope you all are recharged over lunch. जिस जोश के साथ हमने पहला सेशन खत्म किया है, उसी जोश और उमंग के साथ हम आगे बढ़ेंगे, क्योंकि पहला समिट यानी कि जो पहला हाफ था वो वाकई जबरदस्त था, इंसाइटफुल था. ट्रेल ब्लेजिंग थॉट्स और प्रेजेंटेशन ने भारत को बिग लीग की तरफ प्रोपेल करने का काम किया है, और यह हमारा वादा है कि जैसे हमारा पहला सेशन था वैसा ही एक्साइटिंग और इंसाइटफुल हमारा दूसरा सेशन रहने वाला है। आगे बढ़ते हैं और बात करते हैं, आपको एक ऐसे मुद्दे की तरफ हम लेकर जाएंगे जो आज इंडिया और खास तौर पर नॉर्थ बंगाल के लिए बेहद जरूरी बन चुका है। जी हां, ये मुद्दा है वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट। जैसा कि हम सब जानते हैं कि वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट एक ऐसा चैलेंज है जो बॉर्डर्स को ट्रांसेंड करती है। बट इन नॉर्थ बंगाल द क्राइसिस इज वेरी अर्जेंट। चाहे अर्बन सेंटर्स हो या दूर दराज के गांव हो, वेस्ट डिस्पोजल, रिसाइकलिंग और सैनिटेशन जैसे मुद्दे ना सिर्फ हमारे एनवायरनमेंट को, हमारे पर्यावरण को, बल्कि पब्लिक हेल्थ को भी गहराई से इफेक्ट करते हैं। In the upcoming session, we have a team from North Bengal University जो एक white paper present करेगी। इस रीजन में वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट क्राइसिस के स्कोप को एक्सप्लोर करते हुए उनके कारणों, उनके परिणामों और पोटेंशियल सॉल्यूशंस पर हम रोशनी डालेंगे, चर्चा करेंगे, बातचीत करेंगे। इस प्रेजेंटेशन का मेन फोकस और उद्देश्य यही है, एक ऐसा कलेक्टिव एक्शन इंस्पायर करना जो वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट क्राइसिस को एड्रेस करे एंड ऑल्सो, जी हां, ऑल्सो टू इंप्रूव द क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ फॉर द पीपल ऑफ नॉर्थ बंगाल। मैं स्टेज पर इनवाइट करना चाहूंगी एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ नॉर्थ बंगाल यूनिवर्सिटी की टीम को। प्लीज वेलकम।
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. My name is Gayatri Rai and I am representing University of North Bengal in this Zero Waste Andolan.
Good afternoon everyone. My name is Manav Rai and today I am representing Sonada Degree College in this Zero Waste Andolan.
Namaste everyone. My name is Utsav and I am representing TD in this Zero Waste Andolan. Our mountains are facing a unique problem. What you see on the screen right now is our goddess Kanchenjunga, and unfortunately our goddess is melting. Also, the waste management crisis adds on to the problem because we are very uniquely located. We are in the Eastern Himalayas. It's a biodiversity hotspot. And the biodiversity hotspot is threatened right now. What you just saw on the screen was a very unique, non-natural phenomenon. It's called GLOF. Not many of you would have heard the term even. It got reported as a cloud burst when it happened. But it's called a glacial lake outburst flood. And when Kanchenjunga is melting, these are the kind of situations that we are facing. The mountain region also has a very unique topography. So with that, what you see on the screen right now, what might look like those long winding roads, that's why we say the mountains are calling. And it also poses a unique challenge for us. Like when you talk about waste, the transportation of waste is a big problem in this kind of topography. And on the other side, the mountain folks, our folks are very simple. All they want is a tiny home in a mountain hamlet like this with lots and lots of flowers outside. So we tried to bridge all of these unique features of our region, and we tried to come up with a solution that would take into account the unique challenges as well as the unique characteristics of our place.
So now let me show you a visual of our beautiful mountains.
Our beautiful mountains, not so beautiful anymore. What you see on the screen is what we call a dumping chute. In the plains, when we can build mountains out of waste, in the mountains, we can't build any more mountains, so we dump it down. All the waste becomes quite an eyesore, and also it kind of continues to pollute. These are visuals that you might not notice because it's not probably Instagram worthy, not reel worthy, but I think these are visuals that we need to know because unless and until we address the problem, honestly, we don't have much time. So let's pause for a bit and let's try and understand what are the challenges and why is it so important for our entire country, our Bharat, to stand up and hear the voices from the mountains. You know, as you see, we are very uniquely located in the Himalayas, and the Himalayas also serve as the roof of India. So do not think that what affects us does not affect the rest of India. If the glaciers are melting, if what we call the third pole is melting, then it would affect the entire floodplains of India. So having now listed the problem statement, let's try and understand how do we overcome this challenge of lack of awareness that is so rampant, actually not just in the mountains, but almost everywhere when you look at waste. Right? We tend to think that replacing, let's say, certain options would give us better options, but it is not so. You cannot replace, let's say, a plastic bottle with an aluminum can and think it's eco-friendly. It's not. You know, that complicates it even more. And also, there is this challenge of the transportation that is very unique to us because the costs of transportation are so high that it makes it very difficult for the waste management economy to be circular as it's happening in the cities. And also, the other challenge that we face is the challenge of having these kind of voices heard out because, yes, we are remote and you get to hear the calling when you see the mountains in all its glory, but please hear our voices also.
So, I was able to make 5 households zero waste, and not only me, there are 10 of us, and we were able to make 50 households zero waste in the last 2 months, and also our college into a zero waste campus.
Okay, so let's see how did Manav make 5 households zero waste in the last 2 months. Okay, that's his run rate. And how did his group of friends make 50 households zero waste, his college zero waste in such a short period of time. So what you see on the screen is on the top right, so very colorful. So those are what we call indigenous microorganisms. So those are the local, you can say, the Spartans of the forest, okay, that we harvest, or rather, we make an offering to the gods of the forest, and then they come and help us resolve the problem in every household. So we make a catalyst out of this, a very potent catalyst that goes to every household that is going zero waste. And what you see on the screen is 3 of them. So there is Jia also, who is here with us today. And they are making a composting unit out of those recycled plastic buckets. Very simple DIY, okay, non-expensive, something that can be done anywhere. And also what they have done, Manav and team, they have handheld every household. You know, so in India, especially, the waste management problem is slightly, I wouldn't say slightly, but actually quite complicated because of the caste and religion angle. Right? So people do not want to talk with the waste workers for multiple reasons. But when it is a student coming and talking to you, and he's willing to spend time with you, trying to bring in awareness, trying to teach you how to segregate, trying to teach you how to compost at home, the game changes. So this we've realized is a game changer when the students take ownership of the household in their local region and say, hey, I want to make 10 households zero waste. And while doing that, we were just doing a basic calculation in the morning, saying that if India has around 30 million households that needs to go zero waste, and if there are about 5 million students, they would be able to solve the problem in 6 months, given that all the infrastructure, everything is in place. So that is how revolutionary the solution is with regards to this zero waste Andolan. And we call it an Andolan because that's the kind of movement that is required, a youth-led revolutionary movement to overcome this challenge of waste. The founding father of our nation, Mahatma Gandhi, had left these words with us, saying that, be the change that we wish to see around us. Why wait for the governments to give us solutions? Why wait for someone from outside to come and teach us how to compost or how to take care of our waste? So we decided to live by these words, and we realized that while we live by these words, we have multiple benefits that is not just restricted to a particular stakeholder, but every stakeholder is benefiting here. So you see, the students are benefiting, okay, because they're getting to do what we call SUPW, which is socially useful, productive work, which keeps them engaged. The community is benefiting. So what you see in the screen is one of our community members, he's signing a pledge. And the pledge says, I am going to go zero waste from this village. I promise to abide by all the terms and conditions that the students are asking me to abide by. I promise not to burn my waste. I promise not to dump my waste. And also, I think the benefit, the biggest benefit is of Mother Nature. I'm not sure how many of us are aware that we are going through a major crisis, and the crisis is known as the 6th mass extinction. We are losing out species, mind you, not just life forms, species, at a very, very rapid rate. The last mass extinction was 65 million years ago when we lost the dinosaurs. But we are going through this very alarming time right now where we are losing out species at a very rapid rate. And waste management adds to the crisis. So here, if we are able to somehow increase the biodiversity by ensuring that great black gold is created out of waste, which is 60% out of every household, is something that has a potential to become black gold through composting. And if we are able to accordingly segregate and recycle the dry waste, it's much, much easier to solve the problem.
I like shooting videos, and one important thing that I realized is like tripod is very important to shoot any video. We can see here also there are lots of tripods, like those 3 stand that holds on to the camera.
A tripod model of development. Okay, so Gayatri's come up with a unique term. Okay, why do we call it a tripod? So we need those support systems to ensure that a project is successful and the development is not just short-term, but is long-term, it is sustainable, and more importantly, it is a regenerative model. In this model, one of the legs of the tripod is a bottom-up, community-led grassroots movement that these students are doing in their community. The second leg to support this movement would be a top-down policy support, which we are working closely with the local governments to ensure that bylaws are made, to ensure that no one is burning their waste out, no one is dumping their waste out. So if these policies support the bottom-up movement, and it meets somewhere in midway, and in that midway journey, there is support through CSR, there is support through partnerships between various organizations. Like we represent an environment conservation organization called TED. We've been supported by DCB Bank and now Tetra Pak through CSR projects to make all of this happen. So this model, this tripod model, like Gayatri said, is great for shooting for the moon. Let's look at some of the outcomes.
So when we make household go zero waste, there are benefits. We are not only solving the problem of waste, but we are also uplifting the community. Like they start to grow their own food by the compost manure. And on the second one, on the top of the pickup, that is me, where me and my friends are collecting waste from college to get it to TD. And we also sell zero waste products, 2 tons of the tap. So here are some zero waste products. This is a bamboo toothbrush, which is very, it can be very soft to your gum. It is very healthy to your gum. And I've also got this one. So this is the foldable cup. This is where I use it wherever I go to travel. Like if you use 3 paper cups in a day, then in a month you'll use 90 paper cups. And in a year you would use 1090. And if you just buy this and use it, you'll be able to divert 1090 cups from going into landfill. Thank you.
Turning off the tap. So honestly, I feel the students should not be managing the waste. Come on, they should be out playing the guitar, like Manav loves playing the guitar, or they should be out doing other things. Right now they are managing the waste, yes, because it's a problem that is there, but we would want to reach a space where we make this entire project that we want to do as redundant by turning off the tap. So, like Manav just mentioned, what if waste is not generated? What if waste, if it is generated, is biodegradable and can become soil? So what he just demonstrated to you are things that we can carry. Like my team here is carrying their own water bottles. They're going out, filling their water bottles, coming in, ensuring that they're not generating any waste. And I'm very proud that even in the hotel that they're staying, they're carrying on even their airport baggage tags, and they're going to take it back to a materials recovery facility that we run because we're confident that we will manage or recycle that particular waste. So turning off the tap is something that we feel is important. We realize that more than recycle, we need to aim at refusing the waste. And that also aligns with our Honorable Prime Minister's vision that is also called LIFE, okay, which is to ensure that we are conscious about ensuring that we live in a regenerative world and not in a degenerative world. So here, like Manav said, people have started growing their own food. So we got into this a challenge with one of our villagers because, you know, in India especially, maybe rightly so for many years, we've been growing food depending upon cow manure as the source through which we add nutrients to the soil. But what if we said, you don't need cow manure? What if you can grow out of waste? And we gave them some of a compost that we created. And we said, okay, let's see if the cabbage that you grow is bigger than the cabbage that is grown out of just cow manure. Okay. And when she tried to harvest the cabbage, usually she would just be able to pull it off. But in this case, the cabbage had grown so nutritious, so strong that she couldn't pull it off just with her hand. She had to take some help, okay, and she ensured that she's struggling with it, okay, because it has the nutrients that is needed to make this cabbage as nutritious as it is. Okay, and this is necessary. So for us, because we are becoming nutrient deficient as a nation, we need to have good nutrients. And where is it coming from? Waste. Black gold, like I said. So another multiple benefits that we see here.
So yeah, this is my college where I'm pursuing my education.
So this is Manav's College, Sunada Degree College, that you will find in a very remote region in Darjeeling. And they have joined us in this Zero Waste Andalan. Can we increase the volume in this?
We can see the tremendous development and growth have been seen in our students within these days. We can see their community engagement skills, their teamwork spirit and marketing skills, leadership qualities, which have been greatly improved within them.
So that's a feedback from Ragini ma'am, who is the teacher in charge in Sonada Degree College. And we have witnessed tremendous transformation, not just in case of waste, but also in human beings. The Manav here, who is standing with you, okay, is confident in front of you in his traditional attire, okay, with this experience of knowing that if I can make 5 households zero waste, what does it take for me to stand in front of national TV and just give the speech?
Yeah, so this is my university where I studied for 2 years, and I recently passed out from this university and I have joined TD.
So we have tied up with North Bengal University, and the larger goal is to make the campus itself zero waste. There are 53 colleges associated with North Bengal University, and if one college, Sonada Degree College, can go zero waste, why not all the other colleges? So we're starting off with a zero waste campus in North Bengal University, and then we want to kind of ensure that these get linked to the credit course for the students, so that the student gets academic benefit for these SUPW work that we just said, the socially useful, productive work.
Yeah, so he's my professor, Dr. Vinayak Sundas.
So yes, Professor Vinayak Sundas has been our ardent supporter for this zero waste campaign in the university, and also we are working together to ensure that his vision of a zero waste campus is implemented soon, and not just in the university campus, but also in the campus of all the other colleges. Now, if you can read on the screen, so this was a message that was sent to us a few days ago by one of the school principals, who is our partner and who has worked with us to make this her school zero waste. It's a Montessori school, 250 students. And if the school, any educational institution goes zero waste, and they've started to practice what they preach in the school, now imagine the ripple effect that is created, where she's saying that the school is now taking responsibility for making 300 more homes zero waste. One school. So these are the kind of ripple effects that we are talking about when we involve the youth in overcoming the problem and the challenges of waste. So to conclude, I would say that if we are able to link this with the NAC accreditation that is already there as a policy of the government, and the new education policy, and then we would be able to accelerate the kind of transformational change that we are looking forward to. Because, you know, the biggest problem I think is that we think that we have time to solve the problem of waste. Honestly, we don't. Especially in the mountains, we don't. We need to solve this as of yesterday. So to know more about Zero Waste Andolan, to join us in this movement, we are leaving some of our information here. You can get in touch with us. We would like we'd like to get all kinds of help if possible. You can come in and join as a volunteer, or there are various ways that you can explore partnerships with us. Like I said, either CSR, EPR, or any kind of contribution that can be done towards these campaigns. So, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
एक बार जोरदार तालियां नॉर्थ बंगाल यूनिवर्सिटी की टीम के लिए इतने इंसाइटफुल एनलाइटनिंग प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए। जीरो वेस्ट आंदोलन सिर्फ पहाड़ों की जिम्मेदारी नहीं है, हम सबकी जिम्मेदारी है और कलेक्टिवली अगर हम इस पर काम करेंगे तो आई बिलीव दैट वी सी द लाइट एट द एंड ऑफ द टनल। एक बार जोरदार तालियां हमारी टीम के लिए। और जैसे कि हमने कहा है कि हमारे आगे के सेशंस और ज्यादा पावरफुल होंगे, एक इसी से जुड़ा हुआ अगला सेशन जिसके बारे में मैं आपको बताने वाली हूं, हम फोकस करने वाले हैं जो काफी वक्त से एक मुख्य मुद्दा भी रहा है। वो मुद्दा है यमुना रिवर की रेस्टोरेशन का। यमुना, जी हाँ, यमुना एक वक्त पर एक रिच जीवनदायिनी नदी थी जो आज अपने अस्तित्व के लिए संघर्ष कर रही है, स्ट्रगल कर रही है। दुनिया की सबसे पॉल्यूटेड रिवर्स में से एक बन चुकी है और ये सबसे चिंता का विषय है। तो अब सवाल ये है कि क्या हम कर सकते हैं, हम क्या कर रहे हैं कि इन हालातों को हम रिवर्स कर पाएं। आज IIT खड़गपुर के आर्किटेक्चर डिपार्टमेंट ने तैयार किया है कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव व्हाइट पेपर Restoring Yamuna, Workable and Effective Solutions for Cleaning and Beautifying the Yamuna River। तो चलिए इस सेशन को ध्यान से सुनते हैं क्योंकि जो दांव पे है वो सिर्फ एक नदी नहीं बल्कि हम सबका फ्यूचर है, भविष्य है और हमें तय करना है कि जो सॉल्यूशन यहां पर सामने आएंगे, जो सुझाए जा रहे हैं, उससे हम कैसे एक बहुत बड़ा बदलाव ला सकते हैं। मैं स्टेज पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ IIT खड़गपुर की टीम को। एक बार जोरदार तालियों से उनका स्वागत कीजिए। वेलकम, थैंक यू।
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone present here. I am Gandhali Dikshit. I am a first-year student of Masters in City Planning from the Architecture and Regional Planning Department, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. And today we are here to present our proposal for the problem statement, which is a workable and effective solution for cleaning and beautifying the Yamuna River. So here we see this is an image of the Yamuna River near its source, which is at the Yamunotri Glacier. We can see the pristine and the clear nature of its waters. But what happens to the same river after a few hundred kilometers? It turns to this. This is a picture of the same river in one of our biggest urban centers, which is in Delhi near the Okhla Barrage. The same river now is covered with a thick layer of white foam and is heavily polluted. What is the reason for the Yamuna to be so heavily polluted as it reaches urban areas? So the major causes of the pollution of the river Yamuna are human activities, which include untreated sewage, which is let onto the river, industrial effluents which contain toxic chemicals, then agricultural runoff with inorganic pesticides and fertilizers, and also solid waste which is being dumped into the river. So we had like multiple brainstorming and discussions with all faculty from different departments as well as my colleagues, my classmates at college. And we came to the conclusion that cleaning the river is the bigger problem at hand before its beautification. Because no matter how much external beautification we do along the river, it won't be as impactful as it would be if the river would be in itself cleaner, which we could see in the first image of the river, where we would say that it is beautiful because it is clean. So we came across different solutions, different ideas, different case studies during our project, and this was one of the case studies which was quite impactful. We can see one of the most striking images from the case study report, where we see a very distinct visual difference in the water quality before and after the solution application. So what was this solution such that it led to such a significant improvement in the river water? This was the river Ram Nadi, which is a tributary of the Mula River in Pune.
This river has been heavily polluted, and this solution was applied as a pilot project in one of its stretches.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Gauravi Subhash Padyar, first year student of Masters in City Planning from the Department of Architectural and Regional Planning, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. The Ramnadi River, once choked by pollutants, today runs clearer, cleaner, and calmer. We are not just focusing on the physical properties of the water or physical clarity of the water. We are also focusing on the impacts, which are measurable, which are backed by the hard data and real ecological recoveries. The impacts are biochemical oxygen demand, which decreased to 90%. It restored oxygen, which is essential for aquatic life. Chemical oxygen demand, it dropped significantly from 564.6 to 55.78 milligrams per liter. Total suspended solid showed significantly dropped. It dropped in 48 hours to 90%. The results are phenomenal. Adding more to that, turbidity, which is an indicator of water toxicity, it also reduced to 90%. Dissolved oxygen, which was nearly absent, now it rose to 4.9 milligrams per liter, which indicates rebirth, recovery of aquatic ecosystem. Most remarkably, 420 tons of sludge were naturally decomposed, and that too achieved without any mechanical intervention. Mosquito population also decreased in that section, and also it prevented vector-borne diseases. Beyond the water, air quality also improved. Carcinogenic organic pollutants like benzene and benzoapyrene also decreased their levels within below detectable limits. Inorganic pollutants like carbon monoxide, ammonia, and hydrogen sulfide, their also limits dropped below safer limits. All this, from the results, we understand one thing, is that river cleaning is not just about the water, it's also about the air, health, and life. If Ramnadi could heal, if Ramnadi could begin to heal in 21 days, then just imagine what's possible for Yamuna.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. My name is Siddharth Menon. I am an alumnus of IIT Kharagpur, the Department of Architecture and Regional Planning. And the astonishing results that you just saw were made possible without using any heavy machinery, without massive investment costs for infrastructure. It was also done at significantly lower costs as compared to that of setting up conventional sewage treatment plants. And most importantly, it was done without the use of any synthetic chemicals involved in the entire process. Now, allow me to introduce you to that magical solution, or that miraculous solution, which not just cleaned the Ramnadi, as you just saw, which will not just purify, restore, and rejuvenate the Yamuna, but which also holds the potential to position Bharat as the global leader for sustainable river restoration strategies. Introducing Kalki Bioculture. Kalki, this appetizing yellow drink that you see on the screen, is going to be India's solution to not just clean rivers, but also to reverse the effects of climate change. This culture has been developed by architect Ajit Kumar Parab from Vengurla in Maharashtra. Kalki is a bioculture that works with nature and not against it. It is 100% organic and non-toxic bioculture. It is effectively purifying air, water, as well as soil in a fast and in situ cleaning process. By in situ, it essentially means you don't have to move the element that you're cleaning outside its actual container. You don't have to move it through a septic tank or through a sewage treatment plant. It can happen, the cleaning process can happen in the river itself. It happens at an extremely low cost compared to our traditional or conventional methods. And also, it is very quickly scalable. Where a traditional setup takes years to plan and build, a Kalki plant can be set up and running at its highest potential in less than a month's time. It also nullifies all organic and a few inorganic compounds. And it is constantly evolving, and we can go on introducing more and more inorganic compounds that it can gradually nullify. This includes most greenhouse gases, and it converts these pollutants into nutrients which can be readily absorbed by the soil as well as the plants. This is a 100% made in Bharat product, and it is a patent. We have applied for a patent for the same. And like I said, it is developed by architect Ajit Kumar Parab in India. Now, through this national platform, the students and the contingent of IIT Kharagpur wants to propose to the Honorable Prime Minister of Bharat, Shri Narendra Modi ji, to apply Kalki to the Yamuna as per the following roadmap. It will be done in a three-phased manner. The first phase would include the pilot implementation, which will happen in 2025 and 2026, in which we will be identifying high impact zones, especially at the source of the river, where it still remains in its pristine state, and where we can strengthen its self-healing and self-purifying abilities. This will also be supported by artificial intelligence-based air, water, and soil quality monitoring. In the second phase, we will be scaling this process through 2027 and 2028 across other regions where the Yamuna flows through. And we'll also include major parts of Delhi NCR, integrating Kalki with the existing STPs into their primary clarification and the aeration process, such that we can reduce the quantum of sludge that we have. And in the third phase, in the long-term sustainability phase in 2029 and 2030, we will be establishing a self-sustaining river management system where Kalki will be used as a preventive measure primarily at the source of the river. The most important benefit of using Kalki is that it seamlessly blends into the cultural and traditional ethos of this nation, Bharat. We plan to use the nature's inherent intelligence to guide us through its vision and use the strength of technology that IIT Kharagpur possesses to validate the results. Just last week, I was meeting some important people at Taj Sats in Mumbai, which is a subsidiary of the Tata Group of companies. And we were discussing using Kalki for their kitchen unit near the T2 terminal in Mumbai for managing the mosquito menace, because the TajSATS unit sits in a position where it is on the 3 sides covered by, unfortunately, the polluted Mithi River. We were speaking with the head of quality assurance of multiple departments and the deputy general manager there, and they're extremely excited to use this product through the upcoming summers and monsoon as well. That said, we still require a lot of government backing and corporate support for a beautiful and bright future of Kalki in Bharat. We would like our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji to support us for the entire planning and stakeholder alignment for seamless permissions and approvals across different municipal corporations, because through the Ram Nadi project we had identified the whole hassles that get involved as soon as you start working with municipal corporations as well. We would also require support from NABL certified laboratories and nationally accredited institutions like NEERI for air, water and soil testing quality provisions. And finally, for full-scale implementation projects, not just on the Yamuna, but also in other rivers across our country. Now, I would also like to tell you why Kalki can be a game changer for Bharat. So let me tell you the good news. Kalki is not just effective for cleaning rivers and cleaning the pollutants, converting them into nutrients inside the river, but it can also be successfully used for clearing landfills. I understand that landfills also have a lot of inorganic waste, but a significant part of it is deeply entangled with organic wastes, which often go through the decaying process and not the decomposition process that it essentially should go through. Kalki catalyzes this and makes the job easier and the life far better for those people who work in such environments. Kalki can also be very effectively used in public toilets, not just in stationary commercial stations, but also in moving trains. It can also be very effectively used in situations of oil spills, which can be catastrophic for the aquatic life. We saw a very miserable example of that a few years ago in Maldives. And finally, it can also be an excellent fertilizer. I would not essentially call it a fertilizer, but a replacement for fertilizers, insecticides, and pesticides. Today, honestly, Kalki is actually more popular as an organic replacement for fertilizers and pesticides, and there are countless farmers in Gujarat, Maharashtra, Goa, and Karnataka who are using this solution to go 100% organic and chemical-free. There are schools in Karnataka which have adopted Kalki as the only cleaning agent in their school, eliminating 100% of their synthetic chemical dependency. Things like phenyl causes massive nausea and headache to people if that is used as a cleaning agent. But on the other end, Kalki not just improves and cleans the surface, but also makes the life of the students and the ancillary staff equally better. Thank you everyone for your time. Here are some of the details that you can use if you would like to connect with us. And I would like to also urge to all the viewers who are sitting at home and watching us today, if any one of you wants to partner with us, you're most welcome. And like I said, this is a 100% organic and non-toxic product. I'm sure there will not be a single pest control individual or promoter in this company or in this country basically who will have the confidence of forget holding something like this close to his body, but also considering taking a sip of it. This is 100% non-toxic. You can trust it. So you don't need any other definition or any other proof to understand that this is an absolutely non-toxic product. Thank you so much for your time, everyone.
Thank you, Team IIT Kharagpur. That was thought-provoking indeed. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to discuss one of the most dynamic and transformative trends in India's digital landscape. How startups are winning the trust and loyalty of India's next billion users. The session will shed light on these strategies and on the insights that have enabled these startups to not only win over India's digital users, but also build lasting relationship with them. We'll talk about how they've tailored their products, their go-to market strategies, and the innovative ways they've tackled some of the most unique challenges that come with this growing user base. So let's deep dive in, explore the playbook for startups that are poised to capture the attention of India's next billion users and how we can all learn from their success stories. Joining us for this very special discussion this evening are Saurabh Munjal, co-founder and CEO, Archean Foods. Also joining him, Vinay Singhal, co-founder and CEO, Stage, and Satyam Dharmora, founder and CEO, Vyom. Chandra Shrikant will be moderating this conversation. The floor is yours.
Thank you, everyone. Let's have a huge round of applause for all three founders on stage. The event is Rising Bharat, and we have three founders on stage who are literally building for Bharat. So, you know, Saurabh was introduced as a co-founder and CEO of Archean Foods. But what you don't know is he makes the brands Lahori Jeera. How many of you have had Lahori Jeera in the room? Lahori Jeera, Lahori Nimbu, Lahori Shikanji. So you have a lot of buyers, Saurabh. Then Vinay has created a product that is an OTT for Bharat. So he has, I think you've now had what, Haryanvi, Rajasthani and Bhojpuri in your belt. And Satyam is solving an altogether different problem on how to make internet access more affordable for people in India. So thank you very much, Saurabh, Vinay and Satyam. Very fascinating startup ideas. And I think what strikes me about them is, you know, these are not ideas that originated elsewhere in the world or, you know, can be replicated elsewhere. They're uniquely Indian problems and Indian solutions. So let me start with you, Saurabh. How did a business idea around selling Jeera water become a 500 crore business in 7 years? That's incredible for a first-time entrepreneur.
Thank you. First things first, thank you so much for having me. It's a privilege to be here. And second of all, I think a business solution, irrespective of where it is built, as long as it is built for India, it should make sense, it should work. For us, I think it was quite simple. In the carbonated space specifically, there has been literally no innovation. 82% market share is controlled by the giants, which is Coke and Pepsi in India. And if you actually do some analysis, we actually double-clicked and did a lot of research. We realized that in a lot of countries outside India, except India, where it has the maximum market share, in other countries, it's much lesser and it is reducing. The reason is that the local flavors were actually taking a large pie of these market shares in all the countries except India. It had to happen. It's just we did it first. People want newer experiences. These formulations are donkey years old and there is no reason for them to innovate, as we spoke behind the stage. So I think because there's been no innovation and people want newer experiences, that is why people like us exist, where our right to win is pure innovation.
Right, so I think you should thank PepsiCo and Coke every day that they are not so serious about innovating. They are happy with their dominance in
And also for
Cola.
creating the market.
Right. Vinay, OTT for Bharat. Why?
As simple as it doesn't exist. Like,
And you know, you're from Haryana, so were you missing Haryanvi content?
absolutely. So let me first tell what we do. We are OTT for Bharat has become an old introduction for us, by the way. Like we were.
It's also easier to pitch to investors if you say we are the Netflix.
Probably
for Bharat.
that's why it still remains. That's why the line is sticky. OTT for Bharat, Netflix for Bharat, and investors like to fit you in their own predefined boxes, you know, and so probably these lines work. But what we do actually, the problem that we identified was that कि भारत में बहुत सारी कल्चर्स हैं, बहुत सारी अलग-अलग संस्कृति हैं, हम बहुत सारे अलग-अलग संस्कृतियों का समागम है, लेकिन हमारे देश में because of two things. One, we have such a huge colonial baggage that we keep feeling, you know, less about ourselves in the way we are, essentially, right? So हम अपने ही cultures को बहुत suppress करते हैं, inferiority complex carry करते हैं उसके around में, and so we never kind of promoted that. And second, because of the informalness of how our cultures are, they never came out.
Right.
And so I grew up in Haryana. I grew up speaking Haryanvi, and I was like, why is that there is no one who does Haryanvi content? Simply because Haryanvi is a dialect and not a language. Dialects don't have their own script, so they don't have their own literature, so there was no cinema as well. And I was like, today, that is not the case. Today, we as a you know, we don't need literature to make films, and we don't need theaters to release films and make them big and distribute them, right? So, which is where, as a way to promote cultures, we chose cinema, basically a constructive storytelling as a way to promote cultures, and OTT became the way then to basically distribute it. So that's how essentially the story came about. We are a company to promote India's regional cultures. And today we do that through making very high quality, incredible movies and web shows in those local cultures. Tomorrow, if it takes us to make Disneylands for each cultures, then we will make that and basically keep promoting those cultures.
Right. So you literally had to create content in Haryanvi, in Rajasthani.
Yes, absolutely. We are basically, so just to finish the last line and then answer this, we believe that we're building the confidence layer of this country. You know, once people start feeling the comfortable with the idea of who they are, they feel confident, and that's how societies thrive. And so, like there's an India stack, we are the confidence stack of this country is what we believe we are building.
Confidence stack can be a good name for this panel as well.
Absolutely, I think, yes. I invite both of you to join Confidence Stack. So yes, thank you. And yes, like you said, Haryanvi and Rajasthani are markets where there was no film industry that existed before us. We had to go and create an entire movie industry from scratch, which meant finding, you know, different form of artists, you know, poets, comedians, folk artists, theater artists, etc. And figuring out that all of them actually wanted to make a film at some point. And because there was no opportunity that existed for them, they had the talent, but the only way to make a movie was to go to Bombay, struggle there, and hopefully get a break at some point. And so they decided कि चलो और कुछ नहीं तो कविताएं लिख लेता हूँ, कॉमेडी कर लेता हूँ, शायद थोड़ा पैसा बनेगा, मेरा घर चलेगा उससे. We found all of these artists, funded their first ever movies and web show projects, and basically created an entire movie industry out of that. Haryana today has 150 production houses which work with us on a regular basis.
Wow.
And we produce 50 original movies in each of these three markets, Haryanvi, Rajasthani, and Bhojpuri, every year, which is basically almost half of the entire regional industry in this country.
So you're like the Karan Johar of Haryana.
Maybe that's...
minus the coffee show.
Maybe this is the coffee show. But yeah, yes. We are the producers as well as the distributors of Haryanvi content and Rajasthani content there.
Right. Satyam, you know, he spoke about confidence layer. Now that confidence layer will not work without your infrastructure, because you're making internet affordable, unlimited internet for 5 rupees on a daily basis. All of us need to know about this. So tell us a little about your startup.
Sure. See, if you just go Yamuna Par and go to Gandhinagar, there would be a boy, Bharat. He wants to watch an IPL match. And all he can do is he can watch the entire ad of Dream 11 and 1 over. Because in India, the average telecom ARPU is 170 rupees. For 170 rupees, you get 2 GB of internet for the entire month. Which means on a daily basis, you get 120 MB of internet for one user at an average of India. So if you saved those 120 MB from your morning WhatsApp forwards, which all of us like to do, they're literally not left with anything beyond 1 over and Dream 11 that they can watch.
Dream 11 from Harsh will be here tomorrow, so I'll tell him. Yeah.
Right. But the fundamental to this is everybody deserves to dream, and we need to shift this whole narrative of India from poverty elevation to prosperity creation. Because that is what India is now ready to, right? So I think like Vinay said, it's the way we look at it is that confidence to dream also has to come. Between your dreams and you is this information. And that information is out there on internet. It cannot happen that 1.35 billion Indians, and you take the United States of India out of it, where most of us live, the rest of the India is data starved. They do not have enough internet to carry out half an hour of online class, probably even to watch, some awesome content which is being built. And that is where it is extremely important for us to solve that problem. We started. And today, yes, we offer in their homes unlimited internet for the entire day, as much as they want to do, for just 5 rupees. And that's an important part of, India models, that it can only operate at smaller sachet type cash economy, and it is not a P&L business anymore.
Right. And your business model is also interesting, right? Because essentially what you're doing is, if we have excess internet, you buy that and sell it to someone who needs internet at an affordable price.
So, this is, a lot of you guys might not know about it, but India is the only and the first country in the world which allows any individual to resell their extra internet. The only country in the world. There is no law in the world anywhere else. Right? So when we talk about this whole aspiration of India, I think we have to give it to various governments over the years that they've been very progressive about whether it's the idea of UPI or Vani, which is the protocol under which we make it enable. So we buy extra internet from people who are not using it and give it to people who need it on any given day. But what is important in doing that is that there is the right kind of framework and governance in place. So we just happen to be at the right time, at the right place, in the right country to make it done.
Right. Saurabh, you're based in Chandigarh. So tell us a little about what it's like to build a business from, Chandigarh. Because the notion is that India's GDP per capita is still small compared to other countries. Most of the startups go after the top 30 million users who can afford to pay them. And I think we have, most of the startups, most of the unicorns go after that same 30 to 50 million cohort. But you run a revenue-generating, profitable business, building from Chandigarh, targeted at the Bharat market. So how is it building a company like that? What should one keep in mind for entrepreneurs who want to look at Bharat?
So I think building it out of Chandigarh, the only difference is that most modern cities would have a very well-versed ecosystem that would really help the company blossom. Building out of Chandigarh or any tier 2, tier 3 town in the country is slightly more difficult. Having said that, it is very logical. The whole point is that the entire new age entrepreneur ecosystem is actually after the 12 or 15 crore people who are actually filing income tax returns. And I'm not sure if how many of you all know this, but out of the 15 crore people who actually file an income tax, half of them file for zero. So there are only about 7.5 crore people actually paying income tax. So technically, in our language, we call it South Bombay, South Delhi. So we said we want to build this brand, not keeping in mind South Bombay, South Delhi, but anybody but them. Because we feel India actually is the superset is the 100 crore population who are not part of that cohort. And that is what we went after. Because these guys, their sense of enjoyment, their sense of indulgence comes through these small decisions that they make on a regular basis, which is to buy these drinks or buy some food or do some small little things that bring happiness to their life. And that is what we were after. And that is what we want to do. We want to build India's preferred choice of beverage brand in the country. India as a nation is completely heterogeneous. As these guys spoke, every 100 kilometers, the language changes, the modus operandi changes, everything about the country changes. Something as basic as curry. If you go to Bombay, if you go to Rajasthan, if you go to Punjab, if you go to Calcutta, everywhere the taste of something as basic as curry would be different, right? Everybody has a different interpretation. But there is one common thing that really binds the country together. No matter what part of the country you go to, but you'll always find golgappe or street food or chaat, you know, something like that. So chatpata masaladar is the very essence. It's something, it's in our DNA as a country. Irrespective of being so fragmented, we're still together when it comes to chatpata masaladar flavor. And that is the whole thesis. That is what we build the company around. A chatpata masaladar flavor. And then the entire Lahori flavor.
And the price point also helped you.
Yeah. So as I said, how do you go after masses and how do you sort of focus on that cohort is making sure that the product market fit, the PMF, sort of works out where the pricing plays the most important element. We as a country are a value for money. No matter how, I'm not talking about the really wealthy, ultra wealthy people, but even my mother, till date, if she would buy sabji, she would negotiate. You know, that is the country we are, that is who we are, and we need to appreciate that any product that you sort of launch in the market, if you're targeting the masses, price point is absolutely critical. And we kept it at the 10 rupee price point, which is a magical number.
So, because you've succeeded with Jeera water, now everybody wants a Jeera in their portfolio, right? From Bisleri to Parle Agro to Dabur to
Coke and Pepsi as well.
Coke and Pepsi. See, be careful what you wish for.
If you need to appreciate any category, so now everybody knows we are the OGs when it comes to building that category. We created that category. Now everybody's bouncing on it because everybody wants a pie of it. Having said that, what happens when something like that happens, when there are more people coming to the category expands further. This is great for business. I want more and more. There can never be a case where you are in a business where there's no competition. Good competition, fair competition is a good place to be in. So I'm really happy that everybody's taking this seriously. It just gives more validation to whatever we thought makes sense. So we're very happy that this competition is coming through.
Last week I was at a concert and वहाँ पे लाहौरी जीरा नहीं मिल रहा था, वो बिस्लेरी का मिल रहा था. Right? I had that, and then I yesterday again went back to Lahori as soon as it was available. I don't know if it's any consolation, but the tastes are not even in the ballpark. They're not even in the ballpark, frankly. They don't even stand against each other.
You have a brand ambassador on stage.
So technically, he's working for him and he's working for me. If he doesn't supply internet, nobody watches OTT.
My team has actually sent me with a mandate that I need to strike a partnership with you. So I'm doing this on the stage so that you don't run away from me.
We'll take credit for it. Just name credit that we facilitated this. But this is a good one. He works for you and you work for him.
Happy to.
But Vinay, people keep saying that people in India don't like to pay for digital content, especially Bharat. But you are witnessing strong growth in subscribers and revenues. And you told me that you have 4 million paying subscribers, right? So again, what's driving this growth? And all these people are paying you 800 rupees per year, which is actually more than, I think, what a Z5 or something charges.
Yes.
How are you getting them to do that?
So first of all, I think people who say that India doesn't pay for content are their information is absolutely coming from bad sources, is what I can tell you. Most probably, it's lazy statement made from an AC office because they don't have in them to go out on the ground and find out if people are actually ready to pay or not. Second, I think this conception got built because most of the internet, the content that it served in the beginning was not made for Bharat. That content was primarily built, it was basically a second copy of West that came to India. And that was the content that we are consuming. Then it was primarily English, whatever Indianized version of it we consumed. And then at best we went to Hindi. Then the third layer of the problem came where when the new age founders said, okay, we will build for Bharat and we'll make content companies for Bharat, everyone thought ki Bharat ko, we built stage in 2019 and the top 5 content companies back in the day which were serving Bharat were TikTok, ShareChat, Hello, Bigo, Likey. Sare UGC platforms hai, right? And in the name of UGC, all of these platforms were actually serving very questionable content. क्योंकि वो सबको लगता था कि यही देखता है भारत, इसके सिवाय कुछ देख, पर वो तो सब देखते हैं. वो कंटेंट तो ऐसा है जो सब देखते हैं. Who doesn't consume, edgy content? Everyone does, right? So वो easy था. तो हमने यहाँ से AC के कमरों में बैठ के भारत को टैग कर दिया कि भारत को यही कंटेंट देखना है. भारत केवल edgy देखता है और फ्री में देखता है. कभी भारत को क्या चाहिए और भारत कौन से कंटेंट के लिए पैसा देने को तैयार है, ये तो पूछा ही नहीं. अगर भारत के पास पैसे नहीं होते तो लाहौरी जीरा इतना बड़ा ब्रांड कैसे बन जाता? भारत के पास पैसे होते तो व्योम का इंटरनेट भी नहीं खरीद पाता वो. भारत के पास पैसे नहीं होते तो वो योर पेप्सी कोज ऑफ द वर्ल्ड एंड द लाइफ बॉयज ऑफ द वर्ल्ड. मैं लाइफ बॉय का एग्जांपल देता हूँ. माय फादर इज एक्चुअली इन द रूम टुडे. माय फादर यूज्ड टू रन अ जनरल स्टोर इन द विलेज. गांव में जो बनिए की दुकान होती है, वी यूज्ड टू रन दैट. एंड मैं उसी में बैठ के बड़ा हुआ हूँ. हमने सारी ब्रांड बेचते थे हम वहां पे. लाइफ बॉय, पीएनजी, HUL, सबके प्रोडक्ट बेचे हमने. अगर भारत के पास पैसे नहीं होते खरीदने के तो फिर ये सब ब्रांड्स कैसे बनती इतनी बड़ी? ये दिल्ली से बॉम्बे से तो नहीं बनी है इतनी बड़ी ब्रांड्स. प्रॉब्लम ये है कि जिनको लगता है कि भारत के पास पैसे नहीं है या भारत पैसे नहीं देना चाहता है, उनकी अंडरस्टैंडिंग बहुत लिमिटेड है. और उन्होंने कभी, और हमारे देश के एंटरप्रेन्योर्स ने भी एक्चुअली भारत के साथ बहुत ही स्टेप चाइल्ड बिहेवियर किया है. तो हमने कभी उनके लिए हार्डकोर प्रोडक्ट्स, उनकी जो नीड के प्रोडक्ट है, जो उनके साथ बात करते हैं, उनको कभी छोटा फील नहीं कराते, उनको इंफीरियर फील. लाहौरी जीरा क्यों, मैं आपको बताता हूं, एंड आई एम एक्चुअली हिज ब्रांड एम्बेसडर. प्रॉब्ली आई एम गोइंग टू टॉक अबाउट मोर अबाउट हिम एंड देन स्टे. लाहौरी जीरा क्यों चला अगर कोई मुझसे पूछे? इसलिए क्योंकि लाहौरी जीरा है ना, भारत के आदमी को कभी कम फील नहीं कराता. लाहौरी जीरा उसके एस्पिरेशन में ऐड करता है, उसके कॉन्फिडेंस में ऐड करता है. उसको इंफीरियर फील नहीं कराता कि अरे यंगिस्तान, जब तक रणवीर कपूर वो ऐड नहीं करेगा तब तक आपका ब्रांड मतलब बहुत बड़ा ब्रांड नहीं बन जाता है. या आप वो क्रिकेट जब तक नहीं खेल रहे हो, या बहुत बड़े शहर में ऐसा इनका जो ऐड होता है, द लार्जर कोल्ड ड्रिंक्स, लुक एट सम ऑफ दोज एड्स. If when I saw that ad from my village when I was growing up, I felt intimidated. कि अरे मैं ट्राई भी कर सकता हूँ क्या ये ड्रिंक? Whereas लाहौरी जीरा बोलता है कि अरे अपने देश का ड्रिंक है, अपन जो घर में जीरा पानी बना के पीते हैं, जलजीरा पीते हैं, आम पन्ना पीते हैं, देखो ये वही तो ड्रिंक है, ये अपनी ड्रिंक भी, इसमें भी कोई कमी नहीं है. ये भी देखो फैंसी बोतल में आ सकती है, इसको पीना भी सेक्सी हो सकता है, इसको भी आप अपने ट्रैवल की ड्रिंक बना सकते हो. हम भी वही कर रहे हैं. स्टेज भी एकदम वही कर रहा है. स्टेज बोल रहा है.
Essentially what Vinay is trying to say is people are not really making an effort to find a reason as to why people will spend. If you actually make that effort, you will come to realize
the lazy way out is to say Bharat doesn't spend.
Yeah, exactly. So you will realize cumulatively the superset, which is Bharat, has far more wealth that they're ready to spend vis-a-vis the folks who are sitting in ACs and filing income tax returns. So these guys cumulatively are far more valuable as a cohort versus the 12 crore people who actually file income tax returns.
इसका एक और अच्छा एग्जांपल देता हूँ. ये थोड़ा टची टॉपिक है मेरे लिए, तो मैं इस पे थोड़ा इमोशनल हो जाता हूँ. कि यहाँ पे शहर में, मैं नोएडा में रहता हूँ, यहाँ पे हम जीते हैं EMIs पे, है ना. गाड़ी खरीदी तो लोन ले लो, घर खरीदा तो लोन ले लो, फ्रिज खरीदा तो लोन ले लो, है ना. आजकल तो भांति प्रकार के छोटे छोटे लोन मिलने लग जाते हैं, हर चीज लोन पे ले लो. हम जहाँ पे जिन यूजर्स की बात कर रहे हैं, वहां पे लोन वोन का कॉन्सेप्ट है नहीं कोई, है ना. लोन लेना गलत बात समझी जाती है, इज्जत की बात हो जाती है लोन लेना. जितनी सेविंग इनकी सारी साल की होती है ना, उतनी सेविंग हमारी दादी नानी के आटे के डब्बे में मिल जाती है, क्योंकि सेविंग नाम का तो कोई कॉन्सेप्ट ही नहीं है इधर. तो पेइंग पावर, पेइंग कैपेसिटी बहुत है. बस कोई उनके लिए वो प्रोडक्ट बना दे जो उनका प्रोडक्ट है, जो ऐसा ना हो कि यार ये हमने यहाँ दिल्ली के लिए बनाया था, आप भी यही देख लो.
राइट.
जो
उनको ये कह दे कि ये हमने आपके लिए बनाया है, ये आपका प्रोडक्ट है, आप देखो, उसके लिए वो पैसा दे देंगे फिर बेसिकली.
राइट. सत्यम, yeah, you want to weigh in?
Yeah, so see, obviously these guys have talked about it. The 2 points to it, right? In our learning also, it's not about the cost; it is about the context that we need to get right. And most of the time, the conversation goes towards cost because it comes from very Western concepts of how businesses are seen. Now in US, you buy more to save more. So you go to a Costco and they'll say, you know, you take 5 and you get 2 free. Now this is a very US based of value pricing. In India, you save more so that you can buy. And therefore, 96% of cigarettes in this country, people would take 1 stick at a time. Because it has to match my cash flow. I've got 20 rupees in my pocket. You cannot tell me that buy the entire box of cigarette and I will give you 25% discount. Now, till the time we get the context of India right, the solutions would not be primed to this. So if India can sell so many cigarettes, and if even a beggar can afford to buy tea, which is nothing else but a commercial transaction, you would see somebody actually asking you, chai ke paise de do, right? Which means a drink which didn't even exist in this country 200 years back, which Britishers brought it in, became a business model over time because somewhere the context clicked.
Right.
So if we start to put Indian lens, shift from, let's say, rather than build in India, we have to be born in India products now. Because build in India were actually seen in US, copied in Europe, and then they were built in India. Right? But if India ke liye banana hai, they have to be born in India. They have to probably come from people who are as passionate.
Born in India is a good construct. Yeah.
I think just to add to what he said, it's actually logical and it is validated. You will realize that it is the mindset I'm talking about. Costco's and all these modern trade stores across the world, they have like massive sales and they work really well. In India, it's an inferior experience. That is why quick commerce is actually rising and taking over the modern trade. People in the Western countries, they like to buy in bulk, store and then consume over a period of time. Whereas India में कहता है cash flow, आज cash संभाल, saving कर, आज solve कर, and that's why quick commerce solves for it. वो आज solve कर देता है और जब कल की requirement आएगी तो वो फिर buy करेगा. Nobody likes to buy in bulk and store in India because they prefer cash. So the mindset is not to buy in volumes. Buy, just solve for today and save on money.
Right.
So that thought process is coming through.
I'll just add, one interesting example of, so when we look at India lens, right, then it is not only about tech. Trust has to go with tech to bake it for India. So in our call centers, for example, we realize when you call, people say, sir, आपको हम 2 मिनट के hold कर सकते हैं, मैम आपके साथ हम ऐसा कर सकते हैं. And we just made a small shift. So if you call to our call center, they will say, मैं आपका भाई सत्यम बोल रहा हूँ, आज मैं आपकी कैसे मदद कर सकता हूँ. And the conversation from there on fundamentally changes. And we've seen, some female calling and then saying, कि आप भैया तो बोलते हो लेकिन कभी रक्षाबंधन पे क्यों नहीं आते? Now, can you believe a transactional statement which was about a complaint actually ending up in a very, very different context because instead of calling sirs and madams, we've started just calling ourselves bhaiya and didi. Now, that's where probably it has to be seen from a different lens. It's a huge opportunity. I mean, a billion Indians, $100 is a $100 billion business. Right? How many businesses in India can aspire to be $100 billion, right? Maybe you're looking at 3 of them possibilities. There are many more.
Right. As we wind up, Satyam, but were you ever intimidated that you're entering an industry that already has such heavyweights, telecom?
See, we're thankful for the first set of things to be out there because if you look at it last 20 years, there have been fundamental disruptions in how businesses have shifted, right? From supply-led businesses where people owned infrastructure, platforms came in who were doing a better supply match. And that is where the value got added to the end consumer. So be it Amazon, be it Uber, which disrupted transportation, Airbnb disrupted retail. No one has ever done it in telecom. So I think the excitement of being the first one, even if you are martyr or उसमें आप शहीद भी हो जाओ तो उसका मजा शायद अलग है. That is what was carrying us. But on the other side, 1 billion Indians, everybody deserves to have big dreams. In our lifetime, if we can help 50 crore people to fulfill their dreams in some ways, I think it's worth it. And it's worth it beyond all the hurdles, every other constraint that you talk about.
At least enable them to dream. Yeah. At least enable them to dream.
Yes. And if not us, somebody else will do it. It has to happen.
And also,
Businesses
Chandra,
evolve.
I think to that point, I'd also like to add, for all 3 of us, there are large incumbents in our respective industries who are operating. But what needs to be appreciated is that large guys cannot do everything. There will always be
they'll also
younger
have
folks
legacy
coming in.
issues
Yes,
too.
there are legacy issues, there are innovation issues. There is no motivation at the end of the day. What you're actually doing is just ensuring that there is scale and you continue to do things. The reporting is signed. They're just trying to standardize things. I think the focus is always on that rather than innovation. For people like us will always exist in industries where there will be large incumbents. It's just more logical. We will come up with reasons as to why they should start innovating again.
Right. As we wrap up, Saurabh, you are a revenue-generating business, profitable business. You're also in the middle of raising a big round of funding. But what are your ambitions over the next year? You've kind of been you're dominant in the North India market. What next for Lahori?
I think it's very, very simple and very clear in our minds. The next couple of years, we absolutely intend to have national footprint where anybody in India traveling wherever, whatever part of the country you go to, you will find Lahori Zira an option.
So I should be able to order it in Bangalore.
100%. 100%. No matter, not in Bangalore, but any part of the country. Next 2 years, the idea is to have national footprint. Next 5-year dream and ambition and something that I promise you we will fulfill is we will be the preferred choice of Indian consumer for beverages.
Great. Vinay, you just raised a round of funding. So what are your ambitions beyond Rajasthani, Haryanvi and Bhojpuri?
5 years from now, every single regional culture of India, every Indian who comes from them would be proud of their cultural identity and would never have to feel any sort of inferiority complex because they come from a certain background. That would be the real success
The confidence
stage.
layer.
Confidence layer.
Satyam, who has also raised a round of funding.
Yeah. See, by 2030, we want to make sure that Vyom becomes synonymous with the internet. There are at least 50 crore people who, for just 10 rupees in their pocket, can get as much internet as they want, so that they can complete their online education, they can watch whatever they want to watch and fulfill their dreams. In next 2 years, we expect that at least 1 crore people, today we are at around 10 lakh users who use internet through us. We would be at around 1 CR users who, with just 10 rupees in their pocket, would only have 3 choices. Either to have Lahori Jeera, or to watch an amazing content, or to have unlimited internet from us.
That's a great way of putting it.
I think just to add before you wrap this up, I think what is important is that folks like us, we are the ones who need to dream. And younger folks who aspire to be entrepreneurs, we just need to dream a step bigger. At some point in time, Vyom could possibly lobby for this in other countries, get that regulation done and start doing it across. He'll probably start doing it for other languages outside India. And if a Prime can come to India and sell, Mr. Beast, I don't know if any of you know that there's a beverage called Prime, which is actually bought by Mr. Beast, who's the biggest YouTuber, sells a bottle for $500. If he can come to India and sell, why can't a Lahori Jeera go outside and sell and dominate the world? It is just for us to dream. Once we dream, we will be able to do it. I promise you.
Right. Here's wishing you the very best in your dreams. Thank you very much. A huge round of applause for 3 dreamers and builders.
Well, that indeed was like the much needed coffee shot this evening for all of us, or should I say the much needed soda drink. Thank you, gentlemen, for putting out those very interesting ideas for the young entrepreneurs in our country. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to shift our attention to one of the most pressing issues confronting the nation today, which is air pollution in the national capital. As we all know, Delhi's air quality has reached critical levels in recent years, impacting the health, impacting the well-being of millions of its residents. It has become a health crisis that affects not only the physical environment, but also the economic and social fabric of the city. And to take this conversation ahead, I would like to invite a team from IIT Delhi who will present a white paper on the issue, which will outline comprehensive, data-driven solutions to tackle this growing problem. Team IIT Delhi. Can we please have a huge round of applause?
Sit down.
Hello everyone. I'm Sparsh. I'm currently pursuing my BTech in third year in Department of Biotechnology and Biochemical Engineering at IIT Delhi.
Hello everyone, I'm Utkarsh Singhwal and I'm currently pursuing Bachelor's of Design from IIT Delhi.
Pranam, I'm Avni, currently pursuing my Bachelor's of Technology in Biochemical Engineering and Biotechnology at IIT Delhi.
So, here we are to discuss the strategies for air pollution mitigation for Delhi. Here we'll be discussing about biopellets, dust mitigation, and urban planning and beyond. So, the crisis of air pollution in Delhi NCR are grave, right? The Delhi pollution crisis has reached to the level that PM 2.5 has been nearly 20 times of the WHO guidelines, right? What are the major contributors in this issue? The major contributors are vehicle emissions, industrial activities, construction dust, and agriculture residues. Solutions already exist. We need to make a systemic change to implement them. One of these solutions is urban ventilation. Urban ventilation with strategic planning and green infrastructure. What is the problem over here? The problem is that Delhi is today currently facing an urban island effect, due to which it is facing an elevation of temperature up to 4 to 5 degrees relative to its rural areas near it. Right? It happens because the construction and all the development projects absorb a lot of heat. Right? The solution of this is urban ventilation. Urban ventilation corridors essentially allows the air to flow, which in turn moves the pollutants and do not allow it to collect at the same place and gets fresh air in the region, right? And we have the result of a survey where in the city of Hangzhou, China, has been able to find a reduction of around 25.2% of PM 2.5.
Now let's have a look at case study from Hong Kong. So Hong Kong's air ventilation assessment, it emphasizes on breezeways, podium designs, and also on the varying height of buildings and how can we improve ventilation using it. So looking at the first example, as we can see that improper spacing of buildings can lead to blockage of sea breeze. So we can place the buildings apart by up to 30 meters of spaces. Now let's look at how streets plays a major role in this area. So as we can see in the second example, zones like stagnant zones gets created that has very low AQI because of improper layout of streets in respect to the prevailing wind. So as we can see in the horizontal layout, it has more stagnant zones in comparison to the parallel orientation in respect to the prevailing wind. In the third example, it shows how we can have the varying height of the building and how can we get the air to the street level by keeping the height of building up to 160 meters, as height more than 160 meters can lead to downdraft effect that pushes the wind down. Now these are the changes that we can do in the mid to long term, but let's discuss what we can do in the short term, and here we have an example that can be implemented as soon as we start working on it. So here's an example of signboards where we can see that we can either start with changing the layout of horizontal signboards to vertical signboards, or we can also place the horizontal signboards in parallel to the roads. That can help in less blockage of air. We can also have wind passage areas in cases when it's crucial to have horizontal signboards. We can move to the next. So let's discuss about what Singapore has done. So Singapore, along with the Urban Redevelopment Authority, they worked on to align all the major roads parallel to the monsoon winds to create a natural ventilation corridor. They were able to make these changes and bring down the moving forward, they also worked with National University of Singapore, where they worked on energy efficient buildings, green spaces, and also they made some major infrastructure changes like terrace farming and wind passages to the building. And it's fascinating to note that they were able to bring down the urban heat by 1 degree Celsius, and they were also able to cut down the energy needed for cooling by 5%. Now, despite all the complexities of urban areas in Delhi and its high population, we can also work on major roads and create some air corridors, and we can also work on the riverfront of River Yamuna.
So I'll be talking about biomass pellet manufacturing and parali. During the month of November, it is always all across the headlines कि parali की वजह से ये हो रहा है, parali की वजह से ये हो रहा है. If you talk about, this is the recurring issue which has been in public discourse every time, especially contributing to the winter air pollution in Delhi. Now we'll be talking about what does parali actually does. So 85% of the rice residue is burnt in Punjab, 40% in Haryana, and 29% in Western UP is burnt openly. Farmer faces a compressed sowing season because of the shift in the sowing season between the kharif crops and the rabi crops. So basically farmers के पास कुछ ऐसा वो सिस्टम नहीं है, क्योंकि उनके पास 15 से 20 दिन होते हैं, उसमें से उनको पूरा का पूरा स्टबल निकालना है. अगर वो नहीं निकाल पाते हैं तो वो पेनलाइज्ड हो जाएंगे. उसके लिए वी नीड टू क्रिएट अ सस्टेनेबल इकोसिस्टम जहां पे हम फार्मर्स को इंसेंटिवाइज कर सके. So here comes our solution where we propose to facilitate the farmers with biopellet manufacturing faculties over the most efficient location by optimizing the cost and the supply of biomass wherever we can have. So basically what we are proposing is कि हम farmers से उनकी पूरे के पूरा stubble लेंगे and then we'll convert it into pellet, and then we'll supply it to thermal power plants. Now, why will thermal power plants take the parali from us or the biopellet from us? Because government has mandated the use of 5% of biofuel in financial year of 2024 and 2025. And this has increased to 7%. The co-firing of biofuel has increased to 7% in the financial year of 2025 and 2026. So this is the solution we are proposing. Now, talking about the advanced dust separation technologies. So, around 38% of the Delhi air pollution comes from the construction sites, the dust which is there across the roads. So, we propose to use natural polymers like lignosulfate and MgCl2, which acts as dust aggregator and binds the dust. We can use fog cannons, mist cannons, and here we have represented a global example where Australia does all this hydromulching, uses the biodegradable natural polymer, and uses fog cannon to reduce their air pollution and decrease in SPM levels. Now talking about what can we adopt as of now. We can adopt for sustainable future and breathable air in Delhi. We can adopt the Japan's monitoring system. We can use their dual monitoring system of ambient air quality monitoring and the roadside air quality monitoring systems. So we can install at ITOs, at Anand Vihar, where the major air pollution occurs. We can integrate the data in real-time apps so that public advisory comes to the public health, and public knows and conduct the informed decisions. We should also make a sustainable and favorable ecosystem for EVs and incentivize this process by subsidizing the usage of EVs, or we can also use we can also develop the framework of recycling of lithium-ion batteries and converting into black mass so that we can recycle these batteries. This is what we have presented. We should not only focus on the challenges we are facing. but also that we all together can create a breathable future. We all can contribute to this cause and make Delhi breathable. This is what we have presented in our white paper. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Team IIT Delhi. Your vision and your work just tells us that our future is in safe hands. Thank you for that detailed presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, as promised earlier, the evening is only going to get better from here. Up next, it's a great honor and privilege to welcome one of India's most dynamic and influential political leaders, Sachin Pilot from the Congress Party. Mr. Pilot has made a significant mark in Indian politics, particularly in Rajasthan, where he has been a key figure in shaping the state's political landscape. Today, we have this unique opportunity to hear from him directly as we explore a range of issues that our country continues to face. The Congress Party's vision for India's future will be discussed and how leaders like him are working to address some of the most pressing issues as well, from economic reform to social justice, development and national unity. Mr. Pilot joins us virtually for a fireside chat titled Pilot's Vision, Navigating Bharat and Rajasthan's Future. And Shivani Gupta, my colleague, will be taking this conversation ahead.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for being with us, and thank you Sachin Pilot for your time. It's a pleasure to have you here on Rising Bharat because our theme is youth. And who better than one of the young faces of the Congress Party, the oldest political party in India, to talk to it about. Let me begin by asking you, Sachin, if you were asked to describe what vision you have as an individual, as a political leader for the youth of the country, how would you describe it?
I think it's true that this country is blessed with a very young population, but it's also true that we have to work tirelessly to be able to provide opportunities, to be able to make an India that's inclusive, that growth is not the only criteria, but equitable growth is the key. And young people, educated people, really have a lot of contribution to make. And to my mind, India is a country that is made up of more than one ideology, more than one narrative. So how to get people together, how to make India a 21st century nation that can take upon the challenges that the times have brought to us. I think politically we have different views, and I think the government of the day may have tried last 10 years, but there is certainly a sense of lacking, a sense of not being included, and a sense of despair between the young people as they move forward, and the huge divide that we have between our society, rich and poor. There are many challenges, but for young people, I think there's a lot of opportunity, and we in the opposition are happy to be constructive in our role, but we certainly will make the government of the day accountable and answerable as we move on.
But Sachin, I have to ask you, if you look at recent election results, not just the Lok Sabha election results, but you look at Haryana and Maharashtra, where your party was expected to do very well, but it didn't. Don't you think that your party is losing or has already lost that connect with the Indian youth?
I think that's a very sweeping statement. We have won elections in the past, we have lost some elections, but I don't think one or two wins or losses actually define a political party. We have a commitment to the people of India, whether we've been in government or not. Don't forget, we were in government for 10 years, and now we have been opposition for 10 years. That's part of how Indian politics plays. But we've remained true to what we feel is our commitment. That is that we must, when I was in government with Dr. Manmohan Singh, we used to work aggressively in being able to provide jobs. I think that's something that this government has miserably failed. And I'm not trying to be critical, but the facts speak for themselves. We have the highest recorded unemployment ever. But the narrative, the media, the perception, the communication tries to hide away all those facts. And I'm not being critical for the sake of being critical. But I believe that as we move forward, India is growing. But are we growing to our potential? Are we able to punch above our weight? Are we doing justice to the tens of millions of educated young men and women who are running from corner to corner, can't find a reasonable job? And not just unemployment. I think underemployment is as much of a problem. So, when you say winning and losing elections, we have won a few states, we lost a few states. But I'm sitting here in Ahmedabad today. We have a party convention, and we once again taken upon the challenge to lock horns in the battlefield. We are ready to face any challenge. Our commitment and our resolve to be able to serve the people, to be able to connect with them, and very soon we are launching a mass contact program, door-to-door program, to make sure that more and more people are able to connect with the ideology.
I have to ask you this. You're talking about, that lag or that lack of opportunity for the Indian youth. It may be a trend that wasn't started by your party, but your party, the Congress party, has also co-opted in the freebie culture. The BJP is also guilty of co-opting in the freebie culture. How do we solve the problem of the young today if all we are willing to offer them are freebies? Is your party also not guilty of doing this for the sake of winning elections, and still you're not winning elections? What does that say?
It's a very good, I'm glad you asked this question. And here's my answer to that. My response is very clear. I believe as a state, it is our constitutional responsibility to be able to provide support, resources for those who don't have any. Now, whether it's the US or Europe, everybody has an affirmative program. You have food coupons, you have subsidies, you have all sorts of financial benefits for people who are not in the mainstream. But it should be targeted, it should be monitored. One should not use that as a platform to garner votes. But once you're in government, and I have to take you back, from 2004 to 14, when we had UP 1 and 2, 145 million people were lifted from abject poverty, above the poverty line. So I'm all for supporting and targeted support of all people who need our resources, education, health, food subsidy, electricity. I think we owe to those people. But it can't be a race to the bottom. It can't be that I'm giving 200 units and you give 400 units. That's not how it is. And there are many political parties who don't have the governance historical record of delivery. Our party has been in power for a few decades. We've been in opposition. We talk with responsibility. And I can tell you one thing, whatever election promises the Congress party makes, it's done with a thorough due diligence of what the resources are, what we can manage, and what we're able to deliver. There are some people who are getting into this competitive game and are promising things which then becomes problematic post-elections. So I'm against that. But I think people who deserve the support and help of the government should get that support.
Okay, then let me ask you, your leader, the leader of the Congress party, or the biggest face of the Congress party today, Rahul Gandhi, he's been talking about caste-based reservations. He wants to expand it beyond the 50% limit legally prescribed today. He talks about jitni abadi utna hak, that it should be on the basis of the proportion that one has in population. And the idea is, of course, that the OBCs and others are much larger in population than 50% of the Indian current population. If we go that route, the direct question that comes to mind is what happens to merit then? Because the young of the country, the youth of the country, if there is one thing they tell politicians again and again, and us when we go to the field, is that they want an India which runs on merit, not on किस परिवार से आते हो, आपके माता पिता कौन है. Dynasty, they don't like reservations as much. They want merit. They want to be standing on their own feet. So then I don't understand, how does your vision of what the youth need go hand in hand with the jitni abadi utna hak, or more reservations than we already have?
I think I've understood your question. No, so let me start by saying that I am fully in agreement with you that we have to have a competitive merit-based system in our country. There's no question about it. But on the flip side, if the argument you made, I have only this to say. There are people who have not been able to enter the mainstream, who are on the fringes of our society, absolute fringes, economically, socially, subjugated to centuries of suppression. And when I say, and when the Congress party says we must have a head count, it is only to make sure that we have the adequate budgetary allocations to those sections who need it. After the survey is done, maybe we'll find that some people are getting it, but they don't deserve it. Move that. Be scientific. Unless we know the extent of the population or the geographical area which they inhabit, how do I know how much money to give? And incidentally, you said 50%. Who said 50%? Why not 40 or 55? This limit is arbitrary because it is set, some decades ago. India has changed. I think we must have a head count to see the socio-economical background of everybody in this country, and then take a considered view of how much to allocate where. It's very scientific. Now we have technology, we have bank accounts, we have direct benefit transfer, we have technology at our disposal to figure out which areas, which section, and which part of our society needs such support. Right now it's done ad hoc. It's done, if I run a government, I'll say I support this one, you come to power, you support that one. There is no scientific basis of allocating budgets, money, schemes, programs, and there is no scientific way of monitoring that. All we're saying is, let the truth come out, let us have a full head count, and based on that, post-discussion, do a merit-based system of how do you allocate resources. Right now, resource allocation is done at the whim and fancy of a political party or a government. There is no data to back it. Every time we have gone to court, court always says, please give empirical evidence of why you want to do the scheme or reservation, for example. And I think there's no harm. There are about a dozen states who have already crossed the 50% limit. So 50% limit is something that was, put down by some court decades ago. There is no reason for us not to have a head count and then take a reality check as to how much we need. Perhaps we need less. And if we have to cross a limit in some areas, let's do that. Let's not be bound by history and legacy and not be scientific in our approach. So to your argument that this will kill merit, I don't believe it. I think people who have merit have enough space and they should get space, but those who have been left out in the mainstream for decades and centuries do need a level playing field.
No, possibly that 50% mark was set because at least there will be 50% merit-based and 50% reservation-based. Maybe it was more palatable for people to accept that rather than a 70-80% reservation. But I'll ask you very quickly. You're saying caste survey, do it, get the head count and then allocate resources accordingly. That's fine in its own regard. But are you also for increasing reservation limit to 60, 70, 80%?
There are areas in the country where 90% population is tribals and Dalits. Where do they go? I mean, I think what we should do actually is to make the supply so abundant that the demand matches it. Right now, there is less number of seats available, less jobs available, and that's why there is a hue and cry of how many seats we can give. If you make the supply abundant, if you put resources in creating jobs, if you increase the number of seats for engineering, for college, for education, we will not have this problem. I mean, we have to work in tandem. And when you say that 50% should be merit, I think it should be 100% merit. But what about a large chunk of our country that has not moved as quickly as some of us have? What about those people who don't have access to money, resource, connections, who can't get to a college, who can't get education, and are living in abject poverty? And this country cannot grow and get its place under the sun in the global world unless that half of our country is brought to the front line. And the way to do it is not giving money, is giving opportunity. And I'm asking for level playing field, but you cannot ignore those who have all access, studying in the best schools and colleges, competing with people in villages who have hardly anything. So you have to have a balance. But having a head count, how does it hurt? Let's get the facts out. Let's not do, tera, mera, I know better, you know better. Let's get scientific proof of what the numbers are, and then we'll figure out how to move forward.
Okay, fair enough. Head count at least can be a start for a rational debate. I have to ask you one final question, Sachin, before I let you go. We're talking about the youth. I don't want to make it too personal, but, there are several leaders of your age bracket who have lost the Congress party recently. Your fellow former congressman, there was a time when there were, movement linked to you as well. Why is it that the Congress party, your party, is failing to retain its young talent?
Well, I think just to add to your comment, we have lost some talent who's not very young also. We have Captain Amrinder Singh, we have Ghulam Nabi Azad, we had Ashok Chavan, and we had tons of other people. So people who are not, don't have the stomach for a fight will do what they have to do. Some people have personal compulsions, and this government of the day is using every resource at their disposal, whether it's enforcement directorate, CBI, police, income tax to subjugate. And once people cross over, suddenly they become blame-free and become the best people in the world. That's between them and the BJP. I have nothing to add. All I can say is that those who are committed for the party, who believe in the ideology and will fight till the end, Those are the kind of workers we want to cultivate. And today in the session at AICC in Ahmedabad, we are giving a clarion call for this year to be the year of organization, to reach out to the blocks, to the panchayats, to a mass contact program, door-to-door campaign, to galvanize the supporters, and people need a strong opposition. We have been put in the opposition, but for 4.5 years, I can assure you that the Congress party, our workers and our leaders will be on the ground, voicing the voice of the people, raising those issues and making this government accountable. Kaun aa raha hai, kaun ja raha hai, it's part of politics. I will make no comments, but I think ultimately people are the best judge. Whether anyone makes a decision, good or bad, you and I can't make a decision. The people of India will decide whether this is right or wrong.
All right. I do appreciate you joining us, Sachin Pilot. Thanks a lot for speaking here on Rising Bharat. We look forward to more stories coming in, not just for the youth that the Congress party will be connecting with, but also, of course, your state of Rajasthan as well. All the very best, and thanks a lot for joining us. Thank you, everyone, for being such a lovely, patient audience. I will invite my colleague Christine back. Thanks a lot.
Well, thank you, Mr. Pilot, if you're hearing this, for this most candid and very engaging conversation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, up next, allow me to welcome a remarkable leader and a visionary who is helping shape the future of the global economy. Mr. Borge Brenda, the President and CEO of World Economic Forum. As the CEO of the World Economic Forum, Mr. Brenda has played a pivotal role in bringing together leaders from business, government, academia, and civil society to address the world's most urgent issues. In this very special session, we'll explore what it means for countries, for companies, and even individuals to chart a successful economic course towards becoming global superstars. What are the trends driving growth? What challenges must we overcome? And how can we prepare for a future of unprecedented opportunities? Mr. Brenda is joining us virtually today, and he will be in conversation with Shireen Bhan. Shireen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to have you here with us at the Rising Bharat Summit. And it's wonderful to be joined by Borge Brende of the World Economic Forum, a man who's been tracking global trade for decades now, and a man who has a pulse check on what is happening as far as the business community globally is concerned. Borge Brende, many, many thanks for joining us here on CNBC TV 18 and on Network 18. It is a pleasure to have you here with us. Unfortunately, we have you joining us virtually. We would love to have you here with us in New Delhi. But let me start by asking you, Borge, what we've seen happen, especially since the 2nd of April, with the announcement of tariffs by President Trump, reciprocal measures being taken by different countries. As someone who's tracked global trade for decades now, is this the stuff of your nightmares, Borge?
No, thank you, and I wish I was there with you in New Delhi. It is true that we are facing unprecedented times. I would admit that in many ways, I'm glad I'm not the trade minister anymore. I could put it that way, because it is very challenging times. The largest economy in the world, the US, is almost 30% of the global GDP. With 5% of the global population. They have introduced now tariffs that are the highest ones in the US in a century. And no different countries then deal with it bilaterally. And it is a time where a lot is at stake for the global economy. That's for sure.
Well, yes, a lot is at stake, Borge. But, you know, when we were in Davos in January at the start of the year, President Trump did speak to the audience in Davos virtually. And while he had already held out the threat of tariffs, it seems to be the worst case scenario that's playing out. And if you look at the calculation, if you look at the tariff math, this isn't really reciprocal in the sense that we expected it to be. So what do you see as the impact and the implications on global trade? Is it too early to really make an assessment of how badly this is going to impact global growth?
So the discussion about reciprocity, that's a political discussion. The reality, if you look just at the numbers, the U.S. used to have tariffs around 3%, and now they will have tariffs with the latest proposal in the mid-20s. This is one of the highest, if not the highest, among all industrialized countries. So it is a major change. How this will influence the global economy depends also on what's happening in the coming weeks. We saw, for example, the stock market, the Nikkei index in Japan increased by 6% today because there are bilateral discussions between Japan as the third largest economy in the world and U.S. as the largest to find ways to break this impasse. So I think we know more about this in a few weeks, but of course we need all the growth that is possible because we are not back on what was trend growth for decades. We're still lower than the trend growth, and there are so many challenges, so many jobs, so many opportunities that have to be created, especially in emerging economies and frontier markets.
Yes, well, speaking of opportunities as well as the road ahead, I want to build a little bit more on the retaliatory action and now the possible retaliatory action on China with President Trump threatening another 50% tariff on China, China responding saying that they will take countermeasures if the U.S. were to go forward with that. If President Trump goes through with the threat of additional 50% tariffs on China, which would take the total tariffs on China above 100%, Borge, what will that mean? How are you reading that?
This will all be speculation, so I don't want to go into that because we will know the answer to this in a few weeks, at least most likely. But it is significant when the two largest economies in the world also are not seeing eye to eye on how to then deal with trade and investment between each other. So as I mentioned, the U.S. economy is the largest. China is the second largest. Together, they're almost 45% of the global economy. So if we see a decoupling between these two economies, that is serious because there are also areas where they depend on trading with each other. It is though important to underline that China, that is a big exporter and a big manufacturer, has reduced also their reliance on the U.S. market during the last years. It used to be 20% of the Chinese export used to go to the U.S. Today, they're down to 12%. So even if the trade was going to stop, 88% of what China exports today could continue. And the U.S. is not that relying on China either in some areas, but in other areas it is. And the challenge will be, of course, for American companies that the input factors, what they price, what they pay for what they put into their production will increase. And that can also lead to increased inflation, something that they, of course, want to avoid because increased inflation will also, over time, lead to higher interest rates.
Yes, inflation expected to move higher and interest rates unlikely to be cut anytime soon. That's the expectation at this point in time. But Borge, let's talk about Europe. That's where you are currently. We've already heard from the EU Commissioner, Ursula von der Leyen, saying that the EU is willing to negotiate, sit across the table with President Trump and the US administration, and even look at a possibility of zero tariffs. Now, what do you believe the European response is likely to be? While they have talked about taking countermeasures if the US were not to come to the negotiating table, at this point in time, do you believe the EU is essentially waiting and watching how this plays out domestically for President Trump's administration?
I think that's a good summing up of the situation. We know from Mexico-Canada situation that the tariff did change over weeks, and there were different possible outcomes. For the EU, the US market is incredibly important, and instead of then going directly into a retaliation situation, I think the Commission wants to also have a dialogue with the US administration. It's true, if you look at manufactured goods, there is a surplus on the EU side. But what the EU also then mentions is they want to bring in services and digital trade in this picture. And then they say it's a more balanced picture. And we also see that there are different signals now in the Trump administration. I saw that Elon Musk, that is still in the White House, he said that why don't we create like a customs union or zero tariffs between the EU and the US, if I interpreted it rightly. So there might be some movements there. Maybe that's also why the market in Europe today also has strengthened a little bit. And we see also that the market in the US before trading is also in green. So I think there is still some hopes that this can lead to some negotiated results that can be in all countries' favor, and also in this respect in EU and the US favor.
You talked about the relief that we are seeing across global markets. Yes, after the kind of severe beating they've taken over the last few trading sessions with, trillions of dollars being wiped out in global market cap, there is a little bit of relief on the screen at this point in time. But, I want to stick with what's happening in Europe, Borge. And when we last spoke, you did believe that perhaps this was going to be the time when Europe would do more to push difficult reforms, would do more to try and bolster economic growth. In light of the actions taken by the US, in light of this reinforcement of the EU and the grouping, do you believe that now is the time to do or die, really, so to speak? A bit dramatic, but is that the moment we're at as far as Europe is concerned?
I don't think one should write off Europe at all. Europe has shown in the past to be the comeback kid. Remember in 2012, people said that Greece was bust, the euro was gone as a currency. Today, Greece is one of the fastest growing economies in Europe. And look at Spain, that also had trouble with high unemployment, especially for youth, is now the fastest growing of the OECD countries, the developed economies. The euro is still the second strongest currency in the world. But of course, Europe also has its challenges. Inflation is on its way down. That's good. But they will need to implement the Draghi plan. There's 400 pictures of proposals from a former head of the ECB, the European Central Bank, saying that one has to reduce red tape, has to make it easier to do business in Europe. And if Europe implements all this, and it's a war on talents globally, maybe Europe could be a place where also very talented people would like to live in the future. So I would not write off Europe. It's almost 20% of the global economy still. So it's incredibly important, and maybe Europe also can play a role here between the other big economies, not ending up between a rock and a hard place, but maybe say that we can work with India, we can work with China, we can also work with Latin America and the US. So there are some diplomatic opportunities here also for Europe that we should not underestimate. For example, Ursula von der Leyen, you mentioned, just recently went to Brazil and signed an agreement with Mercosur that has been on the table for decades. And Mercosur, being Brazil, Argentina, and etc., together with the EU, is almost 30% of the global GDP.
Talking about diplomatic opportunities that you believe Europe should not miss, the India-EU FTA negotiations have been on for over a decade now, Borge. Do you believe that this could perhaps speed things up? Could we see both sides moving closer to getting that deal finally done?
Yes, I think so. I was struggling for many years with the so-called EFTA deal between EFTA and India. EFTA being Switzerland and Norway, Liechtenstein and Iceland, not the biggest, but you know, together they're the 12th largest economy in the world. And I used to say the only international organization where my country, Norway, is a superpower. But anyway, we made a deal. EFTA did a deal with India, and we have seen that in the past when EFTA can do deals with big players, also EU follows. So I think this can be the push needed for an India and EU mega regional trade agreement that possibly can benefit both India and EU a lot.
Well, since we're here at the Rising India Summit, Borge, you were talking about the India-EU FTA and the possibility of that finally getting done. But how do you see India positioned today? We are, of course, in negotiations with the US for a bilateral trade agreement. We're in talks with the UK for an FTA. We're in talks with the EU for an FTA. How do you see India's role and position, and what do you believe the approach should be from here on? The speculation, the hypothesis is that India could be a net beneficiary of this move, anti-China move. But how do you see India's position at this point in time?
India is well positioned. The Indian economy is still growing much faster than most other economies. If India continues with reforms, I think easily can get 6% economic growth. If it increases the reforms, it can easily also get back to 8%. India has suddenly also become a manufacturing hub. I just looked up the numbers before this, and I saw that India is the second largest exporters of cell phones in the world. That was not the situation just 5 years ago. India has amazing talent. One of the youngest population in the world. The average age is 28% of the Indian population. More than 60% is in the age of working. A lot of other countries have not those kind of great numbers. And we know that also Prime Minister Modi has a good relationship with President Trump. So let's see if India now is able to work out also an agreement on the trade and investment side that works for India. Traditionally, though, India has been doing deals mainly based on the multilateral agreements through WTO. And for India, that has, I think, been a good starting point. But now the world has changed, and we see more mega regional deals, so-called plurilateral deals, coalition of willings. And we're seeing that India is also pivoting towards doing more mega regional deals. Of course, this is up to the Indian leadership to make this kind of assessment. But it's interesting to see that the approach is also changing in New Delhi.
You talked about bilateral deals that India is looking at, and you also talked about what we have seen happen on the electronic manufacturing side. In fact, reports today suggesting that Apple may redirect some of its phone supply chain to India and make more in India on account of the tariffs imposed on China. And now, given the fact that in the region, whether it's China or Vietnam, etc., the tariffs imposed by the US are higher, do you believe in the near term India is likely to benefit from the higher tariffs in the region?
That would only be speculations, but we'll also see how the tariffs develop in the coming weeks. But as I said, I think India has good relations both with the US as the largest economy in the world, and EU is the largest market in the world, the singular market. And there is also traditionally good relations there. So let's see how India maneuvers this. But there is a lot of things working now for India if the reforms do continue. It's a startup nation too. 160,000 startups, 120 unicorns. So a new unicorn like every 20 days. Of course, India is strong on services, also relatively strong on digital trade. Those two things are growing much faster than manufacturing. But now also India is making huge progress on manufacturing. 300 now sites in India producing mobile phones. This shows that when first things move fast in India, it really moves fast.
You know, Borge, I think something that has fallen off the headlines for the last few weeks, ever since tariffs took over, is what's happening with Russia and Ukraine. Now, President Trump and President Zelensky and Vladimir Putin have been in discussion. We've seen fireworks in the White House and outside of the White House as well. What's the sense that you now get on what's happening as far as Ukraine is concerned, and what's the feeling in the business community with respect to a possible resolution now?
It's true that Ukraine has fallen a bit off the agenda because economics, tariffs, but also still the situation in the Middle East with Iran and the Gaza has had a lot of attention. And also the Houthis, of course, with freedom of maneuver, naval maneuver in the Red Sea. I think the latest on the battlefield ground in Ukraine is that the progress that the Russians had a few months ago has probably staled, and there is now also counterattacks from the Ukrainians. So there is still a situation where after 3 years of war, Russia has taken a little bit less than 20% of the territory of Ukraine. They still control 80% of their territory. Russia went into Ukraine in the hope of taking the whole country in a week. And now after 3 years, they have 20%. So hopefully there is also now a willingness from Mr. Putin and the Russians to take up on this invitation from President Trump to then get a ceasefire and later on a peace agreement. But it seems like now that ball is in the Russian camp, and it seems like President Trump is also getting a little bit impatient if you read his body language on this.
Yes, there has been some commentary coming in from President Trump that he is losing patience, but one will have to see how this plays itself out in the context of what's happening in Ukraine. The efforts to remilitarize in Europe, and there is now a lot of talk around what that could potentially mean. We've seen different countries coming out and expressing their aspiration to remilitarize, given the fact that there is now this trust deficit between the EU and the US. What could that mean for Europe, this effort to remilitarize?
It's true that Europe has, in the last decades, used far less than they used during the Cold War on the military. Some European countries even gone under 1% of GDP, but most of them are now getting closer to 2% of GDP. I think this will continue. Some countries might even go up to 3%. Poland, I think, is now close to 4%. At least that is their goal. And I think this is a reflection on the security situation. If you have a neighbor, and a big neighbor, that has just taken a piece of another country, not according to international law, quite the contrary, these countries want to have a strong military, and they know that the strong military is sometimes the best way of guaranteeing peace, because no one attacks another country if it's strong.
So, Borge, let me end by asking you, is it the end of globalization as we've come to acknowledge and get used to over the last many decades? Is it the end of the multilateral system that we've been used to, whether it's the WTO, the WHO? How are you reading the chain of events and what this means as far as reshaping the global order is concerned?
No, thank you. It can be looked at from different angles. Still, we should remember, though, that 70% of the global trade do happen under the rules of the World Trade Organization, the WTO. And trade is still growing, at least until the last week. We have so far this year had a growth in trade around 3%. The global growth has been around 3.2. So it's not even been shrinking. So we're trading more with each other now than at any other time in history. But with the new tariffs, it can represent also something new. And it's true that trade is not growing as fast as it used to do in decades. Trade used to be the engine behind growth. Now the growth is also coming also from other areas. I would say that we are not seeing a de-globalization, but I say that we are seeing a re-globalization or a different globalization than in the past. There is more nearshoring, producing closer to where the products are consumed, to put it that way. There's also some friendshoring going on, that some countries say, oh, we want to then buy from the countries that we perceive as our friends. So there is also this age of nationalism. So there are countries, especially the big ones, that said, oh, this we want to produce at home due to security reasons. What we have to hope, though, is that not this end in a total decoupling, because a decoupling and disintegration of global trade will lead to contraction of the global economy. And the least thing we need now is a recession, because there is no ammunition to fight a new recession, because the countries are more indebted now than since at any other time since 1945. So let's hope that we'll continue to trade. The trade might be looking different, or some adjustments, but let's not lose the baby with the bathwater. That would be my last appeal.
Well, let's not lose the baby with the bathwater. Let's ensure that trade continues, and let's also ensure that the world doesn't head back into contraction. It's been a difficult time through COVID, and we don't want to go right back there. Borge Brende, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very, very much for joining us here at the Rising Bharat Summit. Appreciate your time. We look forward to seeing you here in India, and we hope to be able to discuss how these events of the last few days are going to shape global growth and the global economy. Always a pleasure. Many thanks for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Borge Brende of the World Economic Forum.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for such a powerful session. और मैं चाहूंगी एक बार फिर से जोरदार तालियां, ताकि हम आगे के सेशन के लिए बढ़ सके। अब तक का दमदार शानदार सेशन रहा है राइजिंग भारत को लेकर, और अब आगे बहुत ज्यादा खास सेशन आपका इंतजार कर रहा है, क्योंकि जैसे जैसे हम इस हिस्टोरिक समिट में भारत के इकोनॉमिक रोड मैप पर ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग कर रहे हैं, वैसे ही अब वक्त है एक और खास टॉपिक पर बातचीत करने का, चर्चा करने का, ताकि इसे और गहराई से आप समझ सकें कि कैसे ये राइजिंग भारत का एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हिस्सा है। दरअसल ये टॉपिक है फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन का एक इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट, इंश्योरेंस। आज हमारे साथ एक ऐसे लीडर हैं जो इंडिया को, इंश्योरेंस सेक्टर को पूरी तरह से बदलने के फोर फ्रंट पर है। अमन बत्रा, चीफ स्ट्रेटेजी ऑफिसर, इंश्योरेंस देखो। जोरदार तालियां आप जरूर बजाएं, ताकि जो ये सेशन है आपको बहुत कुछ बताएगा। इस फायरसाइड चैट का टॉपिक है डेमोक्रेटाइज इंश्योरेंस एंड इनेबलिंग लाइवलीहुड। और अभी का जो ये वक्त है, ये जो समय है, बिल्कुल परफेक्ट है, क्योंकि एक ऐसे देश में जहां डाइवर्सिटी और स्केल इतना बड़ा है, इंश्योरेंस का एक्सेस सिर्फ लिमिटेड लोगों तक ही होता है। लेकिन अमन बत्रा और उनकी शानदार टीम, दमदार टीम, इंश्योरेंस देखो के जरिए ये पूरा नैरेटिव बहुत तेजी के साथ और शानदार तरीके से बदल रहे हैं। जी हां, ऐसे इंश्योरेंस प्रोडक्ट्स वो बना रहे हैं जो ज्यादा एक्सेसिबल, अफोर्डेबल और रेलेवेंट हैं, और हमारे आपके लिए नहीं, बल्कि भारत के हर एक नागरिक के लिए। अब हम सुनेंगे, जानेंगे, देखेंगे उनकी सोच को कि कैसे इंश्योरेंस भारत के फ्यूचर को ट्रांसफॉर्म कर सकता है और करोड़ों करोड़ों लोगों की जिंदगी को यह अपलिफ्ट भी कर सकता है। अमन बत्रा से बातचीत करने के लिए मैं स्टेज पर बुलाना चाहूंगी चंद्रा श्रीकांत को, ताकि एक और दमदार सेशन का हिस्सा आप सभी बन सके।
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much, Aman, for joining us at Rising Bharat. We've had so many sessions in this room around Bharat and its opportunity. In fact, a couple of sessions ago, we had 3 entrepreneurs who are building for Bharat. So it's clearly a big theme. We will delve into that in a while, but just give us some perspective on insurance, the opportunity that you see today, because India's insurance penetration is still just 4.2% of GDP. So, how do you plan to reach the next 500 uninsured citizens? What are the key behavioral, cultural, and infrastructural shifts that are needed for that?
So thanks, Chandra. Thanks for having me here. Thank you to you and the News 18 team for having me and the Insurance Deco group here. And to the question, I think we see a large opportunity in insurance in India. Insurance as of last year is almost a $132 billion market. And this is not a market size, TAM, SAM, etc. But this is actual cash changing hands and going from a consumer into a manufacturer's pocket, right? And that's the space that we are up for disrupting. And I think if you talk about those 500 million people who are uninsured, which is the missing middle, we see there are 3 things which can help insure this 500 million Indians. One of them is distribution, and that is what we are disrupting here at Insurance Deco. We see today that large part of insurance in the country is coming from the top 20 cities. We have went down and built a distribution in the tier 2 and tier 3 markets of the country, right? That is how we build distribution, which again leads to more awareness for the product, right? So that's one. Second, I think the biggest cultural shift which needs to happen for insurance to pick up in the country. Today, insurance is look more like a investment product, right? Which is to say, I invest certain money and I might get certain return at a future exigency, right? But can people start thinking of it more as a savings product, which is I'm saving for a rainy day, and tomorrow, if such an event comes in, right, I have to go for an hospitalization. It doesn't deplete into my bank balance, but it is more a pool that I can go into, right? So if that large cultural shift can come in, I think that would be one of the game changers. And we at Insurance Deco have been at the forefront of building that awareness. We have about 2.4 lakh agent partners who work on our platform. And with these 2.4 lakh agent partners, we reached out to over 1 crore Indians over the last 5 years who have insured, right? We insure almost 20 Indians every minute. So that's the scale that we are at. Right? So that's 2. Third, I think what also needs to get built in is a lot more innovation and technology at play, right? If you have to reach these 500 million Indians, right, there we have to go out of the archaic processes which are today in insurance, where you don't need to build insurance through forms, etc., but build technology into play. And how can you power that, right? So I think these 3 things, Chandra, are to my mind, which can help and ensure these 500 million missing middle, which does not have insurance today.
Right. In a sense, Aman, you're this breakout Insure-tech company, because when you started up, there was already, I think, Policy Bazaar. You also had some of the bigger incumbents, the Bajajes, the ICICIs of the world. What do you think gave Insurance Deco that edge? That, you could still come up trumps in a category that had incumbents, it had startups, it had innovators?
Correct. Thanks, Chandra. Great question. So I think, yes, you're right. When we started, we were the 6th player in the market, right? Today, we are the first and foremost by size. And I think 3 things which have again come and helped us. One is just our approach on GTM, right? As I was mentioning earlier, we saw that the tier 1 market is saturated, right? There is a lot of distributors, manufacturers which are already there. The penetration in the next phase of growth needs to come from tier 2, tier 3 markets, and these are under-tapped, underserved, right? So that's where we went out of. Today, 90% of our agent partners, almost a similar amount of our top line, comes from the tier 2, tier 3 markets. A good 50% comes from tier 3 and beyond, right? So this was a greenfield area, right? We could go in there and build a distribution. The second key thing that we did was, when we were entering into these markets, what we understood was that there was no steady set of insurance agents who existed, right? They were also there in the tier 1 markets. And on that, we have done a good bit of innovation to go out and have students, housewives, kirana shops, pollution check centers as the insurance agents who work with Insurance Deco on the platform, right? And with these specific personas of insurance agents, there is an imminent risk with the trust with the end customer, right? Customers, they go to the same kirana shop, the same pollution check center, petrol pump every month, every week at a regular frequency, and there's already an imminent trust, right? And insurance, the biggest thing in insurance is trust, right? So we could piggyback on that insurance to go and distribute a product like insurance. Third has been disrupting different parts of the insurance value chain through technology. Right? And say when we were entering into the market, I joined the organization 5 years back. At that point of time, just to onboard an insurance agent would take us 5 days, multiple emails, etc. But the tech product team could bring in digitization thanks to the government and different bodies for bringing in India's tag, where onboarding has become much more easier. Today, if insurance agents has to get onboarded, they can get onboarded in 60 seconds flat. Second, what we also saw was that, say, a large amount of trust that we build with insurance agents who are the micro-influencers to get customers on the platform, right? That is our ability to pay them their commission on time and accurately, right? Earlier, these used to be done over Excel, but now today what we can do is we have something called anytime commission. Any of our insurance agents who source insurance policies or platform can come in and withdraw their commission in real time. So it's almost an ATM equivalent. So technology coming at play and bringing that trust, right? But a large part of the disruption has also happened around claims and servicing, right? That is also how trust gets built for the existing customer. They come back to renew the policy. They also go in their friends and family circle and give us a lot of referral, right? So those are some of the plays, Chandra, that we have done on this focus.
Right. Aman, you know, in the previous session, we had entrepreneurs who I said were building for Bharat. They are getting those users to pay for their services. How did you go about doing that? Because you said that, you know, we decided that tier 1 was saturated, so we went after tier 2, and now we are going after tier 3. But insurance at some level is still an expense. I mean, one can argue that, okay, it's an investment, but, you know, you don't see the tangible benefits immediately. So, I mean, mentally, it's still an expense that you have to do every year. So how did you sort of go about convincing people, you know, what was in it for them? Are people willing to pay for this in the Bharat market?
Correct, Chandra. So I think one of the biggest tailwinds that we have seen is COVID, right? When COVID, folks saw that they have
health
to
insurance was
spend
key.
Some out of pocket on health insurance, right? In a market like ours, where 98% of the expenditure on health is out of pocket, right? Insurance covers only a limited 2% of it, right? So I think that gave us a lot of headwind. But I think just from our approach perspective, also two things which have come in very handy for us to build conviction around high ticket size, high engagement products, specifically on health and life insurance, are twofold. One is making it more affordable for the end consumer, right? So going from a one-time upfront payment to more EMI payment, right? Now we're also working with different manufacturers to say, is there a pay per day program that you can bring on insurance? So making it more affordable and you can spend it out of, right? So just make it equivalent to say that an insurance expense per day is equivalent to your 1 cup of tea at a chai shop near your office or something, right? So I think that is one thing on affordability. The second is case study, right? And in the markets like tier 2, tier 3 that we have gone to, right? Just convincing and building awareness with case studies, and a case in point is, hypothetically speaking, Aman is a consumer, right? Who took health insurance, went through a certain instance, right? Where they had to expense about 10 lakhs, which was say almost 3x, 4x of their annual salary, and insurance could come and help them, right? Similarly, people who were invested into products like savings product on insurance side, which is for a future event, to send their kids to college, to help them plan for a future event that they have, right? When these case studies go around in the community of influence, right, they help bring in a lot of trust, right? Because there is someone actually on ground who's benefiting from this, right? And those hyper-local case studies have been something which have been very helpful for us to build conviction around some of these large products and then also drive awareness.
Right. In terms of the opportunities that you see going forward, Aman, again, you've leveraged technology to map your customers, what their needs are, what their needs could be going forward. I'm sure you've built an analytics engine to gauge that. So what opportunities do you see beyond insurance? What can you cross-sell, upsell in the future?
Correct. Thanks, Chandra. So I think, yes, with distributors like us and tech-first distributors, right, I think the first and foremost moat that we've been able to build is having access to a lot of data, right? The entire insurance rails for us run through a digitized system. So we have a lot more data on consumers, which are these consumers who are coming in, what is the profile, at what part of the value chain are they dropping, right? And with these zillions of data points passing through the system, what that enables us to do is do three things, right? One is customize products for them, right? Which is we understood where's the drop-off happening. Is it happening at price and feature, and how do we go back and work with our partners to customize products for them? Second is also just the cross-sell within insurance, right? So someone who came in and say hypothetically Chandra was a customer who came and bought an insurance for her car from the Insurance Dekho portal. And now we understand Chandra as a consumer. We also understand maybe health insurance or term insurance is something, the next product that we can sell to Chandra. The third, which we are also now doing small pilots around, and we'll see whatever is regulatory possible also in a space like ours, which is to say, again, with these end consumers, are there also scope for getting and expanding into other financial products, right? But there is a lot of richness of data, which enables us to do all of this.
Right. Like any fintech, one of your most important stakeholders is the regulator. And the IRDAI has been very busy in the last 3 years. What does this mean for Insurance Dekho? Did it perhaps, slow down the growth that you would have otherwise seen because you had to comply to many of these new regulations and rules?
Chandra, I think the regulator, and I think in the last 3 years, number of regulations which have come in, and all of them have been very helpful. One, to build more trust amongst the consumers, right? Second is also to enable and democratize a lot of distributors like us. And some of them, case in point, are just like around expense of management, which allows accounting to be done in a more transparent manner, but then also just other things around simplifying claims, making manufacturers and distributors more accountable to paying out claims in real time, right? So in all of that, there have been a good slew of changes. We have seen the industry taking some time to adjust to these changes, right? So these we see just as maybe near-term hiccups, right? But all these regulations, if you just look from a mid to long term, are much more beneficial, right? These have been game changers, net, if I have to say so.
Right. Give us a sense of the competitive landscape. I mean, you have Insurance Dekho, you have listed players like PB Fintech, then you have the likes of Acco, Turtlemint, etc. Now there are reports about you and the Renew deal, which will value the combined entity at $1 billion. Again, what will this merger or what will this acquisition mean for Insurance Dekho to assert its dominance in this space?
So Chandra, not at liberty to share anything which is still not in the public domain and not authorized to comment on this. But I think net, we see the space is ripe for disruption, right? I think there are a number of tech-first players which are out there in the market. Consolidation, if and when that happens amongst any players, gives benefit of scale, right? And thus going more deeper into the market, right? I think the next phase of growth only has to come from tier 2, tier 3, right? So any of the players joining hands just to build disruption in that market and build that distribution will always be a net positive for the industry as such.
So when can we expect the official announcement on this deal?
Chandra, my apologies, Chandra. not at the liberty to comment on that.
Right. In a recent interview with Money Control, you mentioned that, your IPO is at least 18 months away. So given that the IPO timeline stretching into early FY27, does this reflect caution around market readiness or a need to build more scale before facing public shareholders?
Correct, Chandra. So I think that's the public position, right? I think IPO is at least 18 months away for us. There is already a large amount of scale that we have built, right? The company is already at north of 4,000 crores of premium that we did in FY25. At that scale and size, though we're a distributor, but if you just stack us against the general insurers, right? And the PSUs aside, on the private side, we'll be the 11th or the 12th largest player. At that scale and size, now there is much more that we need to do for our partners, for our end customers. and also solve for a lot of internal things, right? Just build the right committees, right teams, right processes in place, right? Which can hold a study after a public market, right? So those are the things which the team is committed to building over the next 12 months and doing a IPO listing post that.
Right. We're also seeing an interesting play in insurance, healthcare. Narayana, for instance, which runs a network of hospitals, got into insurance, and then we have PB Fintech, an insurance player, getting into healthcare or chalking out plans for that. How do you see this play? How will Insurance Dekho look at it?
Correct, Chandra. So I think that again a step in the positive direction, right? I'll just share a case in point for us. We had started with auto insurance as the first product at Insurance Dekho. We understood that, say, these 20 Indians that we insure every minute, they also need a lot of support and hand-holding through the claims process, right? So we went out and partnered with the preferred network garages, right? So which is a consumer, if they bought a policy through the Insurance Dekho portal, right? We provide them a superior experience through the garages that we have partnered with, right? Where they're able to jump the queue, get priority on service, get a number of add-on benefits, warranties, guarantees around the service that has been provided to them. And that, I think, has helped us, one, renew a lot of these customers. But then again, these customers have gone out, they've built a very positive word of mouth in their network of influence, which has brought in a lot more consumers to us, right? So anything like this, where distributors like us are also getting into pseudo-fulfillment of sorts, right, always helps build customer trust, right, and thus just increasing the entire penetration in the industry as such.
Right. So what are your moonshots over the next 18 months apart from an IPO?
So Chandra, I think one thing which I and the entire team internally is focused is with the advent of Gen AI, right? The entire landscape that we service today, right? It's just ripe for disruption, right? We as a team have made a lot of progress. We have bought in AI in different parts of the value chain. I'll just share an example. So see these 2.4 lakh agent partners who work with us, they would go out in the market and pitch products to consumers.
Yeah.
And if it's a more complex product like health or life, there are hundreds of options that an end consumer can have. It is not possible for our agent partners to remember the intricacies of each of these products, right? And each of these products differ from one another. But our tech product team got together to build a chat GPT enabled chatbot for our agent partners. And say when they're going and meeting customers, they're able to put all these queries into the bot and get a response in real time. While they might have to call someone at the corporate office, look into the application, do other steps to find that answer. And now with that, what is also happening is there is a lot more data that is coming back into the system, which is enabling us to nudge these partners on how to pitch the products to end customers, right? So one, it is leading to a very transparent process from a sales perspective, but then also helping drive conversion for our agent partners, right? So while our agent partners would go and meet 10 customers and convert 3 of them, now that conversions or numbers are jumping almost by 20-25% as we have started bringing AI-enabled chatbots into the system, and that's just this beginning, right? There are other parts around renewal nudges, etc., where another AI has been able to help us bring voice bots around this and put smart nudges, right? Which is again a benefit, right? Both in providing a superior experience to end customers, but then also driving scale for players like us.
Right. So just a follow-up to that, do you see the need to kind of resize your engineering team because of AI? Because there's this whole trend around vibe coding and, a lot of code writing is getting automated. So are you seeing engineering teams getting restructured because of that?
So Chandra, not about...
You mentioned the customer support angle, the sales angle, the chatbot. But how is this impacting your engineering teams?
Correct, Chandra. So just on the tech teams, I think, and we closely work with them, which is to say that just with the different tools which are now available with the advent of ChatGPT, it has made all our tech developers more productive, right? So if we were able to churn out hypothetically 100 things in a month, it has led us to achieving about 150, 180, right? So just making more productive and thus again helping us provide a superior experience to end partners, customers that way, right? So it's just coming in and helping us deliver on that vision of insurance for all by 2047.
Right. On that note, I think we're out of time. Thank you very much, Aman. Look forward to all your moonshots in terms of expanding the scope of insurance, Dekho. And of course, you hitting Dalal Street, giving company to the likes of PB Fintech, Digit, and the others. Luckily, among all the IPOing startups, the insurance category is still, doing well. So we'll hope to see Insurance Dekho make that cut. But thank you very much. A huge round of applause for Aman Bhatt.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
और बहुत ही इंस्पायरिंग रहा ये सुनना कि आखिर कैसे इंश्योरेंस देखो ने सारे बैरियर्स को तोड़कर इंश्योरेंस को भारत के कोने कोने तक पहुंचाया और ये इतना आसान नहीं था लेकिन इस टीम ने इसे आसान किया एम्पावरिंग फैमिलीज एंड इंडिविजुअल्स टू सिक्योर देयर फ्यूचर्स। आइए अब हम इस शाम के फाइनल फेज में आ गए हैं जिसमें अब तक आपने हमारा साथ दिया है, आगे भी इसी तरह से साथ दीजिए क्योंकि एंटरटेनमेंट की दुनिया से हमारे पास एक बहुत ही खास मेहमान यानी कि गेस्ट है जिन्होंने अपनी पावरफुल एंट्री प्यार का पंचनामा से धमाका किया। सबको याद है स्वीटी जो टीटू और सोनू के बीच आ गई थी और तू झूठी मैं मक्कार में अपनी कैमियो से सभी का दिल इन्होंने जीत लिया था। तो चलिए जोरदार तालियों के साथ वेलकम करते हैं नुसरत भरूचा का। नुसरत हमसे शेयर करेंगी अपने इंडस्ट्रीज के एक्सपीरियंसेस, उनके चैलेंजेस और सफर की कुछ बहुत ही खास बातें और साथ ही मैं स्टेज पर बुलाना चाहूंगी रुबिका लियाकत को जो इस दमदार सेशन को आगे बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग बनाने वाली है। तो आप सभी हमारा हिस्सा बनकर रहिएगा।
आप सबको प्यार भरा नमस्कार। राइजिंग भारत और इस राइजिंग भारत के मंच पर हमारे साथ बहुत ही खूबसूरत, बहुत ही समझदार, बहुत ही ज़ईन एक्ट्रेस मौजूद हैं जिन्होंने अलग अलग फिल्मों में काम किया है और राइजिंग भारत का आज की तारीख में मैं इनको उभरता हुआ चेहरा इसलिए कह सकती हूं क्योंकि ऐसी ऐसी फिल्में जहां पर कोई और लीड नहीं, लीड भारतीय नारी है और ये बताते हुए कि मुझे किसी और की आवश्यकता नहीं है, बस दुआएं करते रहिए। बहुत बहुत स्वागत है नुसरत आपका।
थैंक यू फॉर हैविंग मी।
अच्छा, छोरी 2 भी आ रही है
जी,
तो बॉलीवुड की ये छोरी कितनी तैयार है?
ये आई थिंक बॉर्न रेडी थी एंड आई थिंक दैट्स व्हाई छोरी इज कम इनटू माय लाइफ बिकॉज आई वाज अलाउड टू बी बॉर्न एंड आई वाज अलाउड टू हैव अ लाइफ एंड आई वाज अलाउड टू हैव चॉइसेस and a voice. Even though I was the only girl child, I was very well supported and nurtured, and I thank my family and I thank everybody who brought me up for that.
तो कैसे अलग है छोरी 2 से? ये और ताकतवर है, she's more powerful.
मुद्दा अलग है। छोरी 1 में हमने फीमेल फीटिसाइड भ्रूण हत्या पे फिल्म बनाई थी और छोरी 2 में अब क्योंकि मैं माँ थी, मैं 8 मंथ्स प्रेग्नेंट थी, मैंने अपनी बच्ची को मरने नहीं दिया, सैक्रिफाइस होने नहीं दिया, उसे बचाया। तो पार्ट 2 में मैं उसे जन्म देती हूँ बट जस्ट लाइक इन अ गर्ल्स लाइफ द अट्रॉसिटीज, द इविल प्रैक्टिसेस डोंट एंड जस्ट देयर। और ये बड़ा एक इंटरेस्टिंग थॉट हाल ही आया इन ऑल द इंटरव्यूज दैट आई हैव डन कि पहले तो उसे पैदा करने के लिए फाइट है, फिर वो पैदा हो जाए तो जब वो कुछ साल की हो जाती है तो बाल विवाह हो जाता है। हमारी छोरी 2 उस मुद्दे पे है, चाइल्ड मैरिज पर है एंड द नंबर्स आर वेरी स्कैरी। इट्स ऑलमोस्ट 3 children are forced to get married every minute in India. So it's a very stark number. Even though we have a legalized age of marriage, ये इलीगल है बट ये फिर भी हो रहा है एंड ऑफ कोर्स नंबर्स कम होते जाते हैं बट इट्स नॉट कम्प्लीटली गॉन। तो छोरी 2 में हमने बाल विवाह को एक मुद्दा बना के उसके अराउंड फिल्म बनाई है कि कैसे मैं वो अब अपनी बच्ची को उस चीज से बचाती हूँ।
मैं जब आप ये बातें कह रही थी तब मैं ऑडियंस के बारे में सोच रही थी
जी।
जब इस तरीके के सोशल इश्यूज आप रखते हैं तो ऑडियंस एक समस्या होती है या हिंदुस्तान की ऑडियंस बहुत जागरूक है, समझदार है और वो खिंची चली आती है?
नहीं, इनफैक्ट मुझे जो मेरा एक्सपीरियंस रहा है छोरी 1 और अब छोरी 2 के ट्रेलर के इस पे कि बहुत ही ज़्यादा जागरूक है. मतलब दे आर टॉकिंग मोर टू मी अबाउट द मुद्दा एंड व्हाट द फिल्म इज सेइंग देन द हॉरर अबाउट इट. मतलब वो मुझसे नहीं कह रहे कि भूत कौन है और डरा कितना रहे हो. वो मुझसे पूछ रहे हैं कि इस बार आपने कौन सा मुद्दा छेड़ा है और इस बार आप बच्ची के साथ क्या नहीं हो वो आप प्रोटेक्ट करने वाले हो, कैसे बचाने वाले हो. तो वो बड़े ही ओपन माइंडेड तरीके से इस फिल्म को एक्सेप्ट किया उन्होंने. छोरी 1 पे हमें कोई बैकलैश नहीं मिला. बाय दैट आई मीन किसी ने नहीं बोला कि ये तो होता ही नहीं है. अब पीपल लाइक टू लिव इन इग्नोरेंस, बट आई थिंक when you say Jagrit, I genuinely mean our audiences are woke because they are accepting of the fact कि ये evil practices अभी भी exist करती है.
Absolutely.
And acceptance is the first step. कि पहले आप accept तो करो कि चलो यहाँ नहीं वहाँ तो हो रहा है ना. At least वहाँ देख लो, उसे सवाल पूछ लो, उसे रोकने की कोशिश कर लो. That's what's happened with us in छोरी 1. And trailer के response से तो छोरी 2 में मुझे लग रहा है उतना ही होगा. अब क्योंकि मुद्दा थोड़ा और बड़ा है एंड मोस्ट ऑफ द गर्ल्स हु गेट मैरिड एट दैट एज दे आर प्लेइंग विद डॉल्स. उनकी शादी कर दी जाती है, उनको आइडिया भी नहीं उनकी लाइफ आगे क्या होने वाली है. इट्स वेरी स्कैरी द थिंग्स दैट कैन गो रॉन्ग इन अ चाइल्ड मैरिज. It's a power game. I mean, they could be abused sexually. They could be put under human trafficking. There could be underage pregnancy, which could be a very great risk to their health. कैसे बचाओगे उसे इन सब चीजों से?
आप ऐसे किसी विक्टिम से मिले जब आप रिसर्च कर रही थी?
बट ड्यूरिंग द कोर्स ऑफ दिस फिल्म प्रमोशन एंड रिलीज दैट इज माय एजेंडा. दैट इज व्हाट आई वांट टू डू. आई थिंक वन ऑफ द रीजंस व्हाई मैं इस फिल्म से जुड़ी हूँ बिकॉज मैं इन मुद्दों को जाके पर्सनली देखना चाहती हूँ. तो अगर आप देखोगे तो वी डोंट हैव टू मेनी अदर प्रमोशन इवेंट्स. आई एम एक्चुअली ट्रैवलिंग ऑन माई ओन विथ माई टीम टू गो एंड फाइंड पीपल एंड टॉक टू देम. We've reached out to some NGOs across the states and see who's willing to at least just have a dialogue with me. मैं बस जानना चाहती हूँ कि होता क्या है और हुआ क्या. Just for myself. उससे ज़्यादा मुझे उससे कुछ लेना देना नहीं है. But I just feel कि अगर मैं किसी चीज़ को आवाज़ दे रही हूँ तो उसके पीछे के चेहरों को थोड़ा तो मुझे भी सुनना चाहिए.
तो आपको नहीं लगा कि ये पहले होमवर्क होना चाहिए था ताकि आप उनके दर्द को समझ सके?
नहीं एक्चुअली, क्योंकि हम ये फिल्म हॉरर के थ्रू कह रहे हैं. अब हॉरर में मैं आपको एक्सप्लेन करती हूँ. थोड़ा सा ट्रिक है ऑफ फिल्म मेकिंग. इट्स अ लिटिल बिट डिफरेंट ऑडियंस हियर बट आई विल स्टिल गिव इट.
अच्छा.
व्हेन यू आर मेकिंग अ फिल्म व्हिच इज ऑन ह्यूमन हॉरर, देखिए भूत होता है तो भूत होता है, उसको आप भूत ही है वो. बट जब एक इंसान दूसरे इंसान को मारने के लिए आता है उसमें कोई जस्टिफिकेशन नहीं होती है. वो इंसान इविल हो जाता है खुद से. अब अगर मैं आपको एग्जैक्ट जैसे क्राइम हुआ है वैसे के वैसे दिखाऊं तो आप बैठ के देख नहीं पाओगे. हमें उसको थोड़ा सा सॉफ्ट करना पड़ता है, हमें उसे थोड़ा सा एक्सेप्टेबल करना पड़ता है. इसीलिए हम काल्पनिक कहानियां बनाते हैं, इसलिए हम गोस्ट डालते हैं, इसलिए हम दासी माँ डालते हैं कि कोई बहुत पुरानी प्रथा है, इविल प्रैक्टिस है, ये आपकी दुनिया में एग्जिस्ट नहीं करता.
But there is a part.
Of course. हम बस उसको थोड़ा सा ढक के, थोड़ा सा छुपा के आपको परोसते हैं ताकि आप उसे खा सको. वरना आप बोलोगे मिर्ची बहुत ज्यादा है, ये मेरे से हजम नहीं होगा. इट्स जस्ट दैट. सो बिकॉज वी हैव चोजन अ मीडियम ऑफ हॉरर, द होल प्लॉट इज काल्पनिक. द मुद्दा इज वेरी रियल, बट किसने लिया, कहाँ हो रहा है, कौन है प्रधान जी, कौन है दासी माँ, ये कोई रियल कैरेक्टर्स नहीं है. ये फिगमेंट्स ऑफ आवर इमेजिनेशन है.
मतलब वो बिल्कुल ऐसे कि माँ अपने बच्चे को एक हेल्दी खाना खिलाने की कोशिश कर रही है पर वो नहीं खा रहा है, सो उसको हाइड करके
जी
रैप करके और वो
जी
अपने बच्चे को दे रही है. सो दिस इज व्हाट यू आर ट्राइंग. यही करने की कोशिश है. ओके, वंडरफुल. लेकिन ये ओटीटी पर आ रही है.
हाँ जी, पहली वन भी ओटीटी पर ही थी.
मेरी टीम जब रिसर्च कर रही थी तो एक आपका स्टेटमेंट निकाला जिसमें था कि ओटीटी की जो ऑडियंस बन गई है उसे आप मिटा नहीं सकते. अब ये संतुलन कैसे बनेगा कि ओटीटी भी चलता रहे, दर्शक भी सिनेमा घर में आए, तो इस बारे में जरूर विचार करना होगा. अब 2 साल बाद 2025 में ओटीटी और थिएटर, इन दोनों में बैलेंस आपको दिखाई दे रहा है या अब थिएटर जा चुके हैं?
नहीं, आई एम अ वेरी ओल्ड ट्रू ब्लू ब्लड theater watching audience, but I've also become the new Gen Z OTT audience. तो अगर अ पर्सन लाइक मी कैन कंज्यूम बोथ कंटेंट एंड अगर मेरे हाउस होल्ड में दोनों कंटेंट को एग्जिस्ट कर सकता है तो वो कहीं भी कर सकता है.
तो आपके घर में क्या पसंद करते हैं ज्यादा?
दोनों,
OTT, थिएटर?
दोनों
जाते हैं बाहर?
हाँ जी, बस एक ही कंडीशन है, पिक्चर जो थिएटर में लगी है उसका ट्रेलर, उसका कंटेंट थोड़ा पसंद आना चाहिए. अबे वो चीटिंग तो अलाउड नहीं है. आप ये नहीं कह सकते कि पिक्चर खराब बनी है तो भी आप थिएटर में जाके पैसे खर्च करके देखो, वो तो मैं भी नहीं करूँ. So it's very simple. It has to be a good product. It has to be something that audiences would want to come and watch and get entertained and go back saying, मजा आया यार, well spent money. पैसे है यार, hard earned money है. मैं खुद ना spend करूँ मेरे पैसे ऐसे किसी waste of इसमें. तो why not? I think it's our responsibility to give them good content for them to spend money on. जहाँ तक OTT की बात है, मैंने 2018 में कहा था, जब सोनू की टीटी की स्वीटी रिलीज हुई थी और हमें फर्स्ट OTT प्लेटफॉर्म पे द बेस्ट बज क्रिएटर अवार्ड मिला था IWM पे. मैंने तब स्टेज पे कहा था दैट दिस इज गोइंग टू बी द फ्यूचर. ऑल एक्टर्स, राइटर्स, डायरेक्टर्स आर वेटिंग फॉर, बिकॉज फिल्मों में फिर भी कुछ चीजें आप नहीं कर सकते थे, थिएटर में कुछ चीजें आप नहीं कर सकते थे, क्योंकि आप एक फिल्म देखने फिल्म ऑडियंस के साथ आते थे एंड यू हैड टू बी स्लाइटली मोर रिस्पॉन्सिबल ऑन व्हाट यू आर पुटिंग आउट देयर. But in OTT, you have an option of switching that off or turning it off or having settings where your kids are not watching it.
It's pretty challenging, huh?
It is challenging, but now मेहनत तो करनी पड़ेगी ना. मतलब if you want to shield your kids from certain things, you got to put those settings on ना. Can't just say चलो कुछ नहीं होता, ऐसे नहीं होता.
अच्छा, ये जो मेहनत वाली आप बात कर रही हैं, इससे मुझे एक बहुत ही फेवरेट है बॉलीवुड की, जब भी चर्चा होती है तो मीडिया में इसका जिक्र होता ही है, नेपोटिज्म का, है ना? तो उसे आप कैसे देखती हैं? नेपो किड्स जो हैं उनको मेहनत नहीं करनी पड़ती, बड़े आराम से उनको सब कुछ थाली में मिल जाता है. और नुसरत भरूचा वो हैं जिनको अचानक नहीं ले आया गया है. शी इज वर्कड हार्ड और उसने अपनी जगह बनाई है, अपना मुकाम हासिल किया है अलग अलग तरीके से. तो आपको क्या लगता है कि ये इम्बैलेंस है?
देखिए, मेरा ना इस पे थॉट आप शायद विश्वास नहीं करोगे, बट इस पे मेरा बड़ा बैलेंस्ड और बड़ा रियलिस्टिक थॉट है.
अब तक सब पे बैलेंस्ड ही रहा है?
नहीं, इस पे एक्चुअली बिगनिंग से रहा. आप इस पे भी मेरे इंटरव्यूज पिकअप करके कोट्स ढूंढ सकते हैं अपनी टीम से चेक करके. आई एम वेरी श्योर ऑफ इट. बट आई विल टेल यू, आई नो दैट देयर इज दिस होल टर्म ऑफ नेपो किड्स गोइंग ऑन, बट ऐसा नहीं है कि उन पे रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज नहीं है, ऐसा नहीं है कि उन पे प्रेशर्स नहीं है. अगर मेरे पापा या मेरी मम्मी का बड़ा नाम होता तो मैं बहुत स्ट्रेस्ड होती. मैं आधा नहीं, पूरा काम जो मैं कर रही हूँ, जैसे आपने कहा कि मैंने वो रोल्स किए जो पहले किसी ने किए नहीं है, क्योंकि मुझे डर नहीं है, मुझे किसी चीज का खोने का, किसी धब्बे का लगने का या अपने लेगेसी के नाम को फॉरवर्ड ले जाने का डर नहीं है, बैगेज नहीं है. सो आई फील लाइक दे हैव देयर ओन प्रेशर्स, दे हैव देयर ओन एक्सपेक्टेशंस एंड दो शूज टू फिल. बट द imbalance is, and I'll be honest and tell you even that, of course they have more opportunities than I do, and let's be realistic about that, that's there. But why not? आज एक डॉक्टर के बेटे को ज्यादा डॉक्टर की ही फील्ड में अपॉर्चुनिटीज मिलेगी ना, एक बिजनेसमैन के बेटे को उसी के बाप के बिजनेस में अपॉर्चुनिटीज मिलेगी ना. मतलब वो तो नहीं कहेगा बेटा चलो मैं आपको बेदखल करता हूँ, जाओ ठोकरे खाओ और फिर
डॉक्टर में तो उससे MBBS पढ़ाई करके आगे बढ़ना पड़ेगा.
अभी वो तो अब हैज टू बी अ कॉन्शियस चॉइस. अब आप टैलेंट पे आ गए ना, मैं अपॉर्चुनिटीज की बात कर रही हूं.
पर यहाँ पर तो ये है कि डॉक्टर के लिए आपको पढ़ाई करनी पड़ेगी, MBBS का एग्जाम पास करना होगा, उसके बाद जाकर उसको मौका मिलेगा.
करेक्ट.
पर जब मैं नेपो किड की बात करती हूँ, वो आप भी समझती है, उसमें भाई साहब डॉक्टर बना दिया है, अब जा तू इलाज कर.
करेक्ट. बट द फेलियर इज स्टिल द सेम डार्लिंग. उसने एक्टिंग क्लास कर ली, उसने डांसिंग क्लास कर ली, बट अगर आके वो परफॉर्म नहीं कर पाया तो एज एन ऑडियंस वी शुड रिजेक्ट इट. हम उसे क्यों मौका दें?
और ऐसा हो रहा है
क्या? ऑडियंस रिजेक्ट कर रही है? ऑफ कोर्स कर रही है. जो उनको पसंद नहीं आ रहा है वो नहीं है, बट एट द सेम टाइम आपके पास एक आलिया भट्ट है, आपके पास एक रणबीर कपूर है. यू कांट डिनाई इट. टैलेंट इज टैलेंट. उसके आगे फिर आप वो कहाँ किस लीनियत से आते हैं वो याद नहीं रहता, उनका टैलेंट याद रहता है.
नुसरत को किस तरीके की चैलेंजेस का सामना करना पड़ा है? आई मीन, एक औरत होने के नाते डिफरेंट चैलेंज होते हैं, इंडस्ट्री के बाहर से आती हैं, वो एक अलग चैलेंज होता है, या नहीं आप ये टैलेंट वाला जो है कि भाई टैलेंट है तो चल जाएगा? कोई स्ट्रगल नहीं है.
Challenges है. Being an outsider has its cons. It has its pros also. But chalo, I'll not be balanced on this question. I'll give you that. I'll tell you the cons of it.
She's being a sport now.
No, I'll tell you, I'm a very realistic person. ये दिखता नहीं है मेरे roles से और मतलब it looks like I'm a fun, happy girl, which I am. But my thoughts are very rounded. They're very wholesome. I don't live in any delusion. I don't live in resentment. I don't live in bitterment. I don't. I'm not bitter that इसको ये पिक्चर क्यों मिली और मुझे क्यों नहीं मिली. बहुत आसान है बोलना यार इसको ये पिक्चर मिली because of blah blah blah. But एक बार खुद पे उंगली डाल के देखो मुझे ये नहीं मिली क्योंकि वो भी करना जरूरी है. So I live in my reality. I live in the fact कि okay, this is why maybe I didn't get it. Why she got it is not my problem. I do not want to engage my mind and my energy there. It's not worth it.
But I am coming back to my question.
Yes. The cons of being an outsider is you don't have familiarity. You don't have support. You don't have anybody guiding you. मतलब मैं एक स्टेज पे आऊंगी मुझे किसी ने नहीं बोला है चलना कैसे है देखना कैसे किसको हाय बोलना है एग्जैक्ट तरीका क्या है. मैं 4 बार गिरूंगी और खुद सीखूंगी. ये जो गिरना सीखना है ये मेरा जर्नी है. And do I wish there was somebody sitting at home watching my interviews and watching what I say and my father or my mother or my aunt telling me, बेटा ये तूने सही नहीं बोला अगली बार इसका ध्यान रखना. That's teaching, na? Why not? I would like to go home to a film family where they are watching my films from their own experiences and lending some knowledge to me, imparting some sort of like an environment for me to grow in, जो मेरे पास नहीं है, जो मुझे खुद से create करना पड़ता है. That I feel is a con for me.
और फिल्मों को लेकर?
मंजे?
फिल्में जब मिलती है तो उसमें भी किसी तरह का ऐसा बंटवारा होता है कि नहीं आउटसाइडर तो इसको ये टाइप की फिल्म तो जल्दी मिल जाएगी.
नहीं
पर
नहीं,
ये बड़े बैनर की फिल्म
नहीं देखो मैंने तो ये भी सुना है कि पोस्टर पे आप सही नहीं दिखते हो. एक पोस्टर वैल्यू बनाने के लिए हम किसी और को कास्ट करेंगे. मैंने तो ये भी सुना है कि इसके फॉलोअर्स ज्यादा है तो इसको कास्ट करेंगे एंड वो किसी फिल्म बैकग्राउंड से नहीं आती है. अब बताओ द फैक्ट दैट एक फॉलोअर्स की जो भी हो जिसका भी उसका प्रोफेशन है आई विल नॉट से दैट उसको ज्यादा कास्टिंग के ऑप्शंस मिलते हैं ये तो रिडिकुलस बात होगी ना. सो आई एम सेइंग आई एम नॉट जस्ट फाइटिंग द फिल्म एंड द अपॉर्चुनिटीज ऑफ पीपल हु हैव
10 बैटल है.
There is another battle going on altogether. Now followers is a battle. How do I, tell me what do I say there? मैं क्या बोलूं कि सर ठीक है मेरे फॉलोअर्स इस लड़की से कम है बट मेरा टैलेंट तो ज्यादा है.
अरे ये तो बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है.
कैसे बोलूं मैं?
नुसरत फिल्म नहीं मिलेगी क्यों भाई फॉलोअर्स कम है. सोचो टैलेंट बाद में देखा जाएगा. वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. तो भाई एक तो नेपोटिज्म हो गया फिर अभी सोशल मीडिया का अलग मसला आ गया. एंड सोशल मीडिया में नुसरत बीइंग अ वुमन आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड. आपको पता होगा वो रश्मिका मंदाना वाला केस AI वाला ये डराता है. कभी ऐसा हुआ है कि आपको लगा हो कि बाप रे ये तो किसी भी हद तक जा सकता है.
हाँ जी एकदम. इट्स वेरी स्कैरी एंड दैट्स व्हाट आई वाज सेइंग. आई सेड इट्स अनरियल कि women at different ages they keep having something or the other to deal with. वो खत्म ही नहीं होता. But when it comes to deep fake AI, it's a world I don't understand. I wasn't born into it. I have not studied into it. जब मेरी पढ़ाई चल रही थी तो तब तो हम लिटरली किताबों से पढ़ते थे और कंप्यूटर इतना ही मिलता था करने के लिए.
इनकी त्वचा से इनकी उम्र का पता ही नहीं चल रहा है.
Actually better है. Let's not go there guys.
ऐसे थोड़ी हो. जब मैं पढ़ती थी तब किताबें थी मत कहिए ऐसा भाई. अच्छा फिर भी मान लिया. ओके.
No, it's very scary. And if you ask me कि मुझे क्या लगता है, I have no idea. अगर मेरे साथ ऐसा कुछ हुआ तो I have no set course of steps or action to take to be able to deal with it. I think we are in a time and space where internet has boomed so much, these technologies have boomed so much, and हमें तो सिर पैर भी नहीं पता है कि किस हद तक ये जा सकता है. In a situation like this, I feel, if you personally ask me, I would want to rely on cybercrime, on people to help me to understand it, to stop it, to find the culprit. मतलब I need that support and I hope that we are going to have that in large numbers.
इसकी लिटरेसी इसके बारे में इंफॉर्मेशन बहुत जरूरी है. मतलब हमें लगता है जो भी व्हाट्सएप पर आ रहा है वो सही है.
नहीं बिल्कुल भी नहीं. बिल्कुल.
और सोशल मीडिया की किसी भी प्लेटफॉर्म पर. अब मुझे कहा जा रहा है कि वक्त की कमी और मेरे पास इतने क्वेश्चंस हैं. नुसरत
तो कहा गया बहुत वक्त है. क्या हो गया?
हो सकता
टाइम या
लेकिन इसीलिए मैं आई वुड वांट टू फायर एक के बाद एक सवाल. पॉलिटिक्स में आपका इंटरेस्ट है कि आप कहती है दिस इज नॉट माय कप ऑफ टी?
I don't think it'll be right for me to say that. So I'll be politically correct. And of course है.
अच्छा, जब इस वक्त आप राइजिंग भारत के मंच पर है और अगर मैं इससे जुड़ा आपसे सवाल ना पूछूं तो मजा नहीं आएगा. भारत को इस वक्त आप कहाँ खड़ा देख रही है? नुसरत अपने चश्मे से, अपने जहन से, अपने दिमाग से कहाँ भारत को पाती है?
I think it's fast forwarded and progressed to a place where I am so glad that I am part of an India today. Where we have such a global reach and presence. मतलब आप ट्रैवल करके देख लो आपको और कंट्रीज में क्या रिस्पेक्ट मिलती है क्योंकि आप इंडियन हो, और ये पहले नहीं था. I just feel being an Indian is so respected now. What we do, where we come from, our culture, our businesses, our ideas, our inventions, that whole idea of being Atmanirbhar is something I personally resonate with so much. कि नहीं चाहिए आपका, हम अपने घर में बनाएंगे और अपने घर का खरीदेंगे और अपने घर से बेचेंगे. I love that idea. It is so enterprising. It's not funny. It's of course done under Modi ji's leadership. So I'm again lending that and saying that I'm part of a very progressive, proud India.
अभी आप जब इजराइल में शूट कर रही थी,
फिल्म प्रमोट कर रही थी,
हाँ, फिल्म प्रमोशन के लिए आप गई हुई थी. वो वाकया अगर आप समझाना चाहे, बताना चाहे, क्या हुआ था? और हालांकि आपने इसके बारे में बहुत बातें की हैं, पर चूंकि इस मंच पर है, मैं चाहती हूँ छोटा सा ही सही, लेकिन उस वक्त सच में आपको लगा था कि किसी तरह की कोई मदद आ जाएगी? क्योंकि पूरी दुनिया में उस वक्त यही सब चल रहा था कि कौन आएगा, कहाँ से आएगा, कैसे आएगा. डिड यू हैव फेथ इन योर लीडरशिप देन एंड वो हो पाया? या
एक्चुअली मैंने इसके बारे में बात नहीं की है. दिस इज एक्चुअली वन ऑफ द फर्स्ट फ्यू स्टेजेस दैट आई एम गोइंग टू बी स्पीकिंग ऑन दिस. You know, it's a situation nobody can prepare you for. Even किताबों में आप पढ़ के किसी को नहीं समझा सकते हो कि ऐसे सिचुएशन में क्या करना चाहिए. फीलिंग लॉस्ट, फीलिंग हेल्पलेस का मतलब क्या है, मैं उस एक दिन के 12 घंटे या 20 घंटे में अपनी लाइफ टाइम का सीख गई हूँ. क्योंकि कितना भी कर लो, फोन है, टेक्नोलॉजी है, लोग है, दिमाग है, समझ है, सब आपको लगता है आई एम अ वेरी स्मार्ट, वेल रेड, एजुकेटेड पर्सन, एंड जिंदगी आपको ऐसी जगह पे लाके रखती है जहां आपका एजुकेशन, आपकी समझ कुछ नहीं काम करता. आई गिव यू अ वेरी ग्राउंड रूट एग्जाम्पल ऑफ दैट डे. हम जहाँ आई वॉज ऑन द टेलीविजन स्ट्रिप, तो आई हैव वोकन अप फ्रॉम माई बेड विथ साइरेंस एंड बॉम्ब
वहां तो हर
गोइंग
15
ऑफ.
मिनट में
सो उन साउंड से हमें बेसमेंट में भगा के छुपाया गया. दैट इज बेसिक प्रोटोकॉल. अब जब बेसमेंट में छुपी हूँ, मुझे आइडिया ही नहीं है करना क्या है, मुझे आइडिया ही नहीं है मैं कितने घंटे यहाँ बैठूं, एंड क्या गारंटी है बेसमेंट में नहीं होगा कुछ, क्या गारंटी. एंड बाय देन तो दे वर ऑलरेडी ऑन स्ट्रीट्स, दे हैड कम डाउन टू जस्ट टेकिंग लेफ्ट राइट एंड शूटिंग पीपल ऑन स्ट्रीट्स. मैं उस बेसमेंट की छोटी सी विंडो या डोर से अपना सिर ऊपर डाल के भी देखने की भी हिम्मत नहीं थी कि यहाँ कोई है या नहीं है. सो it was the most unreal situation of my life. I was sitting there and I didn't know how many hours I had to sit here. I didn't know whether I should go left or right. I didn't know anything. It seemed like even if you made a sound, आपने गलत कर दिया और आपको गोली लग जाएगी. So there was pin drop silence in that whole basement. And there were people from different nationalities also over there, जो tourists थे. किसी को कुछ नहीं समझ आ रहा था. Like age no bar, country no bar, culture no bar. जब वो डर रियल होता है ना, तो एक ही लैंग्वेज है वहां, साइलेंस. किसी को नहीं पता कहाँ देखे और क्या करे. But having said that, those were the toughest few hours of my life. I really didn't think I would see my family or friends again. I was really going through those flashes कि this is it, ये हो गया, अब यहाँ से निकलना तो कैसे होगा. But anyway, coming to how I came and how we kind of got out of there is a very long story. Cutting it short, at a moment like that, na, even though people are miles away from you, but when you have a leadership and you have an Indian embassy who says, don't worry, we'll get you home. Don't worry, nothing will happen to you. Don't worry, we are right there, is enough. I can't tell you the sigh of relief I have breather in that moment there in that basement where I'm like, okay guys, kuch nahi hone wala. I don't know what that faith is. I don't know what that oneness is. But I guess that's what it is when you say India is my home or my home is my home, is when in a country so far away, in a war conflicted place under attack, you're feeling like you are going to be fine because they have told you you're going to be fine. It's a belief and faith that I didn't think in my lifetime I would be able to experience, but I have.
No, it's almost like ये तुम जानते नहीं हो मेरा बाप कौन है.
हाँ जी जब तक नहीं होता तब तक नहीं जागता.
Okay, moving forward, एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण सवाल इसलिए भी क्योंकि आप कह रही हैं कि हिंदुस्तान में जब आप रहते हैं तो वो एक फख्र की बात अलग होती है, लेकिन there are many politicians. आप practicing Muslim हैं
जी.
आपने गणपति पूजा की थी, आप बहुत बैकलैश झेलना पड़ गया था
जी,
है ना. कई बार ये कहते हैं, मैं चाहती थी कि इन दोनों सवालों को अलग अलग पूछूं पर मैं इसे क्लब कर रही हूं कि मुसलमानों के लिए हिंदुस्तान अभी मुफीद नहीं है. करंट गवर्नमेंट मुसलमानों के लिए इस तरीके का माहौल क्रिएट कर रही है, चाहे वो सीए हो, 370 हो, चाहे वो अब वक्फ में जो चेंजेस लाए हों. नुसरत एज अ मुस्लिम, प्रैक्टिसिंग मुस्लिम, क्या फील करती है?
यार, you know, for me, I am again whole enough, grounded enough, intelligent enough to keep one out of the other. My faith in my belief in my God is mine. And my understanding of how a country is run and how people are being governed is completely different. मैं उन दोनों को नहीं mix कर सकती. Personally नहीं कर सकती. Which is why I am a devout practicing Muslim also, and I am equally going to wherever I get called दिल से to my mandirs and I do my pujas. आज Tuesday है guys, मैंने already बाहर बोल रखा है, हनुमान जी के मंदिर जाके ही घर जाना है. क्योंकि religion मेरा faith है, जो मेरा faith एक almighty पे, एक force of nature पे है ऊपर, और people who run the government and people who run positions of power are managing a lot of other people and are dealing with a lot of practical issues for which I have only elected them and trusted them and voted for them. For me, those are two separate things.
Separate है.
Practice them separately.
लेकिन because you're very daring, तो मैं ये सवाल आपसे कर सकती हूँ. आपको लगता है कि ये
like I said, I'm very wholesome, not daring, guys.
आपको ये लगता है कि ये गवर्नमेंट जो है वो biased है towards any religion, और जैसा बार बार आरोप लगाया जाता है. देखिए, मैं समझ गई हूँ कि पक्ष और विपक्ष ये लड़ाइयाँ चलती रहती है.
जैसे मैंने कहा, I am not in the government. I am not the पक्ष and विपक्ष. तो उनके जो रीजंस है और उनके जो आरोप है वो बेटर जाने. मुझे अपनी जिंदगी बतानी है, मुझे अपनी जिंदगी जीनी है. I live with clarity. I live with clarity. This is mine and this is not mine. That is where it ends.
अपने को उस गली में जाना ही नहीं.
गली हमारी है ही नहीं ना.
Okay.
गली को पार करते हुए घर है, वहां पहुंच गई हूँ, बस है.
और अभी तो बहुत आगे आपको जाना है. अब मैं दोबारा आपको जो है कुछ ट्रिकी सवाल पूछने वाली हूँ, एंड दिस इज गोइंग टू बी रैपिड फायर. ठीक है?
God, I always fail in this, guys.
ये गलत बात है. So let's start. ठीक है, एक जोरदार ताली बजा दीजिए ताकि जल्दी से हमें रैपिड फायर की शक्ति मिले. All right. नुसरत की फेवरेट एक्ट्रेस कौन है? दीपिका पादुकोण या कंगना? ऑप्शन 2 ये चूज करना है.
बट एक सेकंड, ऑप्शन क्यों है?
ये क्या बात हुई?
अरे, do you know how many actresses there are? And over how many years? It's not fair to give me a choice between two.
आधा पॉइंट किसी को ज्यादा मिल जाता है, आधा कम मिल जाता है, ऐसे ही होता है ना.
यार, मेरी ऑल टाइम फेवरेट एक्ट्रेस स्मिता पाटिल जी है, क्योंकि आई सॉ वेरी लिटिल ऑफ हर एंड आई लॉस्ट हर.
चुनाव क्यों नहीं लड़ लेती हैं? इतना पॉलिटिकली करेक्ट आंसर कौन देता है? मैं कह रही हूँ दीपिका और कंगना.
जिंदगी लड़ लूं, जीत लूं, बस उतना काफी है, चुनाव तक नहीं जा सकती.
स्मिता पाटिल, ओके, अंडरस्टूड. लेकिन दीपिका और कंगना, दोनों में से किसकी एक्टिंग ज्यादा पसंद है नुसरत को?
अगर मुझे दोनों में से चूज ही करना पड़ा तो एज एन एक्टर आई विल नॉट चूज आइदर बट चूज बोथ.
बहु बदमाश थी. हाँ, चोरी. फेवरेट पॉलिटिशियन? नरेंद्र मोदी, राहुल गांधी?
ये कैसा सवाल हो गया है आपका? बट चलिए, वो मेरा कल्चर और मतलब मेरा पैशन और एथिक्स था. यहाँ एक्चुअली मेरी चॉइस है. आई वुड डेफिनेटली वांट टू से आवर ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी.
Okay, favorite actor? Shahrukh Khan, Akshay Kumar.
Again, as an actor, I'm not going to pick between the two. It's not fair. दोनों. But ठीक है, चलो दे देते हैं आपको. मैंने अक्षय सर के साथ काम किया है. I love him for his comedy and the person he is. So for that, Akshay sir. But I have idolized and looked up to Shahrukh sir, and I want to be his heroine now and every day. So for his romance, Shahrukh Khan.
Wow. Okay, favorite tourist destination? Maldives, Dubai.
Australia. क्योंकि मेरा भाई रहता है वहाँ, and I would rather go to a country where I have family and enjoy with them. ये क्या दो डेस्टिनेशन? यहाँ तो ऐसे ही हम काम के लिए चलते रहते हैं.
अच्छा ठीक है ठीक है.
It's not even interesting destination.
ऑस्ट्रेलिया, लक्षद्वीप. ये गलत ऑप्शन है भाई.
With my brother from Australia to Lakshadweep.
Very interesting.
ले लो ना आज अवार्ड अगर कोई इधर पड़ा है तो. Thanks.
On this note, जोरदार तालियां नुसरत भरूचा के लिए. बहुत मजा आया आपके साथ. Thank you so much. All the best छोरी 2 के लिए.
और जैसा कि हमने कहा था काफी इंटरेस्टिंग रहने वाला है ये सेशन, लेकिन क्या जबरदस्त सेशन था विद द टैलेंटेड एंड इंस्पायरिंग नुसरत. चलिए अब हम चलते हैं आज के फाइनल और सबसे ज्यादा एंटिसिपेटेड सेशन की तरफ, जो टाइटल बियॉन्ड द माइक अनफिल्टर्ड एंड अनस्क्रिप्टेड विद राज शमानी. और ये सेशन होगा रॉ, रियल और बिल्कुल अनफिल्टर्ड. जी हाँ, राज शमानी, a dynamic entrepreneur, content creator and speaker, हमारे साथ है अपनी कमाल की बेहतरीन जर्नी शेयर करने के लिए. एक सक्सेसफुल बिजनेस बिल्ड करने से लेकर लाइफ के जो हाइज होते हैं, लोज होते हैं, उनको हैंडल करने तक राज की कहानी फ्रेश, बोल्ड और झकझोर देने वाली है. जी आज के जमाने में जहां परफेक्शन को ज्यादा वैल्यू मिलती है, राज हमें याद दिलाते हैं कि असली पावर आखिर क्या होती है उन अनएडिटेड रियल मोमेंट्स में. ये सेशन सिर्फ सक्सेस स्टोरीज आपको नहीं बताएगा, बल्कि उन लेसन से भी आपको रूबरू करवाएगा. फेलियर्स और उन सच्चाइयों को एक्सप्लोर करेगा जो वास्तविक सफलता को डिफाइन करते हैं. हम चाहेंगे जोरदार तालियों के साथ आप राज शमानी का स्वागत करें. ही विल बी इन कॉन्वर्सेशन विद सोनल मेहरोत्रा कपूर.
Hello, hello. All right, we've come to the last session of the day on day 1 of Rising Bharat. I know everybody is saying, finally, but I can say we've saved the best for the last. For those of you who don't know Raj, ये वो है जिनकी वजह से हम जर्नलिस्ट का टीवी अब कोई नहीं देखता. ये वो है जिनकी वजह से YouTube लोग ज्यादा देखते हैं, टीवी कम. ये वो है जिनकी रील्स आप रात भर देखते हैं और आपको फिर नींद नहीं आती है. और ये वो है जो हम जर्नलिस्ट, एंड आई थिंक आई स्पीक दैट फॉर द फ्रेटर्निटी ओवर हियर आज, जो चप्पलें घिस घिस कर गए, इलेक्शंस कवर करे, फाइनली एडिटर बने और एक बड़े किसी पॉलिटिशियन का या किसी सेलिब्रिटी का इंटरव्यू लिया. और इनको देखिए, अपनी उम्र बताइए पहले राजा.
28. I just
at 28. No, but I'm just kidding. This is just to sort of give you a glimpse of the audacity that Gen Z today has. So huge round of applause, please.
Thank you. Actually, 2 corrections करने मुझे इसमें. First is we have not saved best for the last. I think after that nobody can beat that. I loved it. And second is journalist का काम हम लोग देखते हैं और हम वही social media पे बताते हैं. So I don't think journalists are like वो हट रहे हैं. हम देख रहे हैं उनका
content. Reel it right now. Tag me now. But Raj, how does it feel to be on the other side now?
I love it. I was waiting for it. I worked because I could be interviewed by you one day.
Okay. So we have lots of interesting bits to talk about, very little time, but let me start by this. You have built a very massive digital presence. You have captured the minds of young India. If today, looking back at Gen Z, across different spectrum of India, not just the ones who stay in metros like ours. If there is one quality that you want to talk about today, what would that be?
So first is, I don't talk to people who are in metro. I talk to people who come from cities like mine. I come from Indore, and मेरे जो चप्पल घिसे थे वो इंदौर के आसपास के गांव में घिसी थी. तो मैं वहां पे जाके माल बेचता था, डिटर्जेंट बेचता था 10,000 रुपए के लिए, 15,000 रुपए के लिए. So I know that India. For 8-10 years I've done that. From there to now today in Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore, whatever you want to say, I think one quality in Gen Z is stagnant is people think that we are lazy, but I think we are way more, like, we work way harder than anyone else. It's just we only work for people we believe in. We don't work for everybody.
Is that what Gen Z thinks, or is that the truth?
I think that's the truth. You talk to all the Gen Zs, you talk to young people, they are way more ambitious. Their ambition starts when I was talking to my elders. Like वो तो शायद अभी भी वैसा dream नहीं करते हैं. And like a 12-year-old I talk to, alpha if I talk to, they talk about that ambition. So I think everybody is ambitious, but they only want to work for things and people they believe in. That's a very key point.
Yeah, but Gen Z also, because you've talked about something positive, let me sort of get in a balancing voice here, taking inspiration from Nusrat. It's been all about balancing it out, right, guys? So, the downside then is what is often talked about Gen Z is that they want things instant. Yeah. They want things now. They are impatient. And that they will not remain consistent to see something true.
I have a mixed feeling of this. I've met people who want everything very fast, and I think that's a very good thing. I mean, come on. We are living in a world which changes every 4 years. अगर अभी हम लोग स्पीड नहीं पकड़ेंगे तो कब पकड़ेंगे? I don't want to sit through and be like, what will happen 50 years from now? Or 20-year vision or 30-year vision. The way AI and technology is coming, 2 साल में तो जो हम पढ़ते हैं वही खत्म हो जाता है. So I think it's time to speed up. In fact, I would rather go on and say that people are not fast enough. People need to be faster. Like that's what I believe in. But on the second point, just because speed is celebrated and incentivized a lot of people are not able to stick through even one thing. Because they feel कि सब change हो जाएगा, and they have this skill paranoia or like a career paranoia, and they change like 1 month after. तो वो change नहीं करेंगे तो speed is good. Like speed in one direction is good, not in multiple directions.
I get that. You know, every generation has this feeling that हमारे ज़माने में तो, you know, every generation had that feeling. But what is it about Gen Z that there is so much of spotlight on them? I don't think millennials were put under the spotlight the way they are. I don't think boomers were put under the spotlight the way Gen Z is. What's got them almost everybody a mic in their hand now?
आप बताओ, आप ही पूछते हो हम लोगों से.
पूछ ही रही हो मैं.
But I'll tell you, because we love spotlight. We are the people, we are not afraid to talk about things. We are the people, we are not afraid of being candid. There's always foot in our mouth. We are not afraid about it. So I think because everything that we think and do is social and out there for public, not just limited to one mohalla. That's why there's so much spotlight. It's just a generation. If it's not Gen Z, कोई भी और होती और उनको ये सब internet exposure मिलता, they would have had the same thing. Because we are so much in spotlight, people ask us so many more questions. I believe it's not generation, it's about time and technology. So that's what I think. And apart from that, look at 2-3 barriers which we have broken. Gen Zs don't care about hierarchy. They don't care about titles. They don't care about anything. So they just want to do it. कुछ भी किसी भी title पे they are credible enough, influential enough कि वो सब पे बात करते हैं. Doesn't matter 13-year-old can talk about the senior most head of state or no, but they still want to do it because hierarchy उनके लिए कोई exist ही नहीं करती. Earlier hierarchy was existed.
So are you saying that in today's world, experience is overrated?
I wouldn't comment on that. But I think experience is not the only way to win. There are other ways to win as well. And that's what our generation have understood.
Okay. So there are so many things that we love about Gen Z. I'm millennial, so I'm just sort of, you know, gazing into that and saying, you know, these bits we could have lived with. The audacity with which they ask for things, and also, you know, the audacity with which they go out and express themselves. Mental health has been such a central focus of that. Today, when constantly people are talking about why is Gen Z so depressed, then do you have an answer? Do you have a solution?
I don't know that yet, but I'll tell you based on my anecdotes and the situations I've gone through and the people who I lead in my organization, I've seen them going through ups and downs. I think because there are two reasons why a lot of people are feeling like certainly low in their lives. First is there's so much exposure of the world. You see somebody doing way better than you, even who's younger than you. And then you hear your parents comparing you with that person. So you start feeling, what am I doing? Like, am I even doing good or bad or not? Like, what am I doing?
But ये शर्मा जी का बेटा syndrome तो पहले भी था ना.
पर अब खुद देख रहा हूँ ना, पहले तो मम्मी पापा देखते थे शर्मा जी के बेटे को. अब तो मैं देख रहा हूँ शर्मा जी का बेटा फोड़ रहा है यार. पहले नहीं दिखता था. So now everybody, like we hear 19-year-old boys building billion-dollar companies. We hear 24-year-old kids building, again, billion-dollar things. We hear kids becoming stars. We hear random things. So now there's so much exposure of so many people around you. You keep constantly comparing yourself with that. So that is one. And the other, which I feel is a lot of Gen Z, because thanks to all of us, we have spoken about purpose so many times that a lot of Gen Z are feeling like कि अगर purpose नहीं है life में तो हम depressed ही रह जाएंगे. Or we all collectively can talk about whoever has done anything in their lives. Purpose day one पे आता ही नहीं है. पता ही नहीं हमें purpose क्या होता है. You start working and you build through it, and once you build, then you start finding, oh, I wanted to do this. But like a lot of our generation people, they are like, हमें तो पर्पस ही नहीं पता, तो हम बैठे रहते हैं और फिर वेट करते हैं भगवान एक दिन हमें पर्पस देगा. एंड इसकी वजह से जब तक वो वेटिंग पीरियड होता है तब वी आर लो, वी आर डिप्रेस्ड, वी कॉल ऑल सॉर्ट ऑफ फैंसी वर्ड्स. एंड बिकॉज द लिटरेचर आल्सो गॉन अप, 50 वर्ड जो नहीं फील कर रहे हैं वो भी बात करते हैं. So, yeah.
You know, the beauty of my job and the beauty of this Rising Bharat Summit has been that in the morning I conducted a session which was about JOMO, the joy of missing out. This was about people who were leaving the city life to go back and stay in places which were slow-paced, where there was no internet connection, where they could grow their own food. And then I meet him. So that's the beauty, that's the spectrum of the world we live in today, which is truly, truly fascinating. But let's do some crystal ball gazing, okay? Sorry, my voice is just gone. 3 product categories that, according to you, will cease to exist in the next 5 years, not even 10.
They won't exist.
That won't exist in the next 5 years, according to you, keeping your Gen Z lens on.
Wow. I've never thought about it. I think the first thing is these batches, these iCards. ये चले जाएंगे 5 साल में. Because you will rather walk in with probably some biometric or facial recognition, so that will go. That's what I believe in. Second is, I actually don't know. I don't know about anything else. I can't think of it.
We'll take the first one to Prime Minister's SPG. I'm sure he would be very thrilled to listen to what Rachamani has to say. Let me give you an easier one. 3 leadership traits that you think will not exist with Gen Z.
3 leadership
traits that will not exist.
Titles, they won't exist in few years.
No title at all.
No titles at all. In my company, right, there are a bunch of people. Everybody's position is building at the rate figuring out. There's no other position. From a senior most C-suite person to an intern, everybody's building at figuring out. There's no other title. And I've seen this getting practice in multiple organizations in all of my friends' companies, even in the companies where there are like 600 people. So titles won't exist. That is what I believe in. Second, I also believe in people with Gen Z. They'll start saying sorry and apologizing and just being accountable for their actions way more than previous generation. Because we reward authenticity way more than anything else. Perfected craft itna nahi chalta jitni authenticity chalti hai. That's the second. And third, I believe the most important thing which Gen Z will bring is building an influence on an individual level. We won't be waiting for someone else or a community leader to go out and speak for us. Everybody will be speaking for themselves. So that is a trend which I see. And this is what Gen Z leadership is all about.
Interesting. No titles. Very fascinating world. Very fascinating. I'm thinking newsroom that would be. But let's move on now and get some quick answers out of him. What's the one Gen Z trait you've personally had to unlearn?
This, everything I want today.
And now you do what instead?
I want everything today, but I want the same thing which I probably will be able to achieve in 10 years. And now I'm like cognizant of the fact that the thing that I want in 10 years, I'll be able to get it even if I work every day with the same work ethic.
Not bad, not bad. Okay, one thing that Raj Shimani does to stay relevant in this fast-paced, algo-changing everyday world.
I have never focused on trends or views ever in my life. So I've stayed focused on one thing, that's value. I genuinely want to learn from people who come on my podcast or wherever I meet them. That's it. I think that's the only thing I'll focus on, and that's what keeps you real and relevant forever. You're learning and you're teaching people. I don't think that's going out of fashion ever.
Okay, let's get a little personal and understand you. What is something about Raj that's not Gen Z at all?
Wow. I think I'm too Gen Z, but I think I don't take breaks. That's like in my organization, when I talk to other people, everyone, they all have this, they want to take breaks, they want to take naps, they want to like break out in the middle of the work, they have their own timings. I'm like a proper army kind of lifestyle. I get up, I read, work, meetings, and I sleep. And I've been doing this for years.
क्या खाते हो?
जो सब खाते हैं.
Huh? क्या खा रहे हो? What diet are you on?
Ambition. The diet is called ambition.
Whoa. Okay, do you think, true or false, that the creator economy is overhyped, or is it just getting started?
It's just getting started. It's
all right.
just getting started.
Talking about that, do you think creators today have to be more careful about what they say or about what they don't say?
No. I don't think anything has changed at all. And I've been saying this again and again. Look at anyone influential over generations. Every time they say something which people don't like, they get bashed down. Earlier, they used to get bashed by newspapers. Then they started getting bashed by TV anchors. Now they're getting bashed by trolls and memes. Anyone at any point in any generation will speak about something that is not a popular or a democratic word or choice or like a sentiment, will get bashed. And in this scene, I've seen good people saying good things and getting bashed. I've seen bad people saying bad things and still getting bashed. So I don't think anybody needs to be careful. The more influential you become, you definitely get more scrutinized. That's the price you pay for becoming influential. And this has been over the generation. I don't think anything's changed today.
Raj, but I have to address the elephant in the room then.
Yeah.
That means, are you saying, despite everything that's happened in the recent past, with creators in India, there is still no thought within to be more careful, to choose more carefully?
See, the more influential when you become, whether you're a creator, an anchor, a politician, or an entrepreneur, or a star, whenever the eyeballs are on you, you will get scrutinized. Now at every generation, every 5 years, the sentiment of the generation and the people who are the masses, that sentiment changes. Sometimes it favors a certain religion, sometimes it favors a certain personality, sometimes it favors a certain country, sometimes it favors some certain kind of political party. But I don't think it has changed. It was always there. If it was not creator, it would have been someone else years ago.
Okay, that's powerful. That's interesting. Let's move on and make you wear your entrepreneur hat for a minute, okay?
Okay.
Is the future of branding going to be built by influencers or CMOs?
I think CMOs will become influencers.
A lot of them are sitting in the audience, are listening to you, so be careful. सारे brand deals वहीं से आते हैं, Raj.
हाँ, तो बोल रहा हूँ CMOs बनेंगे influencers. I believe in this. जो मुझे पैसे देगा या नहीं देगा, मैं दोनों को यही बोलता हूँ.
Okay. So quickly then, coming to your podcast journey, your favorite person that you have had on your show so far?
ऐसे नहीं बोल सकते हो, ये तो ढूंढ ही नहीं सकता. But because we are at Rising Bharat, let me go on and say Jaishankar sir. Dr. Jaishankar, I think, I'll tell you an anecdote. I've never shared this with someone. Okay? So there's a protocol that you have to share questions and things with him before you actually go out and do anything. I went there and he entered. He was being nice and we started speaking about Indore because he was there. And I said, sir, ये questions लिख के दिए हैं, ये नहीं पूछूंगा चलेगा, कुछ भी पूछ लूं? He took the paper and was like, अरे कुछ भी पूछ ले यार. And to me, that was very bold by someone at that authority. One word here and there would have costed him so many things or me so many things, but he was so candid. And later I thought कि वो कट कराएंगे अब. मैंने कुछ भी कट नहीं करा. Never bothered, never saw anything. They were like, go ahead and do it. So I think I love those kind of leaders who are bold and candid and ready for everything.
Actually, that's true. A lot of people who've interviewed Dr. Jaishankar will agree to it, that he's one of the most honest, the most transparent people you can come across and doesn't mince his words. So you're absolutely bang on about that. But one person you've perhaps regretted doing a podcast with?
No comments.
There you
No
go.
comments.
There
No
you go. Nusrat's absolutely right. For those of you who couldn't hear, Nusrat said, come on, you're Gen Z, daro mat. Muh khol ke bolo.
I don't have anyone I regret because everybody I've chased a lot to be on my podcast and it put so much effort for me to get it. Just because I don't like somebody or somebody who has not come out as good as I thought to be, I don't want to embarrass my team who has put in so much effort to get them. So I don't regret anyone. I enjoy everybody.
Very good answer.
I'm learning from you.
Very good answer. But tell me, if one podcast you could redo, where you feel like ये फिर से कर सकते थे, you could have done better.
बहुत सारी लिस्ट है ऐसे तो. आप बताओ कौन सी एरिया में जाना है? पॉलिटिशियन, एंटरप्रेन्योर, कितने हर जगह रीडू.
एक सबका बता दो.
Entrepreneur, I think I want to redo Sanjeev Goenka. I think there was so much more to talk to, but I didn't end up talking to him because he had to leave, he had to go somewhere, some emergency. So I think I would redo him again. Politician, I think Nitin Gadkari sir, I would redo. And the only reason is I wanted to go way deeper than what came out in the podcast. And I think he was open and I didn't go. So that's my inability to do that. So now I think I'm more learned.
He's in the other hall speaking right now, so maybe we can try that out. Yeah?
It'll happen. It'll happen one. I know. That's second. And artist, I think Honey Singh I would do again.
Ooh, we would absolutely love that. Okay, this one is interesting. One person you still want to do a podcast with, or Prime Minister mat bolna, it doesn't go down well as you have seen.
Okay. I'll tell you top three people. One politician, one... So, politician, of course, Prime Minister, because you just said Gen Zs aren't afraid to go out and take a shot. So yes, I would do that. Business owner, I would love to do MDA, Mukesh Ambani. I would really want to go inside his head and talk about what he's planning with his kids now. And number three, with celebrities, Shah Rukh Khan. Like, he's on my list. I study him like a subject. And I've studied more books on him than I've studied on any other person. So probably I'll do him.
You know what's striking me right now in all your answers? You've not mentioned Sanjeev Goenka's son, who's now very active. You've not mentioned a lot of politicians or even actors' kids. So you're somewhere still aspiring. So I'm taking one for the team and saying that the whole generation still got it, guys.
I'll tell you a better answer for this. All of these young people, most of them, they're friends and they're going to come on my podcast anyway. So I don't have an answer.
Okay.
I know Shaswat here, he's a good friend. So I'll get him whenever he's ready and I'm ready, we'll do it.
Okay, talking about business then, what's the wildest business idea that you perhaps had but could not pursue? And for those watching right now who say, this is something interesting, or a space that perhaps Raj is watching out for?
So I wanted to do it. It's very personal that my dad's diabetic and unki raat ko na sugar kam ho jati and sometimes it gets very hectic. So I wanted to build some device which I could put in him so that I get a notification that this uski sugar kam ho rahi hai ki zyada ho rahi hai. So that's an idea which I really wanted to pursue.
It's already there now. Yeah.
Oh, so but I don't think it gives you a notification.
It does.
Wow, which one is it? I have no idea. Just
I'll give you
me.
all the details. I was not paid for this.
Okay.
Not
Later you tell me. After this you just tell me because I really want that.
will give you all the details after the show off camera because nobody paid us to sort of take the name of the app. Okay, coming towards the end. When Raj Shimani gets down and out, has had a rough day, not feeling up to it, what do you do to
I work harder. I work harder.
What do you tell yourself? What does your vision board say? What's your mantra to pick yourself up?
I just work. I'll tell you one thing about me and my team can vouch for it. When I've had a great day, something that I've been aspiring for years and I've achieved that, maybe it's money, maybe it's guest, maybe it's status, whatever I've gotten something, I go back home and I work. On a day where I'm really low and something pathetic has happened, I go back home and work. I genuinely, I don't get swayed away by celebration or downfalls. I'm very, very, very focused. I believe in this, that there's a saying which I love a lot. Ambition is so high that I've forgotten that I'm living the dream life.
Ooh, on that note, Raj Shimani, for everybody over here, thank you so much for ensuring people don't watch TV. Thank you so much for also entertaining us along the way. And thank you so much for making conversation so fascinating. Yeah?
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
और राज शमानी ने अपने सारे राज जो है राइजिंग भारत के मंच पर खोल दिए हैं। एक बार जोरदार तालियां इस जबरदस्त और पावरफुल सेशन के लिए। जैसे जैसे हम राइजिंग भारत समिट के पहले दिन के समापन की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं, आप सभी का दिल से आभार हम जाहिर करना चाहते हैं। आज के इस कमाल के संवाद में आप सभी ने हिस्सा लिया, उसके लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। आज हमने कई पहलुओं पर चर्चा की, नेतृत्व, इनोवेशन, सामाजिक परिवर्तन और आर्थिक प्रगति। और इन सभी चर्चाओं का देखिए एक ही मकसद था, ये समझना कि हम सब मिलकर कैसे एक समावेशी भारत के निर्माण में अपनी अपनी भूमिका यहाँ पर निभा सकते हैं। और इस समृद्ध अनुभव से भरपूर इस समिट के समापन पर हम अपने सभी पार्टनर्स का धन्यवाद करना चाहते हैं। आपकी अटूट विश्वास से भरी साझेदारी ने हमें ये मौका दिया कि हम देश के सबसे उज्जवल विचारों, क्रिएटिव सुझावों को इस मंच पर एक साथ इतने बखूबी तरीके से ला सके। देखिए, हम विशेष तौर से धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं हमारे को पावरिंग पार्टनर ड्रीम स्पोर्ट्स का, हमारे एसोसिएट पार्टनर मैक्स एस्टेट का और हमारे एसोसिएट पार्टनर्स विक्रम सोलर, सेंटेल, एवियोनिक्स और रिलायंस इंडस्ट्रीज लिमिटेड, जिनका सहयोग बेशकीमती रहा, अमूल्य रहा। और साथ ही हम थैंक यू कहना चाहेंगे वर्क स्पेस पार्टनर इंडिक्यूब, एक्सचेंज पार्टनर नेशनल स्टॉक एक्सचेंज, लॉजिस्टिक पार्टनर डीटी, डीसी एनर्जी पार्टनर क्राउन, एलएनजी, बीमा पार्टनर इंश्योरेंस देखो और हमारे स्टेट पार्टनर उत्तर प्रदेश और मध्य प्रदेश का, जो न्यूज 18 नेटवर्क के राइजिंग भारत समिट का अभिन्न हिस्सा बने। थैंक यू सो मच और उम्मीद है कि कल फिर आपसे इसी जोश के साथ मुलाकात होगी।